Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Lin Zhengran flicked He Qing on the forehead. She yelped and clutched her head with both hands. You think I'm stupid? You've been acting half asleep for the past 2 weeks. Every time we talk, you seem sneaky, like you're hiding something from me. And no, she stammered, clearly guilty. Then, remembering her promise not to lie to him, she quickly corrected herself. I mean, yes, no, yes. No, Watching her struggle with herself, Lin Zhengran sighed and scooped some ointment onto his fingers, gently spreading it over her ankle. The cool touch of the ointment, combined with the warmth of his hand, made He Qing squeak in surprise. She immediately slapped both hands over her mouth, her face turning scarlet. Lin Zhengran raised a brow. Does it hurt? She shook her head vigorously like a little drum, mumbling, Nope. Now that you're putting medicine on it, it doesn't hurt at all. But I haven't even finished applying it yet. Her heart pounded. Thinking fast, she blurted, That's because whenever you touch me, it stops hurting. When you care about me, it stops hurting. After finishing the bandage, He Qing sat quietly, her hands covering her flushed face. His hands are so big and so gentle. Rest for a couple of days. Once the pain's completely gone, you could take the bandage off yourself. Okay. She tucked her foot back into her shoe. Just as Lin Zhengran was about to press her again about what she was hiding, she covered her ears and squeezed her eyes shut. I promised I wouldn't lie to you, but I really can't tell you yet. Just wait a few days, okay? I swear I'll tell you then. Please, just don't ask right now. She peeked at him through her fingers and whispered, If you stop asking, I'll do anything for you. Is that okay? Lin Zhengran didn't really care about the secret, so he let it go. He simply pried her hands away from her ears. Go change. Oh, okay. She hurried to the locker room, but just before stepping inside, she turned back, peeking out from behind the doorframe. Where are we going? You're not going home already, are you? It's still early. She looked so disappointed. Lin Zhengran replied casually, You'll find out after you change. I'm taking you somewhere. Excited, He Qing nodded eagerly. As long as he wasn't going home, she didn't care where they went. A few minutes later, she emerged in a soft pink coat and sheer fleece leggings, an outfit she only wore when she was alone with Lin Zhengran. Normally, she stuck to her school uniform. They left the Taekwondo center, heading down a path unfamiliar to He Qing. Does your foot hurt? Lin Zhengran asked. She swung her arms back and forth. Nope, really not that bad. I heard from the coach that you signed up for the town's competition early next year. Yep. Didn't you say I should enter if there was one? I'll listen to you, of course. Plus, the coach said I'm doing great, so I signed up. Oh, and I saw that the first place prize is a few thousand yuan. Beaming, she added, If I win, I'll give half to my mom, keep 100 for snacks with 1-1, and spend the rest on something for you. She tilted her head. Is there anything you want? I should be able to afford it. Lin Zhengran glanced at her. She hadn't grown an inch past 1.6 meters since last year. You sure sound confident for someone who got injured today. She flapped her hands like a little duck. Of course I'll win. I barely trained when we were apart, but after a year of your coaching, I caught up super fast. As long as you're with me, I can do anything. So why did you slack off back then? What were you even doing? Looking ahead, she absent-mindedly replied, Thinking about you mostly. Wondering when I could call you, what you were doing every day. Then, realizing what she had just said, she clapped a hand over her mouth, shaking her head furiously. You didn't hear that. Lin Zhengran rolled his eyes. They arrived at a bridge overlooking a small river. It was late in the year, and the trees had already shed their leaves, leaving only bare branches swaying in the wind. He Qing blinked in confusion. Why did you bring me here? I passed by a few times and noticed something interesting around 11 in the morning. Since you're not training today, I figured I'd show you. She tilted her head. What's so interesting? Checking the time, Lin Zhengran smirked. Should be any minute now. Right on cue. A familiar cooing sound filled the air. He Qing turned toward the sky and gasped. A flock of white doves, dozens strong, soared toward them, their wings glistening in the sunlight. As they descended to the riverbank, their feathers drifted gently from the sky like falling snow. He Qing watched in awe as they flapped their wings and pecked at the water. Doves? So many doves. More than usual. Actually, Lin Zhengran noted. Excited, He Qing carefully stepped forward, but the birds, startled, scurried away. Realizing she wouldn't be able to touch them, she got a mischievous idea. Placing her hands behind her back, she bent forward and started hopping like a dove, cooing as she moved. A few birds noticed and mimicked her, flapping their wings and waddling around. Giggling, she clapped her hands. They're so cute. Lin Zhengran chuckled. This silly girl really is like a dove herself. Suddenly, she stopped, straightened up, and turned to him, her face flushed. Next Saturday night, can you come here? I have something I want to give you. He raised a brow. Behind her, the doves took flight, their wings fluttering in unison. Clutching her hands to her chest, her eyes sparkled. It's a gift, a really important one, and I have something I need to say to you. From that night onward, He Qing burned the midnight oil, knitting as fast as she could. She was determined to finish her scarf in time for her confession. That same evening, in a dorm room elsewhere, Jang Shui was chatting with a new friend from the Children's Talent Agency. Hearing the girl's words, Jang Shui was stunned. You're confessing? For real? Over the phone, the other girl, shy yet determined, spoke up. Yeah, I have to. I told you about my Gidge, right? He has this childhood friend, super cute, always calling him, and they play together all the time. I mean, for entire days. Lying on her bed, the girl twirled her twin ponytails. Recently, I've been watching them, and something feels off, especially with that childhood friend. She's clearly planning something big. Jiang Shui's jaw dropped. I can't just sit around. You know how it is. Girls like us don't get anywhere if we don't take the initiative. The girl on the other end? A tiny, golden-haired Sundara, just like Jiang Shui. Early Sunday morning, Jiang Shui arrived at the training room of the Children's Talent Agency. Although the studio had professional singing equipment, she rarely practiced there. She either trained at home or had Lin Zhengran teach her. But despite her infrequent visits, she had quickly become close with another twin ponytailed girl, a golden-haired, blue-eyed mixed-race girl named Lu Xinyue. Lu Xinyue was a bit older than Jiang Shui, but from the moment they met, they knew they were kindred spirits. Standing outside the practice room, Lu Xinyue was already waiting. She wore a floral dress, her high ponytail contrasting with Jiang Shui's low one. Lily, you're here. She hurried over excitedly. Jiang Shui greeted her. Yeah, why did you suddenly hang up last night? Lu Xinyue blushed. My big brother came over, so I had to hang up. Come on, I need to tell you everything. I really need your help today, or I won't be able to do this. Jiang Shui nodded, and the two left the practice room, heading toward the mall as Lu Xinyue started explaining. I'm leaving for abroad next week, so I want to confess to my neighbor. He's in college before I go. If he agrees, I'll come back in 6 months. If not, I probably won't return. Jiang Shui already knew she was moving overseas. But I'm nervous, Lu Xinyue continued. He has a childhood friend named He Qingqing who's always had a crush on him. Jiang Shui felt a weird sense of déjà vu. As a kid, I didn't even know he had a childhood friend. I only found out in middle school. She has a bunch of freckles, super cute. She's always liked him, and lately, I've noticed her and her best friend plotting something. I think she's planning to confess. Jiang Shui blinked. Wait, didn't He Qing and Han Wenwen seem a little suspicious lately, too? Lu Xinyue sighed. I think my big brother might like her, too. He spends time with her occasionally. If she confesses first, he might say yes, and then I won't have a chance. Frustration clouded her face. I've always hesitated because I'm too Sundara to say things directly. But after hearing you talk about how you asked your crush to see a movie, I realized I need to take action too. If I don't, I'll never get anywhere. Jiang Shui had only shared that story to boost Lu Xinyue's confidence, but apparently it had become a guiding principle for her. Feeling a little awkward, Jang Shui said, I get it now. Xinyue, I'll support you no matter what. So, when are you confessing? Tonight. Tonight. That's fast. Yeah, it's his birthday today, so I want to surprise him with candles, flowers, and balloons. Then, I'll confess under the stars. Her eyes sparkled with determination. Jiang Shui, caught up in the excitement, immediately nodded. All right, let's do it. The two girls hit the mall, buying everything needed to create the perfect confession scene. As they worked, Lu Xinyue admitted she had never done anything like this before. Because of my Tsunder personality, I always gave way to Heat Xingqing. But not today. Jiang Shui couldn't shake the sense of familiarity. After choosing a quiet spot in the park, they set everything up. The balloons were tied down with rocks, the candles arranged in a heart shape, and rose petals scattered in the center. By the time they finished, the afternoon had slipped away, and the winter sky darkened quickly. Lu Xinyue clutched a bouquet and took deep breaths. In the glow of the candlelight, she asked nervously, All right, I'm calling him. I'll succeed, right? Jiang Shui gave an encouraging nod. Of course. You got this. Lu Xinyue fumbled with her phone, found her big brother's number, and hesitated, her face growing redder by the second. Can I really do this? I've never taken a lead before. Even Jiang Shui was getting anxious for her. You can. Go, Xinyue. Lu Xinyue reached for the call button, then yanked her hand back, clenching her fists. No, I'm not ready yet. How should I even ask him to come out? Jiang Shui, familiar with Sundaras, remained patient. Just say it directly. You got this. You really think I can do it? Yes, you can. Lu Xinyue squeezed her eyes shut, gathering her courage. You're right. I can do this. You can do this. I can do this. You can do this. Their chant continued, filling the park with determination, until a passerby walked up, making them both freeze in embarrassment. Are you two confessing too? The stranger asked. What a coincidence. This park is usually empty, but today there's actually two confessions happening. Jiang Shui and Lu Xinyue exchanged a glance. Wait, someone else is confessing. Yeah, the passerby said, pointing. Over there. A little girl just confessed to her childhood friend, and he actually said yes. If I wasn't heading home for dinner, I'd totally stick around to watch. Lu Xinyue's eyes widened. Really? Then, turning to Jiang Shui, she chuckled nervously. Lily, should we go check it out? Maybe watching someone else confess will give me some confidence. Jiang Shui figured it couldn't hurt, so they walked over. A small crowd had gathered around the other confession. The scene was much simpler, just a single candle on the ground and a bouquet in the girl's hands. The confessor was a freckle-faced girl in a white dress. She wasn't conventionally pretty, but she had a certain charm. The boy was tall, though nowhere near as good-looking as a certain idiot Jiang Shui knew. The girl beamed, holding out her flowers. You really agreed to be with me? The boy smiled softly, nodding. Of course. Since the girl made the first move, how could I refuse? She took a deep breath. I like you. His voice was just as firm. I like you too. The crowd started clapping and cheering. Kiss. Kiss. Blushing, the two leaned in for a shy kiss. Jiang Shui laughed and turned to Lu Xinyue. See? It's simple. Just say you like him, and... But before she could finish, she noticed something. Lu Xinyue was frozen. Her eyes were locked on the couple, trembling. Her bouquet slipped from her hands, hitting the ground. Her heart shattered into pieces. And my big brother. Tears welled up in her eyes as she stared at the scene before her. There, in the middle of the crowd, was her beloved big brother, kissing his childhood friend. No. By the flower bed lined with heart-shaped candles, Lu Xinyue clung to Jiang Shui, wailing uncontrollably. The cold wind slapped against her face. Jiang Shui kept comforting her, but she couldn't stop thinking about what had just happened. The so-called big brother and the girl who confessed to him had kissed for a full 5 minutes. She couldn't even begin to imagine how deeply Lu Xinyue was hurt, especially since she had stood there and watched the whole thing. Xinyue, don't cry. You have to stay strong. Lu Xinyue sobbed, her voice choked and broken. I liked Big Brother for so many years. Even when I was overseas, I already liked him. The only reason I came back to the country was because he was studying here. But in the end, I still lost, and I lost so badly. Lu Xinyue had learned her lesson. Regret filled her voice as she looked at Jang Shui. If I had known, I should have called him earlier. I noticed a long time ago that she was making big moves, showing signs that she was going to confess. But I hesitated. I didn't even realize it at first. Lily, you have to learn from me. Never underestimate a love rival. Jang Shui let out a surprised, "Ah," and wondered why the conversation had suddenly turned to her. But the next second, she had a realization. Lately, He Qing and Han Wenwen had been acting kind of suspicious too. No way, right? She comforted her best friend for a long time that night. But unexpectedly, that very night, Jiang Shuili had a similar dream. In her dream, flower petals rained down from the sky. The surroundings were a beautifully landscaped park with a flower bed. In front of the flower bed, heart-shaped candles flickered, and a crowd had gathered around. Standing at the center of the heart-shaped candles were He Qing, dressed in a white dress, and that handsome big idiot. Beside them, Han Wenwen smiled encouragingly at her best friend, while Jiang Shuili stood at a distance, watching. He Qing clutched a bouquet in her hands and spoke hesitantly. I like you. Lin Zhengran, will you be with me? Lin Zhengran's eyes were deep and unreadable. Of course, although I actually prefer Sundaras more than you. But since you confessed first, I'll be with you. He Qing was thrilled. Oh, really? That's amazing. Han Wenwen clapped her hands. Congratulations, little Qing Qing, on your successful confession. The surrounding crowd started cheering. Kiss, kiss, kiss. In the dream, Lin Zhengran hooked a finger under He Qing's chin. Little He Qing closed her eyes, and the two of them slowly leaned in closer, closer. At exactly midnight, Jiang Shuili shot up in bed, her face red with shock. What kind of dream was that? That bizarre dream kept her up all night. The next morning at school, before class started, Jiang Shuili glanced back at He Qing, who was sitting obediently at her desk, massaging her fingers. As she rubbed them, she suddenly placed one in her mouth while using her other hand to flip open the textbook for the next period. Her cute little face puffed up slightly because of the finger in her mouth. Even if she was a love rival, Jiang Shuili had to admit, she's so cute. But remembering last night's dream sent a chill down her spine. She wouldn't actually confess, right? If she really did, then... At that moment, she overheard a conversation between some girls nearby. Hey, did you hear? A new zoo just opened in the city. I heard they have a lot of rare animals. Do you guys want to go? I heard about it too. I even got a bunch of flyers. I really want to go. They even have a giant python. That sounds terrifying, which makes me want to go even more. Give me a flyer. The classroom filled with chatter as the girls excitedly passed around the zoo's promotional flyers. Curious, Jiang Shuili peeked over to take a look. The flyer had close-up images of tigers, lions, and peacocks. Her eyes sparkled. She was tempted. A zoo? Our city actually has a zoo now? I've never been to one before. Almost instinctively, she thought about asking Lin Zhengran to go with her. Maybe that would help her shake off last night's ridiculous dream. She glanced at the ticket price, 80 yuan per ticket. It wasn't too expensive. She still had some leftover New Year's money from last year, enough to buy 2 tickets. And so, over the next 2 days, whenever Jiang Shuili was alone, she secretly practiced in front of the wall, rehearsing how to invite Lin Zhengran to the zoo. 2 days later, on Thursday afternoon, the second period was math class. Near the end of class, the teacher sat at the podium, allowing the students to self-study and discuss. Lin Zhengran was reviewing Han Wenwen's latest mock exam paper. She had scored in the 70s. He marked the incorrect answers. The solution method for these problems is similar to what I explained last time. As long as you clarify the problem-solving steps, it's actually quite simple. Han Wenwen didn't respond. Instead, she lazily rested her chin on her desk, fox-like eyes admiring Lin Zhengran's profile. Lin Zhengran looked at her in exasperation. Han Wenwen, are you even listening to what I'm saying? Han Wenwen hummed. I heard you, but I didn't really understand. Lin Zhengran, can you explain it again? She just wanted to hear him talk. Lin Zhengran rolled up the test paper into a tube and bopped her lightly on the head. Han Wenwen let out a small, ow, like a pitiful kitten, eyes brimming with exaggerated grievance. Lin Zhengran, you're so mean. I've explained it to you 3 times already. Are you deaf? Try solving it yourself. It'll take you 1 minute. He placed the paper on her face. Han Wenwen was just about to sit up and work on the problem when she suddenly heard the sounds of another class being dismissed. At the back of the classroom, Jang Shui peeked inside, watching. Han Wenwen's fox-like eyes gleamed mischievously. She sat up slowly and smiled at Lin Zhengran. Lin Zhengran, I'll do the math problem during night study. Otherwise, if I finish it now, you won't have time to check it. Then she subtly gestured toward the back door. Because Jiang Shui seems to have something to say to you. Lin Zhengran turned his head and locked eyes with Jiang Shui, who was standing at the door, blushing. She immediately looked away, whistling silently as if she were just passing by. But in reality, she lingered awkwardly by the entrance. Lin Zhengran wondered why she had come looking for him during the break. The teacher announced the end of class, and Han Wenwen was the first to leave. As she passed Jiang Shui, she gave her a knowing smile. Such nice weather today. Jiang Shui glared at her in embarrassment and watched as she walked off toward the girls' restroom. Lin Zhengran stepped out of the classroom, curious. You looking for me? Hearing his voice, Jiang Shui immediately straightened up, hands behind her back, and blurted out. What do you mean looking for you? I'm just passing by. That's all. Lin Zhengran was about to head to the restroom himself when Jiang Shui suddenly called out to him, clutching her hands behind her back, her face red as she stammered. Big idiot, this Saturday, don't forget to practice singing with me. You helped He Qing train last week, so this week it's my turn. Lin Zhengran nodded. Got it. I'll come over to your place on Saturday. Jiang Shui grinned. Great. Make sure you come. I have something to tell you then. Something to tell me? She hesitated before quickly correcting herself. You misheard. Nothing at all. I was just passing by. She skipped away. Lin Zhengran wiped a bead of sweat off his forehead. When he came out of the restroom, Han Wenwen was waiting by the sinks. She handed him a tissue. Here, wipe your hands. The little fox was acting just like a CEO's personal secretary, and this wasn't the first or second time she'd done something like this recently. Of course, her overly attentive habit of handing out tissues often sparked jealousy among the boys and gossip among the girls. But Han Wenwen clearly didn't care. Lin Zhengran murmured a quick thanks as he took the tissue, tossed it into the trash after use, and walked back to the classroom with Han Wenwen. Demon Sect's golden silk handkerchief. Usage reached 100 times. You have gained +1 stamina. Han Wenwen curiously asked, what did Jiang Shui want to talk to you about just now? Nothing. Han Wenwen averted her gaze, putting on a jealous act. Though she lowered her voice like she was muttering to herself, she made sure Lin Zhengran could hear her. Fine, don't tell me. Not like I even want to know. Lin Zhengran sighed. She secretly glanced at him before suddenly smiling mischievously. Hey, Lin Zhengran, do you feel it? Something big is coming. And it's not just a small thing either. Lin Zhengran looked at her. She seemed way too amused, like she already knew the answer to something he hadn't even figured out yet. He ignored her. Han Wenwen stopped walking, watching Lin Zhengran head into the classroom. She pouted to herself. Ugh, Lin Zhengran is so cold. Then, her gaze shifted toward the entrance of class 3-3, where Jiang Shui was chatting with someone. Her face showed both excitement and hesitation. Han Wenwen had a pretty good guess about why Jiang Shui had come looking for Lin Zhengran. Her fox-like eyes gleamed with amusement. Looks like I can't just sit around and do nothing. That night, little He Qing continued working on her knitting project under her blanket. She worked tirelessly, burning the midnight oil until past 1 a.m. Finally, she completed the last row of stitches on the scarf. Her lips curled into a delighted smile as she held up the soft, cozy scarf she had spent so much effort making. Done. Saturday finally arrived. The weather was bright and clear, almost as if signaling that today was an important day. That morning, Jang Shui rode the bus home with Lin Zhengran. When they reached the crossroads, they parted ways. Big idiot, hurry up and come over after you drop off your stuff, okay? Lin Zhengran raised a hand in acknowledgement. Jang Shui grinned and rushed home. The moment she stepped inside, she tossed her school bag onto the sofa and ran straight to the bathroom. To shower, brush her teeth, wash her hair, trim her nails, the whole routine. Every time Lin Zhengran came over, Jang Shui always went through this preparation. Even her parents, who weren't home today, seemed to have gotten used to it. They had even left her a note. Lily, Mom and Dad won't be home today. Here's some money. Buy yourself something to eat. If Ran comes over, you can buy extra and share with him. Wrapped in a bath towel, her damp shoulders still glistening with droplets of water, Jang Shui chuckled at the note. She set it aside, dried her hair, and started picking out an outfit from her wardrobe. In the end, she chose a warm pink sweater, a pleated skirt, and of course the ultimate favorite of girls, skin tone tights. She checked herself out in the mirror, nodding in approval. Her twin ponytails swayed as she moved her head. Checking the time, she figured the big idiot should be arriving soon. Lying on her bed, she pulled out her phone and started browsing promotional images of the new zoo in the city. Big tigers, lions, little bears. The more she looked, the more excited she became. At the same time, her nerves grew as she thought about inviting Lin Zhengran to go with her. Then, another thought struck her. He Qing. Muttering to herself, she frowned. Wait, if He Qing is really planning to confess soon, is just inviting him to the zoo enough? She set her phone down and buried her face in the fresh new blanket her mom had put on her bed. No way, right? I mean, her mind flashed back to something Lin Zhengran had told her in the past, and her face instantly turned red. He said before that I should always stay by his side. Didn't that basically mean he wants to marry me when we grow up? That big idiot. He always means what he says. She punched the blanket in embarrassment. Ugh, so shameless. How does he even say stuff like that to a girl with a straight face? Jang Shui muttered to herself, her voice getting quieter. But then again, I guess I'm the only one who would actually agree to that. What other girl would marry him and have his babies? Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Jang Shui bolted upright on the bed. After confirming that someone was indeed at the door, she happily hopped off, quickly smoothing her clothes and hair. She even checked the pleats on her skirt to make sure there weren't any wrinkles before running over. I'm coming. Big idiot, you're here so fast? I just finished getting dressed. She swung the door open. Lin Zhengran stepped inside without hesitation. A pair of men's slippers was already waiting at the entrance, prepared just for him. It was as if he had walked into his own home. Without missing a beat, he reached out and knocked her on the head. Are you crazy? Weren't you the one who told me to hurry up? Are uncle and aunt home? Jang Shui clutched her head and answered first. They went to work. And who's the one with a split personality here? Lin Zhengran walked into her bedroom, and Jang Shui followed closely behind, running her fingers through her freshly washed twin ponytails, silky smooth. Sitting on the bed, Lin Zhengran said, I checked the Children's Talent Agency's video updates a few days ago. You guys are hosting a competition in town next summer. Jang Shui hummed in agreement and sat beside him. The agency said that anyone available can sign up. Pretty much everyone is already registered, but I haven't yet. Blushing slightly, she puffed out her cheeks and said sunderily, Not that I don't think I'm good enough. I'm actually one of the best in the agency. It's just if I sign up on my own and someone gets upset, what then? She grumbled. After all, I wouldn't be where I am now without a certain big idiot's help. If I just go ahead and do whatever I want, you'll definitely say I've grown wings and started acting on my own. So shouldn't I at least ask for your opinion first? Lin Zhengran stared at her, her face full of guilty conscience. She was a terrible liar. Oh, is that so? Jang Shui, caught off guard, immediately went into defense mode. Of course. What, do you think I need you to be there? She huffed. I can handle everything by myself. If that's what you think, then I'll call them right now and tell them I'm signing up. Lin Zhengran raised an eyebrow. So I don't need to go then? Jang Shui froze. Her thunder bravado came to a screeching halt. Panic flickered in her eyes. Oh, of course, but you really won't come? She hesitated, then tentatively offered. Actually, the place we're going has really beautiful scenery. If you come, you could enjoy the view too. And since you know me, I could even get you a front row seat. Other people couldn't even dream of that. Oh, and I could cover your travel expenses too. Oh, Lin Zhengran's face remained expressionless. But I'm not really interested in scenery. Jang Shui gaped at him, then clenched her teeth and shut her eyes. She pounded her small fists against his arm. Why won't you go? Why won't you go? What's the harm in just coming to watch? It's not like you'd lose a piece of yourself. Lin Zhengran sighed. Did she really think these little punches felt like anything more than a ticklish scratch? He let her vent before finally saying, I was joking. This is your first big performance. I'd never miss it. After all, you're someone I personally trained. You're mine. How could I just leave you to fend for yourself? Jang Shui's mind completely blanked. What did he just say? Mine? The phrasing was so strange, like he was saying she was his woman, his wife, or something. Her entire face turned bright red. Her forehead felt like it was about to catch fire. Pretending to be annoyed, but actually giddy beyond belief, she ran her fingers through her ponytails and muttered, What nonsense. Go if you want, not like I care. Her last two sentences were barely audible, afraid he'd take them as an invitation to back out. Lin Zhengran yawned and lay back on the bed. By the way, didn't you say at school that you had something to talk to me about? I... Jiang Shui's face turned even redder. I said that. Did I really say that? I don't think I did. Lin Zhengran didn't bother arguing. If it's nothing, then let's start practicing. I'm going to nap for a bit first. Jiang Shui turned to him, seeing that he had already closed his eyes. She grumbled, You really treat my house like a hotel. You're acting like this is your bed. Don't worry. Even if I fall asleep, I'll wake up if you mess up a note. He pulled the blanket over himself and stopped talking. Jiang Shui sighed and went to get her guitar. As she practiced, she kept sneaking glances at the peacefully resting Lin Zhengran. Now's the perfect time. I should just invite him already. He'll definitely say yes. She hesitated. Her lips parted slightly. But before she could say anything, the house phone suddenly rang. Jiang Shui immediately set her guitar down and went to answer it. Lin Zhengran opened his eyes to watch her. Seeing that the caller ID was her mom, she picked up. Hello, Mom. Her mother's voice came through the receiver. Lily, your grandma really missed you. So she decided to take the bus over by herself. I'm heading to the station to pick her up. Can you stay home this afternoon and keep her company? Jiang Shui blinked. My grandma's coming? Okay, got it. Do you need me to come with you? No need. She's really something, though. Ever since I told her over the phone that you've been practicing singing, she's been dying to see you. Who knew she'd just hop on a bus today without even telling us? But whatever, if you want to come, then just meet me at the station. Okay, Mom. After hanging up, Jiang Shui saw that Lin Zhengran had already sat up. Big idiot, we probably won't be able to practice today. My grandma's coming this afternoon, so I need to go meet my mom. Lin Zhengran nodded and got out of bed. I heard. Then let's just practice tomorrow. The competition's still far away, no rush. He slipped on his slippers and walked to the living room. Jiang Shui followed. You're leaving already? Lin Zhengran hummed. Aren't you heading out too? Jiang Shui pursed her lips. Then wait for me. Let's go downstairs together. Unlike last time, she didn't overthink it too much. As they walked down, she hesitated briefly at the stairwell before finally speaking up. Big idiot, can you come out for a bit this afternoon? I have something for you. This afternoon? Lin Zhengran suddenly remembered. He Qing had asked to meet him at 5 p.m. too. She also wanted to give him something. Jiang Shui continued, at 5 p.m. under the small bridge by the park. You know, the one where the pigeons always gather. I said it. I actually said it again. I'm amazing. Then, as if afraid she'd lose her nerve, she suddenly shouted at the top of her lungs. Big idiot. You have to come at 5 p.m. I'll be waiting for you by the bridge. I have something to give you. You have to come. And with that, she bolted. Shame flooded her entire body. There was no way she could stay near him any longer. She didn't even hear whatever Lin Zhengran called out to her. She had already disappeared in the blink of an eye. During lunchtime, in the middle school girls' dorm, little He Ching had already neatly folded the scarf and placed it inside a delicate gift box. Then she spent the whole morning holding that box tightly in her arms, afraid it would somehow get bumped or disappear into thin air. She kept taking deep breaths, nervous as H*LL. Han Wenwen came in carrying lunch she'd bought off campus. "I'm back with lunch. I even specially bought your favorite skewered meat, Ching Ching." Little He Ching sat on the bed, a little embarrassed. "Thanks, Wenwen. I'll go get lunch tomorrow instead." Han Wenwen gave her a smile and a glance, placing the food on the foldable table. "What's there to be tired about? Today's the big day for Ching Ching, and as your bestie, I'm here to cheer you on. Pre-celebration feast." Little He Ching shyly lowered her head. Han Wenwen handed her a pair of chopsticks, and only then did she carefully put the gift box down. But just a moment later, her face went pale. Han Wenwen blinked. "You okay?" Little He Ching trembled nervously. "Wenwen, what do you think he'll say?" "Honestly, I'm kind of scared." Han Wenwen opened her chopsticks and bit down on the tip. "Well, that's hard to say. Lin Zhengran isn't like other boys, but there's one thing I'm sure of," she grinned. "After today, you and Lin Zhengran are definitely going to be closer." Little He Ching slowly nodded. The two best friends sipped their drinks and ate their lunch. Elsewhere, Jang Shui and her mom brought Grandma back home. Sitting on the couch, Grandma asked her a few questions about her time at the Children's Talent Agency. Holding her granddaughter's hand, "Lily's really grown up, becoming so impressive. Maybe one day, Grandma will even see you on TV." Jiang Shui stood in front of Grandma, a little shy at the praise. Grandma asked, "But won't singing mean you have to travel far from time to time? Can you handle that on your own? Are you scared?" Jiang Shui could be honest in front of Grandma. "Grandma, I actually haven't gone far from home yet. But next year, I'll be competing right here in town. Thankfully, I have a really good male classmate. He stays with me every day and teaches me. When he's around, I'm not scared at all." Grandma looked at the expression on her granddaughter's face when she mentioned him and understood. She smiled and nodded. "I see. Looks like that boy treats you really well." Jiang Shui nodded. "Yeah, he's really good to me. And super talented. He knows how to do everything. Remember I told you I had an amazing classmate? That was him." Grandma's eyes were full of love. "Our Lily is the best. Grandma believes you can do anything. No doubt about it." Jiang Shui smiled and kept nodding. "Thanks, Grandma." She gave her grandma a big hug. At 3 p.m., two girls set out at the same time, one from the dorm, the other from home. Jiang Shui held a zoo flyer, and little He Ching held the gift box with a scarf. They each said goodbye to their grandma and best friend, heading toward the bridge with the white doves. Meanwhile, Lin Zhengran also left home, holding a bag of mixed grain, planning to go feed the pigeons early. He was the first to arrive. His house was the closest. A sky full of white doves seemed to sense food and flap their wings, flying toward him in a flurry. Lin Zhengran scattered the grain on the ground, and the doves quickly surrounded him. On the side of the road, little He Ching got out of a taxi, holding the box. She looked toward the bridge and was startled to see Lin Zhengran already there. Lin Zhengran. She panicked. She had shown up more than an hour early. She clutched the gift and rushed over. On the other side, Jiang Shui was casually strolling from home, her twin ponytails bouncing with her nervous steps. When she saw the figure feeding pigeons under the bridge, she was equally surprised and delighted. "Big dummy. Why is he here so early?" She quickened her pace and ran toward the bridge too. They both wanted to call out to him, but it was that very call that made them speak at the same time from opposite sides. "Lin Zhengran, why are you here so early?" "Big dummy. When did you get here?" Just a second before they spoke, neither little He Ching nor Jiang Shui had expected the other to be there. Their eyes widened as they caught sight of each other, shocked. Their steps slowed and stopped at the same time. Jiang Shui saw the box in little He Ching's hands. Little He Ching saw the flyer in Jiang Shui's hands. Both tightened their grip a little. Lin Zhengran turned around when he heard their voices and looked at them. The three of them stood by the bridge, staring at each other, and the awkwardness instantly filled the entire area. Jang Shui's eyes trembled as she stared at the box. She didn't know what it was, but it had to be an important gift. He Qing, is she really here to confess? Little He Qing stared at the flyer in Jiang Shui's hands, swallowing nervously. Why is Jiang Shui here? Could she also be here to confess? Suddenly, both girls, blushing, quietly looked at Lin Zhengran. One timid and shy, unable to say a word in front of others. The other tsundere and stammering, not knowing what to say. In the end, it was Lin Zhengran who asked, "What are you two daydreaming about?" Their embarrassed brains practically exploded. The white doves, unaware of the awkward atmosphere, cooed softly. Some flapped their wings and took off, their pure white feathers fluttering down in front of the three of them. Back in the girls' dorm, Han Wenwen sat at the edge of the bed, her slender fingers brushing her lips. Those same lips that had kissed someone's forehead. Her face was filled with shyness and jealousy. That afternoon, a heavy rain fell, and the three of them ended up in the same taxi. Soaked through, little He Qing and Jiang Shui sat inside the car, both blushing and silent. No matter what Lin Zhengran asked, they just kept their heads down, completely mute. The next day, the rain had stopped, but the roads were still damp. The morning sun was decent. Little He Qing held the box with a scarf inside and walked slowly along the side of the road. Yesterday afternoon, she hadn't managed to give her gift. Jiang Shui and the sudden downpour had completely thrown off her plan. Then she happened to see a little golden retriever stuck in a broken manhole cover by the roadside. She hurried over and gently tried to comfort the puppy. "Don't bite me, okay? I'll help you get your paw out." The little golden retriever whimpered a few times, seemingly understanding her words. It lay flat and didn't move, its tail wagging slowly. Only then did little He Qing cautiously walk over and crouch down. One hand held the gift box with the scarf. The other helped the puppy free its paw. But maybe because she only used one hand and she didn't want to set the box down, the force was unbalanced. With one tug, the puppy's paw came loose, but little He Qing ended up landing on the muddy, wet ground with a thud. The splash of mud also soaked the puppy in water and muck. She let out an "ah" and quickly stood up, turning to check the dirt and stains on her butt. She awkwardly patted at it a few times, but it was useless. In fact, it just made things worse. And because she'd gotten splashed, the puppy instinctively shook itself off. Mud flew off like a washing machine, splattering all over little He Qing. With a startled cry, little He Qing shut her eyes and clutched the box tightly to her chest. There was mud here and there on her clothes, and naturally, the box didn't escape either. The little golden retriever, as if realizing it had done something wrong, whimpered apologetically. Knowing it was dirty, it didn't dare go near her, almost like it was saying, "I didn't mean to." He Qing didn't respond right away. She first checked the now dirty gift box, quickly opened it to look inside, and, thankfully, the scarf was still clean and good as new. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief and put the lid back on. She smiled at the puppy. "It's okay, it's okay. My butt's already dirty anyway. I'll have to wash up later. You should go now. Don't fall into any more cracks. Stay safe." The puppy whimpered again, watching little He Qing from afar as she walked away. Covered in mud, little He Qing made her way to the entrance of a kindergarten. It was where she and Lin Zhengran used to attend together. Familiar memories came rushing back, and she felt deeply nostalgic. After a while, she continued walking until she reached a small river. There was a long bench there, and she placed some tissue on it before sitting down, afraid her muddy clothes would dirty the bench. Looking at the countless muddy spots on her body, her mood took a dip. "I knew you'd be here. Why, I dropped you two off last night. Didn't you hear what I said to you?" Little He Qing's expression of frustration shifted immediately because that voice was so familiar. She turned her head to look at the person. Lin Zhengran. At some point, Lin Zhengran had appeared next to her. When he saw her messy hair, muddy clothes, especially the dirt all over her, but he asked in confusion, "What the H*LL happened to you?" Were you playing in the mud or something? Little He Ching panicked and stood up quickly, her eyes trembling as she shyly hugged the box. I just helped the puppy, and I accidentally fell down. Why are you here? And what about something you said yesterday? I didn't hear anything. Lin Zhengran let out a helpless sigh. He remembered how, after the rain yesterday, he called a taxi and let Jang Shui and He Ching in first. But during the entire ride, both girls just sat there blushing. No matter how many times he talked to them, they didn't respond, like a couple of statues, lost in who knows what thoughts. Completely spaced out, Lin Zhengran reached out his hand. Little He Ching thought he was going to flick her forehead and shut her eyes tight, but he didn't hit her immediately. His hand just paused midair, and when she cautiously opened one eye, smack, Lin Zhengran finally tapped her forehead. Ow, she yelped. Lin Zhengran said, Come on, I'll take you to my place to wash up. And don't you have something you wanted to tell me? Huh, she blushed. We have a dryer at home. I'll wash your clothes too while I'm at it. They'll be dry in no time. Little He Ching nodded slowly, her attention focused more on the second half of his sentence. Lin Zhengran turned to leave, and she instinctively tried to follow. But before she could even take a step, a sharp pain shot through her ankle, making her nearly collapse. She barely managed to grab hold of a nearby bench for support. Lin Zhengran turned back. What's wrong? He Ching lowered her head to look at her ankle. It suddenly hurts a lot. I don't even know why. Lin Zhengran had her sit down and check her foot. He squatted down and carefully pulled down her sock a little. He Ching shyly watched him. He quickly discovered that the area she had injured last time was swollen and red again. He frowned and looked up. What happened? Why did you twist your ankle again? And in the exact same spot. He Ching was just as confused. It hadn't hurt earlier. Stammering, she said, I don't know. Maybe I twisted it when I fell saving the puppy just now, but it didn't hurt at the time. Noticing Lin Zhengran's darkening expression, she hurriedly apologized. Sorry. Please don't be mad. I know I'm kind of clumsy. You can scold me if you want. Lin Zhengran suddenly recalled how, when she was little, she used to call herself brainless when she messed up. Turning his back to her, he crouched down slightly. I'll carry you. Let's go home and put some medicine on it. He Ching was caught off guard, her eyes widening in surprise. Seeing his clean clothes, she quickly waved her hands. No, I'm really dirty. I got mud all over me. You shouldn't carry me. I can walk. I'll just go slow. Lin Zhengran glanced back at her. That one look made He Ching go pale with fear. Her voice shrank to a mosquito-like murmur. I can. Get on. But I'm really dirty. She didn't dare refuse him, but she still hesitated. Fortunately, Lin Zhengran casually said, Just wash my jacket later, and we'll call it even. Since he put it that way, He Ching finally, hesitantly, climbed onto his back. Feeling bad, she kept apologizing. Sorry, Lin Zhengran. I got your clothes dirty. Lin Zhengran told her to hold onto his neck. Awkwardly, she freed one hand and wrapped it around him. Then, securing his grip on her legs, Lin Zhengran stood up and carried her home. The little girl weighed less than 100 pounds, and with Lin Zhengran's naturally strong physique, she felt practically weightless. Still, He Ching worried about being too heavy for him. She nervously asked, Am I heavy? Is it tiring to carry me? Why do you talk so much? Ooh. As they passed by the kindergarten He Ching had just walked past earlier, Lin Zhengran glanced over with her. So, she blushed and nodded, knowing exactly what he was asking. Lin Zhengran carried her across the street. Some curious pedestrians gave them a glance, and even the kids playing at the kindergarten entrance took notice. Feeling her heartbeat quicken, He Ching clung to his back. Lin Zhengran had a pretty good idea of what was on her mind. I really don't get you girls and your constant inner drama. But I'll just say this, I have no interest in middle school girls. He Ching froze. Her eyes instantly turned red, as if she was about to cry. No interest? What does that mean? Did I just get rejected? But I haven't even confessed yet. I haven't said anything. How did I already fail? Just as Lin Zhengran was about to say something else, he suddenly heard her sniffle. Are you crying? No, I'm not crying. Whoa. She bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. I'm not crying, Wu. Lin Zhengran sighed. Crying won't change anything. Stick your head forward. Huh. Oh. She leaned forward as much as she could. And then, Lin Zhengran said, take the hand you're holding on to me with and put on your forehead. Then flick yourself. Hard. Oh. Okay. Sniffling, He Qing placed her hand on her forehead and gave herself a hard flick. Ow. She yelped from the pain, then teared up even more. That really hurt. I hit myself too hard. Lin Zhengran found her ridiculous. She really went all out on herself. Good. That way you'll learn your lesson. Do you remember what you said when you were little? Why did you want to learn Taekwondo in the first place? Still feeling wronged, she sniffled, her eyes brimming with tears. I remember. I wanted to become strong, so I could protect you when you got bullied. I wanted to grow up into someone strong. Lin Zhengran asked, so have you done that? Do you think you've grown up? And no. She was completely honest with him. Actually, my Taekwondo training hasn't been going great lately, and I keep making you mad. She held onto the small box in her hands tightly. If you know you're not grown up yet, why are you overthinking things? Lin Zhengran adjusted his grip on her legs and continued walking. After a pause, he added, if you win the town's Taekwondo competition next year as a reward, I'll grant you one small wish. He Qing blinked. A small wish? Then Lin Zhengran suddenly said, also, when we start high school, we'll be 16, right? She answered automatically, yes, 16 in high school, 18 when we graduate. Mom says that once I start high school, I'll be a real young lady. At first, she was just responding casually. But after a second, something clicked in her head. Her eyes widened, and her whole face lit up. Blushing, she muttered to herself, wait, a real young lady? When I start high school, I won't be a little girl anymore. I'll be a real young lady. Remembering what he had said earlier, she gathered her courage and asked, Lin Zhengran, you do like girls, right? Lin Zhengran was speechless. Huh? What kind of question is that? I'm not planning on becoming a monk. What do you think? Yi Qing's face broke into a bright smile. Oh, really? Then if you don't like little kids and I win the town's tournament next year and I become strong and I'm not a little girl anymore when I start high school, will you? Her brain worked fast, and she instinctively reworded her question. Carefully, she asked, you won't abandon me, right? When we were little, you said I could stay by your side forever. Yeah, back in kindergarten, I did say you could follow me. That promise still stands. Overjoyed, He Qing burst into a happy giggle. Really? Then her expression froze. She blinked blankly. Wait, so does this mean did I just succeed in confessing or fail? But I don't think I even confessed. This feels weird. All of a sudden, she found herself looking forward to high school, looking forward to growing up. Little He Qing rested her forehead against Lin Zhengran's back, her face growing increasingly flushed. You're stabbing me in the back. What exactly have you been carrying since yesterday? Lin Zhengran asked out of nowhere. Huh, is it really that uncomfortable? He Qing asked softly, adjusting the position of the box. It's a gift for you. I'll show you once we get home. After adjusting it, she asked, is it better now? Yeah, a bit. As they neared home, He Qing nervously asked, by the way, are Uncle and Annie home? They're not. Just go take a shower when we get in. At the door, He Qing took off her muddy shoes and slipped into a pair of women's slippers. Even though her shoes were dirty, her socks were still pristine, and her little feet remained spotless. She headed to the bathroom, ready to take off her puffer jacket, only to realize she was still hugging her gift. Lin Zhengran also removed his mud-stained jacket and casually reminded her, just set it down. I won't peek. He knew she had been preparing this gift for a long time. After all, she had been acting distracted for the past 2 weeks, clearly preoccupied with something. She had probably been busy with this the whole time. Lin Zhengran wasn't about to ruin her efforts with something as petty as sneaking a look. Hearing his reassurance, He Qing adorably placed the box on the floor. I'll show you after my shower. She took off her jacket, but as she did, some of the mud splattered onto her sweater. Startled, she let out a small yelp. My sweater's dirty too. Now I have to wash it. She quickly removed the sweater, revealing a plain white undershirt beneath. But in her clumsy rush, she accidentally smeared mud onto that too. She stared in horror at the dirty fabric, her face turning red. My undershirt is dirty too. Everything's dirty. Lin Zhengran was speechless. How was she this clumsy? What are you doing? Trying to get every single piece of clothing covered in mud on purpose. He Qing shrank her head down, feeling wronged. She wasn't doing it on purpose. Slowly, she started picking at the mud spots with her fingers. Lin Zhengran sighed and turned toward his bedroom. I'll get you some pajamas. You can wear mine until your clothes are dry. He Qing mumbled her agreement, and soon, the sound of running water filled the bathroom as she locked the door behind her. Sure enough, as she undressed, she discovered that after falling into the mud earlier, even the inner layer of her pants was dirty. Only her underwear was still clean, and her bra. Frustrated, He Qing mimicked Lin Zhengran's habit of knocking on her own forehead, scolding herself. What are you doing? Lin Zhengran just said he doesn't like useless girls, and you're out here, being a complete airhead. She grabbed the shower gel and shampoo and lathered herself up, drenching herself in warm water. Meanwhile, Lin Zhengran lay on his bed, listening to the sound of her shower. Thinking back to yesterday, he couldn't help but wonder, was Jang Shui about to say something like that to him, too? These two girls were too much. Then, He Qing called from the bathroom, Lin Zhengran, which towel should I use? Which one is Andy's? Lin Zhengran raised his voice to answer. My mom and dad use the same one. Just use mine, the white one with the blue border. I just washed it yesterday. Wait, I am using yours. He Qing's voice was barely above a whisper, but he could already hear the embarrassment in her tone. Yeah, just deal with it. There's no other towel left. Okay, got it. Inside the bathroom, He Qing let the warm water run over her head. She turned to look at the blue bordered towel hanging on the wall, her lips pressing together. That's his towel. She stared at it, and before she knew it, a thought popped into her head. She hesitated, then slowly reached for it, inching it toward her nose. But just as she was about to sniff it, her face turned bright red. Panicked, she snapped her eyes shut and quickly put it back. She turned the hot water up, washing her face vigorously to cool down. In her mind, she chanted, I'm not a pervert. I'm not a pervert. I'm not a pervert. I can't do that kind of thing. About 10 minutes later, He Qing finished her shower. Her loose ponytail was undone, and her long hair draped over her shoulders. She put on Lin Zhengran's pajamas and was shocked by how oversized they were. Just the top alone reached halfway down her thighs, and the scent of him lingered on the fabric. Peeking her head out of the bathroom, she checked if Lin Zhengran was in the living room. Seeing he wasn't there, she carefully wrapped her towel around her hair. Since long hair takes forever to dry, it was better to leave it wrapped for a while to prevent catching a cold. Then, like a proper lady of the house, she grabbed her dirty clothes and went to the balcony to toss them into the washing machine. Having visited this house countless times, she knew where everything was. Once she started the machine, she immediately grabbed a mop and returned to the bathroom to wipe the floor dry. Then, she placed the used towel into a basin to wash it by hand. That's when she noticed Lin Zhengran's socks, which he had taken off earlier. Hearing her bustling about, Lin Zhengran grew curious and stepped out of his room. What he saw left him speechless. She had made herself right at home. The washing machine was running, the mop was propped against the wall, and the little girl was busy at the sink scrubbing a towel. Not only that, but she was even washing the socks he had just taken off. What are you doing? He asked. He Qing turned around. Washing the towel. She held up his socks. And your socks, too. They're done. Huh? He was baffled. You could have just thrown them in the washing machine. Besides, I only put those on this morning. The machine is already washing our clothes, so I figured I might as well clean the towel by hand. And as for your socks, well, you wore them outside. A fresh pair would feel cleaner, and they'll dry quickly. She wrung the socks out and said, Go rest in your room. I'll cut you some fruit. I saw apples and pears on the table. Do you want one? Lin Zhengran, apple. Okay, I'll cut it for you. After hanging the wash towel and socks out to dry, He Qing neatly placed the mop on the balcony. She then let out a satisfied sigh. All done. Sitting on the couch, she grabbed a small knife and expertly sliced the apple, poking a few toothpicks into the pieces. Then, she carried the plate into Lin Zhengran's room and set it beside his bed. All done. Just eat. Fairy he, after an intense battle with the Crimson Sky Demon Hound, was covered in blood. You brought her to your home. As a token of gratitude, she washed your clothes, cleaned the house, and even prepared you some fruit. These actions contained the essence of her true spirit Qi. Upon absorbing it, your strength increased by 1, and your charisma increased by 2. He Qing ran back to the bathroom and unwrapped her towel, ready to blow-dry her hair. But when she picked up the hairdryer, she hesitated. This was a new model. She had never used it before. Lin Zhengran, how do you use this? Teach me. Lin Zhengran let out a deep sigh and walked over. Here, like this. He showed her how to use it, and as he did, he suddenly realized. When tied in a ponytail, her hair didn't seem that long. But now that it was down, it actually reached her waist. Watching her struggle to dry it properly, he said, Since you did so much work just now, I'll help you. Give me the dryer and stand over here. He Qing was overwhelmed with surprise, but when Lin Zhengran called out again, Come here, she hurried over. She turned her back to him first, letting him dry the back of her hair. Her small hands were clasped nervously in front of her, while the warm air from the hairdryer made her feel cozy. Occasionally, she would sneak peeks at Lin Zhengran through the mirror, watching him seriously dry her hair. Her cheeks grew redder each time. You've grown a bit taller since last year, haven't you? How tall are you now? Lin Zhengran asked casually. Softly, He Qing answered, 157 centimeters. I measured just a few days ago, but my growth has slowed down since last year. I feel like I'm still a bit short. If I could reach 165 centimeters, that would be perfect, she added in a small voice, when one is already 163 cm. Since he was a full head taller than both of them, Lin Zhengran had never paid much attention to their heights. Really? You two seem about the same to me. He Qing stroked a lock of her hair. She's definitely taller than me. Lin Zhengran, do you think girls look better when they're short or when they're tall? Lin Zhengran answered truthfully, I don't really have an opinion on that. It's all the same to me. Then what kind of girl do you like? I don't have a specific type. I just like whoever I like. He Qing pursed her lips. That's not even a real answer. But in reality, Lin Zhengran was simply being honest. He reminded her, the back is almost dry. Turn around so I can get the front and the top. Oh, He Qing spun around, only to suddenly find herself face to face with his broad chest. Her heart skipped a beat. Blushing furiously, she lowered her head, her forehead nearly touching his chest. Lin Zhengran, on the other hand, was completely unbothered. He casually ran his fingers through her hair, methodically drying it. But the more natural he was, the more awkward she felt. Her hands clenched and unclenched anxiously, and every time he touched her hair, her forehead would brush lightly against his chest. This is the first time he's ever dried my hair. I'm so happy. She couldn't help but fidget, her fingers sneaking toward the hem of his shirt to give it a little poke. She let the warm air blow through her hair, deep in thought. Wait, isn't this kind of thing something only couples do? But when he does it with me, it doesn't feel weird at all. Why is that? Suddenly, He Qing's hand stopped moving. A realization struck her. Memories from before, combined with their conversation earlier on the street, all pieced together in her mind. Her sharp little brain had finally figured it out, though an outsider might not have understood her thought process. Covering her red face with her hands, she thought to herself, so that's it. That's what's going on. At that moment, she realized something incredibly important. Lin Zhengran noticed her sudden, weird behavior. Why are you covering your face? Look up. He Qing quickly responded, snapping her head up. She bit her lip and looked at him. Clutching the hem of her clothes, she spoke to herself in her mind. So that's why. I finally figured it out. It all makes sense now. Lin Zhengran and I, we're already a couple. Hee hee. Meanwhile, Lin Zhengran had no idea what crazy thoughts were running through her head. Once he finished drying her hair, he put the hairdryer away. All right, tie your ponytail back up. Oh, okay. Qing's expression was filled with pure joy as she turned to the mirror. She bit down on a hair tie and gathered her hair into a neat ponytail. By then, Lin Zhengran had already gone back to his bedroom, lying on his bed and eating an apple. After tying her hair, Qing shook her head lightly, making her ponytail sway. She spotted the slightly dirty gift box on the floor. Carefully opening it, she took out the scarf, folded it, and hid it behind her back. Then, she walked into the bedroom. Lin Zhengran, still chewing on his apple, saw her sneaky movements and instantly knew she had brought the gift. Qing slowly pulled out a delicate gray scarf. This is your gift. I knitted it for you bit by bit. I chose a finer yarn and made it double-layered so it would be warmer. She hesitated before continuing. Originally, I had a different reason for giving it to you, shaking her head. She murmured, but I just realized I was thinking about it the wrong way. So now, this is just a winter gift. I hope you like it. Lin Zhengran looked at the finely crafted gray scarf, feeling both surprised and not surprised at all. In his past life, girls had given him scarves before, but Qing's was different. She had used fine yarn, which made the knitting process much more tedious. Moreover, the detailed edge work and intricate finish showed how much effort she had put into it. Sitting up, Lin Zhengran picked it up for a closer look. How long did this take you? Qing was about to sit down, but when he asked, she immediately stood up straight. Half a month. You've done this before? It looks really well made. That one casual compliment was enough to make Qing happy for an entire day. Her tone turned cheerful. Nope, this was my first time knitting anything. At first, I didn't even know how, so I kept messing up and redoing it. But since it was for you, I didn't want it to be sloppy. Lin Zhengran looked up and saw her eager expression, as if she had "please praise me" written all over her face. Instead, he reached out and flicked her forehead. Qing yelped, covering her head. What? You don't like it? Lin Zhengran kept a straight face as he said, I like it. I'll take good care of it. Qing blushed, but then he added, but you spent half a month on this, got hurt during Taekwondo training, and spent your days spacing out. Do you have a problem? Qing pursed her lips and for once talked back. How is that a problem? You're really important to me. Fidgeting with her fingers, she mumbled, no one's more important than you. Lin Zhengran flicked her forehead again. She still had a lot of growing up to do. I've told you before, always take care of yourself first. If you ever stay up late or get hurt just to make me something again, I won't accept it. Got it. Got it. Lin Zhengran glanced at the scarf again before casually wrapping it around his neck. Seeing this, Qing beamed. Let me help you put it on properly. I never said I was going to wear it. She froze and stared at him. Then, in a mosquito-like whisper, she muttered, try taking it off. I dare you. Lin Zhengran sighed. She knew exactly what that look meant. Tentatively, she reached out and gently adjusted the scarf, crossing it over and tucking in the end. There, all done. Clasping her hands together in front of her, she grinned. You look really good with it. I'll go get a mirror. She excitedly ran off to find one. With the dryer running, it would be a while before their clothes were ready. Lin Zhengran sat on his bed, reading under the blanket. Qing boldly climbed onto the bed beside him, sneaking under the same blanket. Her little feet wiggled happily beneath the covers. What are you reading? She asked cutely. Linear algebra. Since the system treated studying as cultivation, Lin Zhengran made it a habit to read whenever he had free time. His enhanced focus and memory allowed him to retain information far beyond the average person. Qing peeked at the page, but it looked like a foreign language to her. Still, she was delighted just to sit beside him. Lin Zhengran asked, Can you even understand this? Nope. Everything you read is too advanced for me. Then why are you sitting here? I just like sitting here. Seeing his skeptical look, she avoided his gaze and pretended to read along. It didn't matter whether she understood. As long as she was beside him, today felt like a wonderful day. Under the covers, her little feet kept happily swinging. While reading, Lin Zhengran got up and found some medicinal balm for bruises. Qing had no idea what he was up to until he returned and asked, By the way, does your foot still hurt? Lying on the bed, Qing only just realized it. She blinked, dumbfounded. Huh? It doesn't hurt anymore. When did it stop? She looked at Lin Zhengran, and a sudden thought made her wave her hands frantically in defense. Don't think I was lying. I wasn't pretending just to make you carry me. I swear, it really did hurt earlier, but ever since we got to your house, I kind of forgot about it, and now it's fine. You have to believe me. I told you before, I won't lie to you again. Lin Zhengran glanced at her and lifted the blanket, checking her ankle. Why are you explaining so much? I never said I didn't believe you. Give me your foot. He squatted beside the bed and examined her ankle. Earlier, it had been red, but without any visible injuries. Now, even the redness had mostly faded. If the pain's gone this fast, then it was probably just the cold air irritating your old injury. After taking a hot shower, the warmth helped relieve it. He-Ching only half processed what he said. The rest of her focus was entirely on him looking at her foot. She felt so shy. Woman had told her before that, among the parts of a girl's body boys liked, feet were super important. Some guys even thought a pair of pretty feet was more attractive than anything else. They'd even want to play with them. Meanwhile, Lin Zhengran seriously squeezed some balm onto his fingers. Since it doesn't hurt anymore, I'll just apply a little as a precaution. But you should be more careful next time. Don't run around in the rain again. He-Ching was lost in thought. Lin Zhengran repeated, Did you hear me? She snapped back to reality, jolting. I heard. I'll remember. She pursed her lips, watching him gently rub the balm onto her ankle. I wonder what kind of features he likes most in a girl. Hands? Feet? Eyes? Nose? Lips? Or something else? Once the clothes were dry, He-Ching locked the bedroom door and changed into her freshly washed outfit. Then, Lin Zhengran accompanied her downstairs. At the entrance of the residential complex, he asked, Do you have enough money for a taxi? He-Ching nodded. I'll just walk back. It's not too far. Lin Zhengran pulled out a large bill from his pocket. Over the past few weeks, as Han Wenwen had been making money, Lin Zhengran had naturally earned quite a bit as well. Take this and get a cab home. No need to stress your foot. He-Ching stared at the bill with wide eyes. That's a lot of money. Lin Zhengran added, Just pay me back later. Only then did she reach out cautiously to take it, nodding meekly. Then I'll pay you back after I win the Taekwondo tournament next year and earn some prize money. Neither of them noticed that, at the street corner, a girl in a puffy jacket with twin tails had her hands behind her back, slowly approaching. It was, of course, Jang Shui. The memory of yesterday afternoon still made her face burn with embarrassment. The moment when she and He-Ching had awkwardly bumped into each other on the bridge. On the way home, she had overheard He-Ching mentioning that she planned to visit Lin Zhengran in the afternoon. But Jang Shui had waited at home for ages, and he never came. So, she decided to take the initiative and see if he was at home. Just as she reached the entrance of the residential area, she spotted two figures in the distance. There was no way she'd mistake Lin Zhengran's silhouette. But the girl with the single ponytail, standing beside him, was that He-Ching? Startled, Jang Shui quickly hid behind a wall, peeking out cautiously. Why is that big idiot with He-Ching? Are they talking about what happened yesterday? And more importantly, they just came out of his house together. Let's just see what's going on first. She hadn't even finished the thought when her gaze landed on Lin Zhengran's neck. A scarf. A few meters away, He-Ching said her goodbyes. She lingered, reluctant to leave. Then, I'm going. See you next week. Get home safe. Send me a message when you get to your dorm. He-Ching's eyes lingered on the scarf around his neck. Carefully, she reached out to adjust it for him. From her hiding spot, Jang Shui's pupils trembled. That scarf, it couldn't be He-Ching's gift, could it? Yesterday, He-Ching had been carrying a box, clearly a gift box. It had looked large but light. If she imagined that a scarf had been inside, everything made sense. Which meant He-Ching already gave him her gift. And he accepted it. Just then, He-Ching glanced down and noticed her shoelaces had come undone. She bent down to tie them. Jang Shui's eyes widened dramatically. Because in her eyes, He-Ching wasn't tying her shoelaces. She was kneeling down to propose. He-Ching is down on one knee proposing to that big idiot. A confession. It was exactly like her dream from the other night. She saw He-Ching look up and say something to Lin Zhengran, but she couldn't hear it. The words were too quiet, but she could imagine. In Jang Shui's mind, He Qing gazed up at Lin Zhengran with deep emotion. Lin Zhengran, marry me. That's why I'm down on one knee, proposing to you. Will you be my husband? He Qing paused, then added, if you're willing, please take my hand. Jiang Shui clutched the corner of the wall, biting her lip anxiously. And then, Lin Zhengran reached out and pulled He Qing up. Jiang Shui's heart nearly burst out of her chest. She saw He Qing blush and say, I'm so happy right now. I need to go back to the dorm and calm down. In a few days, let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and register our marriage. She waved, and Lin Zhengran nodded. All right, I'll go with you in a few days. Be careful on the way, my love. Of course, all of this was purely Jiang Shui's imagination. In reality, He Qing had simply tied her shoelaces and then checked her ankle. She pressed it lightly and looked up. My foot really doesn't hurt anymore. Lin Zhengran held out a hand and helped her up. Even if it doesn't hurt, be careful. If the pain comes back, you'll need to see a doctor. Be extra cautious for the next few days. He Qing nodded. All right, I'm going now. She waved. Lin Zhengran nodded back. Take it slow. He Qing took 3 steps, then turned back for another look. Even after getting into the taxi, she rolled down the window and continued waving. Once she was gone, Lin Zhengran turned to head toward Jiang Shui's house. There was a small rehearsal at her studio that afternoon, and after yesterday's events, he figured he should check in. But the moment he turned, he spotted someone peeking from behind a wall, a small pinkish face and a pair of dangling twin tails. He immediately knew who it was. Jiang Shui? Why are you hiding? Jiang Shui, caught red-handed, originally wanted to run, but her emotions exploded. Tears welling up, she stomped forward, clenched her fists, and shouted, Idiot! Dumbass! Big stupid pighead! You liar! How could you accept someone else's proposal? Biting her lip, her voice choked with tears. You promised to marry me. If you don't marry me, who am I supposed to marry? Who will I be a bride for? Then she spun around and ran, covering her eyes as tears streamed down her face. Whoa, I hate liars. But just as she passed Lin Zhengran, he grabbed her by the arm, utterly speechless. What are you on about? What proposal? Who proposed to who? When did I lie? Explain before you run. Seeing her tearful eyes, Lin Zhengran thought she was going to completely break down. Who knew she'd suddenly grab his arm, tears still welling in her eyes, yet tugging at her mouth as she stared hard at him. You better explain. Explain now. Lin Zhengran broke into a cold sweat. What kind of people was he even hanging out with? Explain what? I should be asking you to explain. What were you rambling about just now? Jiang Shui's eyes were red as she looked at him, all aggrieved. What do I have to explain, you big dummy? You're the one who should be explaining, dummy, stupid dummy. You're still cursing? Not cursing anymore, though she clearly didn't dare go further. Seeing Lin Zhengran staring at her, Jiang Shui spoke again. Anyway, I clearly saw her proposing just now. The two of you, she poked Lin Zhengran's arm. Let go of my hand first. Let me tell you the truth, and then I want to see how you explain it. Lin Zhengran let go. Jiang Shui used both hands to reenact the scene, mimicking He Qing's actions just now. Tying the scarf, kneeling on one knee. All of it. When I showed up just now, I saw you two like this, then like that, and then that. Then she got down on one knee, and then you said you're going to the Civil Affairs Bureau this week to get your marriage certificate. Are you not going to admit that? Lin Zhengran blinked in confusion. Even though her description was totally abstract, maybe because he'd known her since they were little, he could vaguely get the gist. Basically, she thought she had just witnessed a proposal. Lin Zhengran asked, let's set aside your this and that nobody understands. What do you mean we're going to the Civil Affairs Bureau this week to register a marriage? Do you seriously think middle schoolers can get legally married? Jiang Shui was about to respond, but suddenly froze. Eyes still teary, she stared at him and blinked blankly. Oh, right. I think you have to be over 20 to get married. Then why did you say you were going to register? Lin Zhengran couldn't hold it in and gave her a forehead flick. Ow! Jiang Shui yelped, holding her head with both hands, and finally stopping the crying. Why'd you hit me, you big dummy? Lin Zhengran gave her a look full of disdain. That ridiculous stuff you were saying just now, did you actually hear that with your own ears? Don't tell me you just imagine it all. Jang Shui let out a guilty, So, it was all in your head. He flicked her again. Each flick wasn't actually painful, but enough to snap her out of her state. She pointed at the scarf on his neck. You hit me again. Then what about that scarf you're wearing? That scarf was from He Qing, wasn't it? Lin Zhengran replied casually, oh, that. He said deliberately, all right, fine. You weren't wrong. Everything you imagined just now was totally true. Jang Shui's eyes went wide, and she suddenly swung her little fists, pounding Lin Zhengran wildly. Liar, liar, liar. I didn't hear anything just now. It was all in my head. You two aren't even together, and you're both too young to get married. Hurry up and tell me what really happened. I don't believe you go back on your word. My big dummy isn't that kind of person. Lin Zhengran used her phantom punches, caught her tiny fists, and calmly said, I'll say it once. He Qing got her clothes dirty just now, so she came to my place to wash up. After she finished, I walked her downstairs. That's it. Jiang Shui stopped mid-punch. Then suddenly, she lit up, skipping any emotional transition. Hands behind her back, beaming. So that's what it was. You should have just said so, you big dummy. Her whole face radiated sunshine. I knew it. Even if you're terrible at everything else, you're always honest. You've never lied to me, and I really trust you. In Jiang Shui's heart, Lin Zhengran might be a little flirty, but he would never lie. And if there was ever a conflict between what Lin Zhengran said and the so-called facts, then what he said had to be the truth, and the facts had to be fake. Because back in elementary school during that theft incident, Jiang Shui had already decided the big dummy was the only one in the world she could trust without question. When it came to trust, both Jiang Shui and He Qing had always been at 100% with Lin Zhengran, a passive perk of growing up as childhood friends. Suddenly, a car came from the distance and stopped at the entrance of the residential complex. The driver's side window rolled down. Behind the wheel was a beautiful woman in her 30s. Jiang Shui, what are you doing here? I'm heading to the studio to record. Want a ride? Hearing the voice, Jiang Shui turned and wiped her tears with her arm. Sister Zhang. Sure, I was just planning to go. She didn't forget to introduce someone either, completely dropping all suspicion about the He Qing situation. Sister Zhang, let me introduce him. This is Lin Zhengran. He's my childhood friend. Lin Zhengran smiled. Hello, Sister Zhang. Sister Zhang responded, Hey there, handsome. I think I've seen you at the studio before. Weren't you the one who sometimes went with Shui to pick things up or watch a record? Lin Zhengran nodded. Yeah, I've been there a few times with her. Sister Zhang smiled thoughtfully. Childhood friends, huh? That's sweet. All right, I'll give both of you a ride. Jiang Shui smiled sheepishly, said, Thank you, Sister Zhang, and looked at Lin Zhengran. Big dummy, let's go together? Lin Zhengran said, Let's go. The two of them got into the car and headed to the Children's Talent Agency. Once there, since she had to record sooner or later anyway, Jiang Shui went straight into the recording booth. Lin Zhengran sat in the audience rest area with his arms crossed, listening to Jiang Shui sing. The moment she stood on stage, her singing talent switched on instantly. Though her voice today was a bit off, probably from everything that happened earlier. The sound engineer asked, It started off okay, but toward the end, Lily's voice doesn't sound like usual. A bit hoarse? Want to take a break and let someone else go first? Holding the mic, Jiang Shui realized it was probably because she'd cried earlier. Okay, I'll take a break and come back later. She set the mic down and looked down and saw that there were two other girls, also singers, trying to get Lin Zhengran's contact info. Hey, handsome, what school are you from? You're really good looking. What's your number? Yeah, what's your number? Did you come to watch someone rehearse? Lin Zhengran had zero interest in these 13 or 14-year-old girls. I don't have a phone number. I'm here with her, the one on stage. Seeing her territory being threatened, Jiang Shui waved her fists and hurried over. The girls saw her and exchanged a glance, a bit disappointed. Oh, you're Lily's date? Well, okay then. Wait, does that mean Lily has a boyfriend? They left, chatting. Of course Jiang Shui heard what they said. Her face flushed again, but she didn't deny it. Boyfriend. She walked up to Lin Zhengran. Big dummy. What were you doing just now? Lin Zhengran replied, sitting here listening to your song. What else? By the way, this studio really sees people come and go all the time. Newbies in, old ones out. Jang Shui nodded. Yeah, lots of people sing for a bit and leave when they don't get famous. This studio doesn't have much backing anyway, and none of the singers here seem to have made real money. Then she suddenly got annoyed again. Wait, that's not what I wanted to say. I meant, why is it that every time you sit here, someone tries to hit on you? Are you really that attractive to girls? Okay, I admit you're handsome and talented, but still. Lin Zhengran. And what does someone asking me for my number have to do with me? Besides, I didn't give it. Jang Shui sat down beside him, pouting. Humph, at least you're acting decent. She glanced at the scarf around his neck. Her bright eyes noticed the fine craftsmanship. What's the deal with that scarf? It's from I Ching, right? He looked down. Yeah. She says a winter gift for me. But after wearing it all afternoon, it's way too hot. I'll find a box and put it away tonight. Jang Shui was surprised it was just a winter gift, though she still felt jealous. At least it wasn't a confession. She suddenly remembered that she wanted to invite him to the zoo. Lin Zhengran asked, Didn't you want to tell me something yesterday too? I saw you holding some kind of flyer. The moment the word flyer left Lin Zhengran's mouth, Jang Shui practically bristled like a startled kitten. She stammered, Huh? What flyer? Oh, she forced a grin and quickly looked away. You mean that flyer? Well, I just randomly picked it up on the street. Her eyes inadvertently drifted toward a group of girls chatting in the distance. Some of them were stealing glances at her, waving or giggling behind their hands. It was the kind of look people gave at school when they were shipping a couple, whispering things like, Go for it. Jang Shui snapped her gaze back to Lin Zhengran and, gathering her courage, said, I'll ask you a question first. Answer me, and then I'll tell you. Lin Zhengran raised an eyebrow. Jang Shui's lips quivered as she struggled to speak. Big idiot. Am I someone really important to you? Or am I just a simple childhood friend? Like, if I suddenly disappeared one day, would you even be sad for long? She clenched her fists tightly on her lap. I know you wouldn't lie to me, so I want to hear your honest answer. Lin Zhengran looked at her. Jang Shui held her breath, her eyes locked onto his. That's supposed to be one question? Feels like three. And why am I the one being interrogated? Who cares how many? Who cares who asks who? Jang Shui shut her eyes, blushing furiously, and shouted, Stop trying to change the subject at such a crucial moment. Lin Zhengran watched her intently. He knew whatever he said next would mean a lot to her. But he wasn't the type to sugarcoat things. He would just tell the truth. What kind of nonsense are you asking? Of course, you're important to me. You, He Ching, and everyone else in my life. And what do you mean by just a simple childhood friend? We've known each other for 7 years. For 7 years, we've practically been together every day. Yeah, you can be loud and annoying sometimes, but if you really did disappear from my life one day... Jang Shui's heart pounded wildly. Her fingers, clenched tightly, began to tremble slightly. Lin Zhengran continued, I'd definitely be worried sick. It has nothing to do with how long I've taught you music. It's just, you're the only person who grew up with me. Jang Shui's eyes shimmered. She covered her lips with her hands, her voice tiny, her face red beyond saving. I figured you'd say something unexpected, but I didn't think I'd be this important to you. Big idiot. Then, all of a sudden, she shut her eyes and started furiously punching Lin Zhengran like a tiny, overexcited hamster. Her mind was an absolute mess. Big idiot. Who told you to say things that make a girl this embarrassed? This is so humiliating. How can you just say things like that? Lin Zhengran watched her punch his arm. It was more like a light massage, really, and said blankly, Are you insane? Didn't you ask? I just answered. And how is that even cheesy? Jang Shui spotted a girl passing by who was covering her mouth, giggling after overhearing part of their conversation. She immediately panicked. That's not cheesy. Then what is considered cheesy? Ugh, I hate you so much right now. Desperate to change the subject, she dug through her pocket, pulled out the folded flyer, and unfolded it in front of him. Since you answered my question, I won't be embarrassed anymore. This is what I wanted to show you yesterday. A new zoo just opened in our city, and I want to take you there. Lin Zhengran took the flyer from her. A zoo? After all that build-up, it was just this? But honestly, I'm not really interested. Jang Shui clenched her fists. How could you not be interested? I looked it up online. It has tigers and lions. You probably haven't even been to a zoo before, right? This is the perfect chance to go. And it's not like you have to pay. I still have tons of New Year's money left. Lin Zhengran realized something. Even though Jiang Shui had grown up with him, she actually didn't know much about his past experiences. For example, she assumed he had never been to a zoo. But in his previous life, he had visited them plenty of times. Lin Zhengran asked, "Do you want to go?" Jiang Shui blushed. More like I want to go with you. Oh God, what am I saying? I must be insane. But whatever. If I'm going to die of embarrassment, then so be it. He already said something so bold, so I could be a little reckless too. I'll just go down with the ship. Lin Zhengran handed the flyer back to her. Jiang Shui blinked, dazed. Then he said, "I can go, but you know I'm pretty busy. So, if you win first place in next year's town competition, I'll take you." He added, "And we can also go watch a movie together. Last time, you fell asleep in a theater and kept whining about missing the ending for days. This way, you can finally make up for it." Jiang Shui practically exploded with joy. She couldn't sit still. She jumped up, grinning ear to ear. "For real? Big idiot. You're really going to take me to a movie? And you even initiated the invitation? I need to think carefully about this." She dramatically looked up as if deep in thought. Lin Zhengran teased, "If you don't want to go then..." Before he could finish, Jiang Shui frantically cut him off. "I'm going. Who said I wasn't going? I definitely want to go. Winning a little town competition? Pfft, easy." She puffed up her chest confidently. "Big idiot. After all these years of training under your guidance, and with my natural talent, I'm basically the best. In the studio, I was just being humble before. If I really want to win, as long as you're by my side, I will win." Lin Zhengran looked at her confident expression, the way her eyes sparkled as she spoke. Her twin ponytails even bounced slightly from how animated she was. Just then, the recording engineer called out, "Lily, everyone else is done recording. Have you rested enough?" Jiang Shui turned and replied, "Oh, I'm good. Let me just take a sip of water, and I'll be right there." She then looked back at Lin Zhengran, smiling. "Today, I'll give you a sneak peek of the progress I've made. As the star you personally trained, I won't lose to anyone." She grabbed a bottle of water, took a quick sip, and dashed toward the recording studio. With a deep breath, she picked up the microphone. The sheer excitement and happiness from earlier fueled her, filling her with boundless energy. She sang her heart out, the song she planned to perform on stage next year. Lin Zhengran sat in the lounge, arms crossed, watching her. After a moment, he found himself smiling unconsciously. Jiang Shui's talent was indeed above average, and with his training, she had already reached a level where she outshined everyone else in the studio. The other singers in the room all turned to watch her, captivated by her performance, awed by her skill. Just then, the studio's manager, who had just finished handling business outside, stepped in. Hearing Jiang Shui's voice, she couldn't help but pause and smile in appreciation. "It's been years since I've seen a girl with this much talent." Jiang Shui, throughout her entire performance, never took her eyes off Lin Zhengran. As she sang the final lyrics, "You are my forever star," her cheeks flushed. She smiled at him with her eyes closed. "Big idiot. With what you just said, I'll never be afraid again. You're mine. No one can take you from me." Jiang Shui will definitely win. By the time the recording session ended, it was already late at night. Jiang Shui's singing had left everyone feeling hopeful about next year's town competition. Maybe, just maybe, the studio could finally make a name for itself. With her hands clasped behind her back, Jiang Shui walked alongside Lin Zhengran on the way home. The winter night had fallen quickly, and though the streets weren't completely silent, the occasional passing cars made the surroundings feel a little less empty. "Big idiot, I heard that girls go through a huge growth spurt when they get to high school. Do you think I'll grow super tall? Maybe even taller than you?" Lin Zhengran glanced at her bouncing twin ponytails. She was a little taller than He Qing, but you're overthinking it. I'm still going to grow, but I doubt you'll get much taller. Huh, why not? I'm only 1.63 meters right now. I've grown a lot these past few years. You never studied biology, did you? Middle school is when girls grow the fastest. While you will keep growing in high school, it probably won't be height. Not height? Then what? She was genuinely confused. Lin Zhengran rolled his eyes. Go read a book. TCH stingy. You act like you're the only smart one. My grades are pretty good too, you know? I'm always in the upper middle ranks. Jang Shui snuck a glance at Lin Zhengran's side profile, then muttered, though, you are better than me. Maybe it was just her eyes, but Jang Shui always thought this guy looked ridiculously handsome, all the time. If only he didn't act so cool. It made him seem like a total adult, never like a kid. Out of nowhere, she blurted out, middle school went by so fast. Winter break starts next week, and it will be in 9th grade. Honestly, ever since elementary school ended, I've actually been a little scared. Scared? Lin Zhengran was curious. Jiang Shui turned away, too embarrassed to look at him. I mean, scared that the world won't be the way I imagine when I grow up. Lin Zhengran let out a small laugh, but didn't say anything. Jiang Shui stared at the ground as they walked. She knew exactly what she had been afraid of these past 2 years. Afraid that when He Qing came back, her relationship with Lin Zhengran would change. Afraid that the big idiot would get stolen away by that adorable He Qing. Afraid that he would stop keeping her company, that he would forget about her. But after what you said this afternoon, I feel so much better. I won't doubt myself anymore. I'm not some tragic loser. I heard with my own ears how much I matter to you. If I can't even believe in your sincerity, then I'd really be useless. From now on, I'll never think about losing. I'll definitely win. Her words were all over the place, some spoken aloud, some just in her heart. To an outsider, it would sound like a jumbled mess. But no matter what she said, Lin Zhengran never poured cold water on someone who was fired up. Good luck. Hearing those 2 words, Jiang Shui's heart thumped wildly. She bit her lip, feeling like steam was rising from her head. As they reached the intersection, she waved at Lin Zhengran. Big idiot, see you at school tomorrow? And don't forget your promise. If I win the competition next year, you have to take me to the zoo and to the movies. Don't worry. I always keep my word. Jiang Shui grinned and waved as she crossed the street. Lin Zhengran turned and headed home. But just as the twin ponytail girl reached the middle of the intersection, she suddenly stopped. She didn't keep walking. Instead, she turned around and looked at Lin Zhengran's retreating figure. Then, she took a deep breath and shouted, Big idiot, don't forget the pinky promise we made at school. She waited for a large truck to pass by, deliberately mixing her next words with the sound of the engine, before yelling at the top of her lungs. We're going to be together for a lifetime. Lin Zhengran turned his head toward her, but by the time he looked, Jiang Shui had already disappeared beyond a street corner. Strength, +5. Stamina, +5. Charisma, +5. Endurance, +7. Small blue diamond current spirit level, 48. Small blue diamond unlocked abilities, small blue diamond. Flex biceps strength, 58. At 50 points, you gain the ability to maintain muscle mass without exercise. Wide heavy checkmark unlocked. High voltage stamina, 55. At 60 points, you will gain the ability to exert yourself indefinitely without fatigue. Hourglass not done, almost there. Fire endurance, 63. At 70 points, you will gain double stamina and triple endurance. Hourglass not done, getting close. Sparkle's charisma, 55. Your charm is now doubled. Wide heavy checkmark unlocked. Small blue diamond additional effect. Your body will no longer deteriorate from lack of exercise, and you are now immune to all illnesses. On the way home, Lin Zhengran listened as the system rapid-fired notifications into his brain. He could feel the enhancements to his body. The new strength boost surprised him the most. The system hadn't explicitly mentioned disease immunity before, but now that he had unlocked it, he realized how valuable it was. So I can't get sick anymore? Guess that means I don't even need to use a blanket when I sleep. But blankets were comfortable, so he was definitely still going to use one. As his figure faded into the distance, on another street corner, Jang Shui crouched behind a wall. Her chest heaved, her face burning red. She forcefully covered her mouth, her hands shaking from excitement. Then, her phone suddenly rang, nearly making her jump out of her skin. She scrambled to grab it, checking the caller ID. Not Lin Zhengran. Phew, it was her mom. She answered quickly. Hello, Mom. Her mother's voice came through. Nothing much, just wondering why you're not home yet. Dinner's almost ready. Jang Shui let out a breath. Oh, I'm on my way now. I'm almost home. She hung up in a hurry and rushed toward home, unable to stop smiling. But just as she left, no one noticed that, on another street, someone had been watching. A certain fox-eyed girl, out shopping, had caught everything. Han Wenwen stood frozen in place. That one moment had shocked her for an entire day. That Sundra actually said it out loud. In public, Han Wenwen carried her groceries back to the dormitory. On the balcony, He Ching was stretching, her ponytail swaying with her movements. Despite her usual sweetness, at this moment, she looked focused and determined. She raised one leg high against the wall, stretching it past her head before slowly pressing downward. Wenwen, you're back? Did you go record another video today? Seeing her best friend return, He Ching quickly greeted her. Han Wenwen closed the dorm door and nodded. Yeah, I spent the whole day at my rental place again. Picked up some dinner on the way. But why are you suddenly working out in the dorm? Ching. He Ching lowered her leg, just loosening up a bit. I'm preparing for next year's Taekwondo competition. Ever since I started middle school, I feel like my training progress has slowed a lot. I haven't improved much in over a year, and I can't afford to slack off anymore. She stepped outside to wash her hands, then returned. Otherwise, the competition will be really tough next year. Han Wenwen, intrigued, sat on the bed, her fox-like eyes narrowing playfully as she patted the space next to her. Oh, now that's interesting. What do you mean by slacking off for a year? Are you saying that ever since Lin Zhengran came into the picture, you've been so distracted that you couldn't even focus on Taekwondo? She smirked meaningfully and covered her mouth as she chuckled. So, tell me, during all those weekend training sessions over the past year, what were you really doing? Don't tell me you weren't training at all and were secretly going on dates instead. He Ching's face turned red as she opened their takeout containers. What? Of course we were training. It's just, she admitted reluctantly. Wenwen, you know what's been on my mind this whole time. Ever since Jang Shui appeared, I've been so distracted. That's why I haven't been improving. Han Wenwen tilted her head. So, what you're saying is, you're not worried about her anymore? He Ching handed her a pair of chopsticks. More like, I'm not scared anymore. Han Wenwen took the chopsticks, studying her best friend curiously. Ching, did you finally confess to Lin Zhengran today? What did he say? Don't tell me you chickened out again after yesterday. He Ching hesitated slightly, but still answered honestly. Well, I kind of confessed, I guess. But you know Lin Zhengran, he's not interested in dating middle school girls, so of course he turned me down. Isn't that obvious? She said it so confidently, as if it was the most natural conclusion in the world, without even a hint of disappointment. Han Wenwen blinked, then blinked again. Slowly, her lips parted in confusion. Huh. For once, the little fox had no idea what He Ching was talking about. He Ching continued, completely oblivious to Han Wenwen's bewilderment. I mean, Lin Zhengran already told us, right? You know this too, Wenwen. He's not into middle school girls. He thinks they're too young, so of course he wouldn't agree. If a middle schooler confessed to him, there's no way he'd accept. She smiled as she spoke, completely confident in her logic. But ironically, her smile made Han Wenwen even more confused. Han Wenwen's brain short-circuited. What are you even saying? She mumbled. So, if you knew he wouldn't accept, then what was the point of working on your confession for the past half a month? He Ching pursed her lips and answered softly. Because after I started middle school, Jang Shui showed up. So I got scared that he'd be taken away. I wanted to get closer to him. The strategy you gave me didn't work very well, so I had to think of another way to strengthen our relationship. She looked at Han Wenwen's frozen expression and earnestly explained. But I completely forgot something really important, and I only remembered it today when I went to Lin Zhengran's house. And that is, he and I have been together since we were little. I didn't need to confess at all. In fact, confessing wouldn't even help strengthen our relationship. Because for us, a couple that's already together, confessing is meaningless. Han Wenwen, Han Wenwen, what? At that moment, the little fox's mind went completely blank. For once, she was speechless. She understood every single word He Qing had just said. But when those words were put together in that order, what the hell did they even mean? He Qing, however, was elated. When we were really little, we promised to be together forever. Back in kindergarten, we already decided we would never separate. He never forgot, and I never forgot. So when I've been thinking about this all wrong. She blushed slightly and said, I shouldn't be worrying about whether he likes someone else. What I should be doing is making sure he doesn't cheat. I just need to make him like me the most. That's all that matters. The dorm was utterly silent. Only the faint sounds of students laughing outside could be heard. Han Wenwen blinked a few times, then suddenly burst out laughing, clutching her stomach. She couldn't stop. This was too much. He Qing pouted, embarrassed. Why are you laughing, Wenwen? Am I wrong? Han Wenwen waved her hands frantically, as if surrendering. No. Now that I finally understand what you're saying, I gotta admit. Qing, for once, you actually make sense. She exhaled and slowly got herself together. She muttered thoughtfully, back when you first told me about him having other girls around, what were we worrying about? That he might start liking someone else, right? She ran through the logic, then slowly nodded. If we were afraid of him liking someone else, it must have meant that he already liked you first. Which means, technically speaking, yeah, you two were already together. He Qing, blushing, nodded. That's exactly what I thought, too. Finally, their wildly ridiculous thought processes were completely in sync. With newfound determination, He Qing declared, so starting today, my goal has changed. I'm not going to care about what Jang Shui does anymore. What I will do is become a better version of myself, so that he sees me as more than just a little kid. That way, we can do the things that real couples do. Han Wenwen took 2 cans of soda from their takeout bag and handed one to He Qing with a grin. Well, in that case, let's celebrate the fact that you two have been together all along. Cheers! He Qing popped open her soda and clinked it against Han Wenwen's. Cheers! Both girls took a big sip. After a moment, He Qing asked, oh yeah, when I was at Lin Zhengran's house today, he said that if I win the town's Taekwondo championship next year, he'll grant me one wish. What do you think I should wish for? Han Wenwen, intrigued, tapped her chin. Oh, well, since you two are already in that kind of relationship, there's no need to beat around the bush. She leaned in and whispered something in He Qing's ear. Immediately, He Qing turned bright red. That kind of wish would be so embarrassing, but it does sound nice. And so, with their very interesting conversation, the long day finally came to an end. For the next week, both He Qing and Jang Shui seemed completely motivated, each busy with their own plans. Excited not only for next year's competition, but also for high school, just 1 year away. A week later, final exams arrived. Lin Zhengran even set aside time to tutor Han Wenwen, and thanks to his guidance, her scores ended up in the upper middle range. Another week passed, and finally, the school officially announced the start of winter break. New Year's was just around the corner. The noisy school was bustling with students preparing to head home for winter break. Dorms were crowded with people packing up their belongings, tying up their bags, and getting ready to leave. Many parents had already arrived in their cars, waiting at the school gates to pick up their children. Although each class had different dismissal times, Lin Zhengran, Han Wenwen, and their friends had agreed to leave together before heading to their dorms. As they walked, little He Qing, walking on Lin Zhengran's right, asked her best friend, Wenwen, are you still not going back home this winter break? Staying with your uncle up north again? Han Wenwen nodded with a bright smile. Yeah, my uncle has been busy with business these past 2 years. If I go back, I'd be home alone, so I might as well stay with him. Little He Qing let out a soft, oh, and sighed. That means I have to go back by myself again. Let's keep in touch, okay? If you do end up coming back, let me know. I'll meet you at the station. Of course. Thanks, little Ching Ching. If I return to the south, I'll call you right away. Han Wenwen spoke so naturally that it almost sounded like a lie. But Lin Zhengran, already used to her ways, only glanced at her without interrupting the best friend's farewell. At that moment, Jang Shui nudged Lin Zhengran with her elbow. Big idiot. My mom said we're going back to our hometown this afternoon. The studio is on break too, so I probably won't be back for about 10 days. Lin Zhengran looked at her curiously. Going back home? Got it. Have fun. And when you get back, we'll continue training. Jiang Shui grinned. I'll call you when I'm back. That afternoon, after packing up, the four of them went to the station to see little He Qing off. After that, Jiang Shui also left with her parents. As the evening set in, only Lin Zhengran and Han Wenwen remained at the station. Lin Zhengran asked, when do you plan on telling He Qing that you're never going back to the south? Han Wenwen looked at the high-speed train that had already left. When I earn enough money to fully support myself. That way, little Ching Ching won't worry about me. If I tell her now that I'm living alone, she'll definitely cry her heart out, insist that I stay at her house, or even try to give me money. She turned her fox-like eyes toward Lin Zhengran. I don't want to accept charity, especially not from my best friend. If I take her help, our friendship will change. It won't be equal anymore. Lin Zhengran observed her. She really did seem more mature than others their age. The little fox smiled mischievously. Of course, I could never repay Lin Zhengran's kindness. As a return favor, I'll do my best to fulfill any of your requests. If you want me to repay you with my body, I might even consider it. Lin Zhengran, used to her teasing, ignored her and started walking out of the station. Do you have enough money? Han Wenwen walked beside him. A little left. I didn't upload many gaming videos after school started, so I earned less. The fox-like girl, always good at reading the mood, suggested, how about I treat you to dinner tonight? In exchange, you help me carry my luggage? I've got too much to carry on my own. Sure. What do you want to eat? Lin Zhengran. Braised chicken. Great minds think alike. You have consumed the demon cult's red blood chicken soup. Stamina +1. That night, Lin Zhengran helped Han Wenwen move her things from the school to her rental apartment. After dinner, he said goodbye to the little fox and headed home. Han Wenwen stood at the doorway, waving as he left. Before the new year, families began stocking up on supplies, cleaning their homes, and putting up spring festival couplets to welcome the new year with a fresh start. But Han Wenwen had never done any of that. Growing up under someone else's roof, she was always an outsider. Every new year, her uncle's house would have guests over, and she would hide in her room to avoid trouble. She didn't want to be in the way, nor did she want to hear the inevitable question from strangers. Oh, there's a child in your house. With 10 days left until the new year, Han Wenwen got up early, took a hot shower, and dressed nicely before heading downstairs to the supermarket to buy some snacks. This was her first new year living independently. On the way, she saw kids in brand new clothes running through the streets. People on their phones telling their families that work had just let out, and others discussing what couplets to buy. The festive atmosphere truly made it feel like the old year was coming to an end. At the mall, she pushed a small shopping cart through the crowded supermarket, watching people excitedly buying their New Year supplies. A little child stared at Han Wenwen and blurted out, "This big sister is so pretty." Every time this happened, Han Wenwen would bend down with a smile, pat their head, and say, "Such a cute little kid." Standing in front of a shelf, she tapped her lips thoughtfully. What should I stock up on for the new year? I don't need ingredients since my rental doesn't have a fridge. I guess snacks will do. She picked out her favorite snacks, instant noodles, and other dry goods. After all, the town supermarkets wouldn't open during the new year, and she needed to make sure she wouldn't starve. She also bought some ready-made food and fresh fruit before heading to the cashier. The cashier printed out her receipt. That'll be 373 yuan. Han Wenwen was stunned by the price. New Year prices really were outrageous, especially the fruit. It had nearly tripled in price. Her small savings took a hit, and she felt her heart ache. Back home, she put the snacks into a box, washed the fruit, and sliced up some of the ready-made food for dinner. When people are busy, they don't have time to think much. But after all the errands were done, lying alone in bed, looking out the window at the occasional fireworks in the sky, she sighed. There's really nothing much to prepare. After all, this year, I'll probably just be home alone watching fireworks again. A knock came at the door. Han Wenwen immediately knew who it was. She jumped up and ran over. As expected, it was Lin Zhengran. He carried some fruit inside and, noticing the ones on her table, asked curiously, "You already bought fruit? If I'd known, I would have brought something else." Han Wenwen stood there blankly for a moment. "Yeah, I went to the supermarket and picked up some New Year's supplies." New Year's supplies? Lin Zhengran sat on the bed and glanced at the snack-filled box. "That's a lot of snacks. You planning to live on chips and biscuits? What else did you buy?" "Not much. Just worried about the supermarkets being closed, so I stocked up." She sat down beside him. Lin Zhengran casually said, "You have a small frying pan, right? A few days before New Year's, I'll go with you to buy some ingredients. It's cold, so food won't spoil easily. We can cook here. 3 dishes and a soup should be enough." Han Wenwen was surprised. "You're not having New Year's dinner at home?" "Of course I am, but you'll probably be filming a New Year video, right? That's the biggest traffic surge of the year. You can't miss it. Just in case you mess up, I'll eat at home first and then come over to help with your editing. Making money is important." Han Wenwen stared at him with her fox-like eyes. For some reason, she felt moved again. She had lost count of how many times Lin Zhengran had made her heart flutter. Tilting her head, she smiled mischievously. With her emotional intelligence, how could she not realize? He was just afraid she'd be lonely. Then I'll be waiting here for you. We'll have dinner together." Outside, another firework lit up the night sky. 3 more days passed, and there were only 7 days left until the new year. Early in the morning, Han Wenwen, her long hair draped over her shoulders, sat in front of her computer in strawberry print pajamas, launching a ranked match in her game. A knock came at the door. Han Wenwen's face lit up with excitement. "Lin Zhengran." "Yeah, it's me. I'm gaming. Let yourself in." Lin Zhengran took a spare key from his pocket and opened the door, spotting the little fox sitting in her chair. "You're up early today." Han Wenwen clicked her mouse, not looking up. "Gotta make a living. Gotta play as much as I can over the break to stock up on content." Lin Zhengran set the breakfast aside, pulled up a chair, and sat next to her. Han Wenwen's screen recording software was already running, but it wasn't picking up any sound. She smiled and asked, "What did you get for breakfast?" "Buns. I'll transfer you the money later." "What kind of buns?" Lin Zhengran didn't answer. Instead, he tapped her head lightly. "You missed a minion. Focus." Han Wenwen pouted. For some reason, whether it was He Qing or Jang Shui, although both girls had a pleasant scent, neither of them smelled as distinctly fragrant as Han Wenwen. When he first met her, Lin Zhengran thought it was just her shampoo or body wash. But later, he found out that they used the same brand. So where did this scent come from? He still had no idea. First blood, when Han Wenwen recalled back to base, she leaned over and nudged Lin Zhengran with her shoulder. "Aren't you going to compliment me, Lin Zhengran?" Lin Zhengran remained expressionless. "Nice. Keep going." The fox-like eyes glanced at him. Then, she switched to a more teasing tone. "Zhengran Gij, you can be so tsundere sometimes, you don't know how to praise people properly." Lin Zhengran flicked her forehead again. The little fox played along, letting out a dramatic owl. After finishing the game, Lin Zhengran picked up Han Wenwen's phone and checked her video platform stats. Over the past few days, she had earned over 40 yuan each day, as expected of a New Year season. If you could get this much with the same upload rate during school, that'd be great. Han Wenwen leaned against him, resting a hand on his leg for support. Their faces were just half a fist apart. "But it's only this profitable during winter break. Normally, I only make about 20 yuan a day, and after paying rent and other expenses, there's not much left. Still, I'm pretty satisfied. No worries. This winter break, I'll play more games with you. If you post some New Year videos, you might catch the traffic surge and earn enough for half a year's rent and food." Han Wenwen stared at his profile from up close, suddenly recalling the Heilin strategy guide she had given to little Qingqing. Curious, She wondered, wasn't any of that effective on Lin Zhengran? Slowly, she leaned in and blew a soft breath into his ear. Lin Zhengran, mid-sentence, suddenly froze. He turned his head and looked at her speechlessly. What the hell are you doing? Han Wenwen bit her lip and whispered shyly, Why are you scolding me? I read in novels that when a girl blows into a guy's ear, his heartbeat will speed up. Did yours? She reached out, trying to touch his chest, but Lin Zhengran caught her wrist. Another flick to the forehead. Behave. Han Wenwen pouted and covered her head with both hands. Whether intentional or not, she rested her forehead against his shoulder, sneaking glances at him. So violent. But even if Zhengran Gij is always fierce, I won't get mad. I'll just worry if your hand hurts from flicking me too much. Lin Zhengran wasn't in the mood to banter and pushed her away. I saw other families already putting up spring festival couplets. Are you planning to put some up this year? The little fox instantly pulled her chair closer to him and said matter-of-factly, Of course. Why wouldn't I? I want to. I thought you said you were broke. She leaned in, looking at him up close. I can squeeze out a little. This is my first new year living independently. I have to do it properly. Not wanting to sit so close, Lin Zhengran got up and walked toward the bed, picking up a book. Then finish dubbing your recent videos. I'll go with you to the market to buy some couplets. They're not that expensive, just a vertical pair and a horizontal one for the door. Han Wenwen nodded with a smile, then suddenly turned to her computer and said, Having Lin Zhengran here with me this year makes me really happy. Lin Zhengran glanced at her as she started recording audio for her video, but didn't say anything. Once she finished the recording, he double-checked the video before uploading it. It wasn't long before her loyal fans started commenting. Grandpa, your favorite streamer, just uploaded a new video. Finally, an update. One video a week isn't enough to get famous stuff. Love watching her play. A girl this good at games is rare. Lin Zhengran scrolled through the comments. He had to admit, aside from the gaming skills he had taught her, Han Wenwen indeed had an advantage in this field. After breakfast, she picked out a few outfits from her box and went to the bathroom, but not before teasing, Zhengran Gij, don't peek while I change, even though I'm wearing underwear. Lin Zhengran flipped a page in his book. You can't lock the door? I don't like locking doors. Doesn't matter. I won't look. I'm not interested. Han Wenwen blinked and smiled. Oh, if that's the case, I might as well change here. Going to the bathroom is a hassle. Suit yourself. She let out an exaggerated oh, as if she really planned to take off her pajamas. Accompanying the movement was a soft, breathy hum. Oh no, my pajamas got stuck. Zhengran Gij, help me. Lin Zhengran's temple twitched, and he tossed a pillow at her. Cut the act. Your pajamas are loose as hell. What could possibly be stuck? Go change in the bathroom. Han Wenwen caught the pillow in record time. She bit her lip, her face slightly flushed, and giggled. Looks like Zhengran Gij isn't completely indifferent to girls. Little Qingqing and Jiang Shui just haven't figured out his weakness yet. He gave her a deadpan look. No, you're just annoying and interrupting my reading. Han Wenwen smirked, her eyes gleaming with amusement, as if saying, Zhengran Gij, you're embarrassed, aren't you? Without waiting for his response, she dashed into the bathroom. But just as quickly, she popped her head back out. Actually, no matter how bold I am, I'd never really change in front of Lin Zhengran. I was just messing with you. I'm still a girl after all. I get shy too. Lin Zhengran sighed. He was starting to wonder, when had she started calling him Zhengran Gij? Probably last break, and it had become even more frequent these past few days. But he knew better than to make her stop, because if he did, this rebellious fox would definitely say something like, Oh, Zhengran Gij doesn't want you to call him that? Okay, Zhengran Gij. No problem, Zhengran Gij. I won't call you Zhengran Gij anymore, Zhengran Gij. She definitely would. Once she finished changing, the little fox wore a skirt with a sweater coat. Even in winter, she cared about fashion, like most girls her age. Walking outside, Han Wenwen stretched out her slightly reddened hands from the cold, checking the latest comments. She grinned. Zhengran Gij, did you know? No matter how many people praise me, none of them make my heart skip a beat like you do. Lin Zhengran walked beside her. Is talking nonsense everyday fun for you? Han Wenwen pursed her lips and glanced at him. How is it nonsense? You don't talk much, so I have to start conversations. I just want to talk to you more. While Han Wenwen was playing on her phone, a group of young girls in new clothes walked past them on the street. After passing Lin Zhengran, they turned back, whispering to each other. That guy is so handsome. Yeah, I rarely see someone this good-looking just walking around in public. Han Wenwen half-turned and noticed their excited chatter and sneaky glances. Even though she couldn't hear what they were saying, she could easily guess. Feeling a little annoyed, she instinctively linked her arm around Lin Zhengran's and shot the girls a slightly fierce glare with her enchanting fox-like eyes, almost as if she was declaring ownership. The girls, seeing her expression, laughed awkwardly and quickly hurried away. Once they were gone, Han Wenwen pouted and complained, "Zhengran Gij, even outside of school, you're still super popular with girls. Maybe you should wear a mask next time we go out." Lin Zhengran looked down at her sulking face, puffed up with jealousy. "What's with that look? I don't like wearing masks, and whatever they say has nothing to do with me." Also, Lin Zhengran pried her hand off his arm. "Can you not cling to me? Haven't you heard of men and women should keep their distance?" Seeing him push her away, Han Wenwen turned her head with a little humph of jealousy. But the moment she saw another girl walking their way, her instincts kicked in, and she quickly clung to his arm again. This tactic worked perfectly. Once she marked her territory, other girls wouldn't bother. Lin Zhengran sighed and pried her off again. But as soon as another girl appeared, she latched on once more. Back and forth they went. The street was bustling with people, especially kids, and their little game of tug-of-war didn't go unnoticed. A mischievous child suddenly pointed at them and yelled, "That big brother and big sister are showing off their love in public. So cheesy." For once, Han Wenwen blushed. She shyly waved at the child with a sweet smile. Lin Zhengran, on the other hand, was completely speechless. The more they kept this up, the worse the misunderstandings got. He finally gave up and sighed. "Just buy what you need, and let's go back quickly." Han Wenwen, seeing that he had stopped resisting, happily kept her hold on his arm and walked forward with a faint blush. "We have a lot to buy today. It's still early." The two of them arrived at a stall selling spring festival couplets and carefully picked out a set. In the end, they chose one with the year's zodiac animal on it, and it wasn't too expensive, just 3 banners in total. After packing up the couplets, Han Wenwen's eyes wandered to another stall selling red lanterns in the distance. She pointed eagerly. "Zhengran Gij, let's buy 2 lanterns. In our southern town, every household hangs them for the new year." Lin Zhengran raised an eyebrow. "But you live in a rental apartment. Where are you going to hang them?" "On the air conditioning unit outside." Han Wenwen tilted her head and pouted cutely. "Just buy them, even if I can't hang them. I can still hold on to them for fun. Besides, I'm paying, so it's not like Zhengran Gij has to spend money." Lin Zhengran smirked. "You make a fair point, but since you're still clinging to my arm, how about this? I'll wait here, and you can go buy them yourself. That way, it has nothing to do with me." Han Wenwen wasn't willing to let go. She probably knew that if she did, Lin Zhengran wouldn't let her hold onto him again. She stared longingly at the red lanterns, clinging even closer to him. It was an expression she had probably learned from I Ching. Lin Zhengran sighed in defeat and walked toward the stall. Han Wenwen quickly followed, clinging to him with a satisfied smile. They picked out a handheld lantern and also bought some small fireworks. Han Wenwen beamed at him. "Thanks, Zhengran Gij, you're so good to me." Annoying Fox stopped talking. On their way back, they grabbed a few more snacks and, unsurprisingly, went over budget. However, back at the apartment, Han Wenwen, who had nearly emptied her savings, didn't seem the least bit distressed. Instead, she crouched on the floor, happily counting her fireworks and gently swaying her little red lantern. Her invisible fox ears seemed to twitch in excitement. Lin Zhengran sat on the bed, pouring himself a cup of water. "You really don't plan on saving it all, huh? You're stingy with food, but generous when buying useless stuff." Han Wenwen playfully twirled the lantern in her fingers and grinned. "It's about happiness. Money can always be earned again. But if I didn't buy a few extra things, how else could I make Zhengran Gij accompany me for so long?" Besides, if I can use money to buy time with Zhengran Gij, I'd say that's a bargain. Lin Zhengran watched her smiling face, unsure how to respond. For lunch, Han Wenwen attempted to cook in her small frying pan. Unfortunately, her cooking skills were a disaster. Compared to little He Qing, the difference was night and day. Her tomato scrambled eggs turned out splotchy with weird shades of green and purple. Lin Zhengran could barely describe it. It didn't even look like food made by a human. He stared at the dish and asked, "You've been eating this every day? It's super nutritious. It just doesn't look good, but it actually tastes great. Try it, Zhengran Gij." Seeing her pick up a piece of the dish, one that was faintly emitting smoke, and try to feed him, Lin Zhengran immediately stopped her. "Nope, I'll order takeout. You enjoy your own food." In the end, Lin Zhengran ordered braised chicken, while Han Wenwen sat across from him with her questionable tomato eggs and half a fried pancake. The two meals looked like they came from completely different worlds. Han Wenwen took a bite of her egg and watched Lin Zhengran eat his chicken leg. "Is that braised chicken good?" Lin Zhengran tasted it and replied, "Not particularly." "What does it taste like?" Lin Zhengran said flatly, "Like braised chicken." Han Wenwen bit her chopsticks and stared at the chicken longingly. "I see. Can I try a piece?" "Nope. You could have had some, but you wasted all your money instead." Han Wenwen pouted and reluctantly continued eating her scrambled eggs. "Fine." Lin Zhengran felt a little bad seeing her like that. With a sigh, he quickly picked up a few pieces of chicken and tossed them into her bowl. "Here, just eat. Stop staring at my food." Though Lin Zhengran always seemed resistant, Han Wenwen had long figured out that he was actually warm-hearted underneath it all. He really did feel like a big brother, someone who gave her a strong sense of security. Smiling mischievously, she imitated his actions and used his chopsticks to place 2 pieces of her eggs into his bowl. "Zhengran Gij should try mine too. It's actually really good." Lin Zhengran highly doubted that, but gave it a taste anyway. Han Wenwen leaned in expectantly. "Well, my cooking isn't bad, right?" Lin Zhengran chewed thoughtfully, then deadpanned. "You know what? I have to give you credit. It's impressive that you can eat something this bad with a straight face." Han Wenwen burst into laughter, then playfully rolled her eyes. "How could Zhengran Gij say that about my cooking? Other people would love to eat my food, but only Zhengran Gij is this picky." After lunch, Lin Zhengran took a short nap, lying on Han Wenwen's bed. This girl, who could barely afford meals, had somehow bought another pillow, claiming it was a backup, but it was pretty obvious who it was meant for. As he rested, he got a call from He Qing. Her soft voice came through the phone. "Lin Zhengran, where are you? What are you doing?" "Sleeping." "What's up?" "Oh, then I guess I'm disturbing you." She whispered, "I don't really have anything important. I just wanted to ask what your New Year plans are. It's kind of lonely here without one." Lin Zhengran hummed in response and turned his head, only to find Han Wenwen glaring at him. She muttered under her breath, "Ugh, so flirty." Then, with a huff, she turned away, clutching her blanket, ignoring him completely. After chatting with little He Qing for a while, Lin Zhengran hung up the phone. He closed his eyes again, ignoring the certain jealous fox beside him. But a moment later, Han Wenwen, still sulking, lightly kicked his leg with her foot. Lin Zhengran frowned. "What's your problem now?" Han Wenwen turned over and grinned at him. "Nothing. I just didn't like the way Zhengran Gij looked while talking on the phone." Lin Zhengran pulled the blanket up over her face. "Then don't look. Just take your nap." Han Wenwen was momentarily speechless. Slowly, she pulled the blanket down and stared at his sleeping face, pursing her lips. Even though she knew he was just chatting with little Qing Qing, she still felt a little jealous. Once he fell asleep, the little fox mischievously reached out and lightly touched his hair. Lin Zhengran smacked her hand away. A few days later, with only 2 days left before the new year, Han Wenwen and Lin Zhengran finally made their official trip to the supermarket to buy groceries. Han Wenwen had an inexplicable love for chicken. Maybe she really was a fox spirit in her past life. Who knew? Whenever she saw chicken at the market, she would stare at it with wide, hungry eyes, practically drooling. So, taking advantage of the New Year's preparations, Lin Zhengran bought an old hen along with some red dates, goji berries, and yam to make chicken soup for the holiday. As they passed a shelf in the supermarket, Han Wenwen suddenly stopped in front of a small bag of flour. She tugged at Lin Zhengran's shirt. Zhengran Gij, should we make dumplings for New Year's? It's just the two of us, so we don't need to make a lot. Lin Zhengran blinked. Traditionally, yeah, but do you know how to make them? Because I don't. Han Wenwen smiled. I don't either, but we can learn. She looked up at him with a playful pout, shaking his sleeve. Let's buy it. Please, it won't go to waste. Lin Zhengran didn't see the point. Why are you acting all cute? If you want it, just buy it. It's your money, and it's not even expensive. Han Wenwen blinked, suddenly realizing, oh, that's true. You know, maybe I should just hand over my video account to Zhengran Gij. Then all the money I earn can go to you, and I'll just ask you for spending money. Lin Zhengran gave her a deadpan look. You're bored, huh? I don't see the point of that at all. Han Wenwen casually tapped her lips with a finger. Well, if you control my money, then if I overspend, you can scold me. And I'll have the perfect excuse to act cute and beg you to buy things for me. Lin Zhengran flicked her forehead. I'm not playing along with your nonsense. If you're buying it, buy it. If not, let's go. Han Wenwen rubbed her forehead with a little oomph. Zhengran Gij doesn't understand girls at all. Or maybe he understands too well. In the end, she bought the bag of flour along with some ingredients for dumplings. With only 24 hours left until New Year's, the countdown had begun. At midnight tonight, it would officially be the new year. Early that morning, Han Wenwen got up with excitement. She swept her long hair over one shoulder, neatly arranging the ingredients. Then, she found a large cardboard box, flattened it on the floor, and laid a blanket over it. Now, they could sit comfortably while making dumplings. Testing it out, she sat down and leaned against the bed, then opened her phone to watch dumpling-making tutorials. Lin Zhengran arrived as usual, knocking on her door. Zhengran Gij, mm. He used his key to open the door and found her already sitting on the floor, ingredients neatly prepared. Han Wenwen glanced up at him while watching her phone. Next time, don't bother knocking. Just use the key and come in. That's called being polite. Han Wenwen, still focused on her screen, casually muttered, You don't need to be polite with me. Do whatever you want here. I don't mind. Lin Zhengran snorted and ignored her, sitting down as well. Han Wenwen sat up properly and held her phone up to his face. Look, I found a few dumpling-making videos. I've already learned most of it. Do you want to watch? Lin Zhengran took her phone, skimmed through the video, then handed it back. One watch is enough. Han Wenwen was impressed. Zhengran Gij already memorized the steps. I memorized them, yeah, but whether I can actually make them is another question. You have such a good brain. I wish I were that smart. They started rolling out the dough and shaping the dumplings. Because Lin Zhengran was usually good at everything, he was surprisingly clumsy at first. Han Wenwen giggled behind her hand. Looks like Zhengran Gij really does need a girl in his life. Otherwise, learning all these little domestic skills must be a pain. Lin Zhengran rolled his eyes. As she shaped the dumpling edges, Han Wenwen suddenly asked, I think I'm pretty good at reading people. Zhengran Gij is definitely going to make a lot of money in the future. Then, she shot him a fox-like grin. If you do get rich and become a big boss one day, I'll be your secretary, okay? I'll follow you around and handle all the tedious little things. For once, Lin Zhengran didn't immediately reject her. Instead, he actually considered it. That moment of hesitation made Han Wenwen smile, falter slightly. Lin Zhengran finally said seriously, If that day comes, I consider it. A secretary's job might seem simple, but it actually requires handling a lot of responsibilities. Not just anyone can do it, but you'd probably be a good fit. Han Wenwen's cheeks flushed slightly. Her invisible fox tails swayed behind her. For real. Then it's settled. If Zhengran Gij gets rich, I'm the only one who can be your secretary. And don't worry, I know that position requires absolute loyalty to the boss. I promise I'll always side with you. She gave him a playful look. I'll be Zhengran Gij's person from now on. Hello, Boss Lin. Lin Zhengran refused to engage. Enough nonsense. Hurry up and finish, or we won't have dinner at this rate. Whatever Zhengran Gij says, yes, sir. The two spent most of the day making dumplings. By noon, Lin Zhengran started receiving phone calls. The first was from little He Qing, just some casual small talk. Han Wenwen, sitting beside him, pouted as she continued making dumplings. The second was from Jang Shui, who rarely called, awkwardly saying something that sounded like a New Year's greeting. Han Wenwen puffed up her cheeks even more, sulking in silence. Then, surprisingly, another girl called. Based on her introduction, she was a former middle school classmate who had specifically asked for Lin Zhengran's number to check on his New Year's plans. It wasn't uncommon for girls who had a crush on Lin Zhengran to find ways to contact him, and today wasn't the first time Han Wenwen had witnessed it. But today, for some reason, was the most jealous she had ever felt. Unlike before, this was supposed to be their New Year's Eve together. This time, she was so irritated that she started kneading the dumpling dough with extra force. Finally, the last call came in. The phone screen displayed, Lin Xiaoli Mom. Lin Zhengran saw his mom's name pop up on the screen just as the call connected. Han Wenwen also noticed that it was Aunt Lin calling. Hello, Mom? What's wrong? Lin Zhengran asked. Lin Xiaoli sounded anxious, and there was even the sound of crying in the background. Ran, can you come to the hospital right now? Something happened to your dad. I'll send you the hospital address. Huh? Lin Zhengran stood up in shock. Hospital? Is it serious? Han Wenwen also stopped making dumplings. Lin Xiaoli sniffled. Don't panic, don't panic. The doctor said it's probably not too bad. Looks like he just hurt his leg. Then why are you crying so hard? Mommy got scared, okay? As soon as I got the hospital's call, I couldn't stop my tears. Lin Zhengran let out a breath of relief. Got it, I'm on my way. Since he sounded so urgent, Han Wenwen didn't catch everything. She only vaguely heard something about Uncle Lin getting hurt. Her heart clenched. What happened, Zhengran Ji? Lin Zhengran washed his hands, grabbed his coat, and said, Wenwen, I need to go to the hospital. My dad seems to be hurt. You finish up with the dumplings and dishes. Uncle got hurt. Han Wenwen also went to wash her hands and reached for her coat. I'll go with you. I want to check on him. Lin Zhengran stopped her. No need. You stay here. If it's nothing serious, I'll be back soon. Sensing his refusal, the perceptive little fox knew this wasn't the time to argue and make things difficult for him. She simply stood by the door and said, Be careful on the way. I'm off. Watching Lin Zhengran's hurried departure, Han Wenwen suddenly had a flashback to when her mother left. Back then, her mom had also received a phone call, then rushed out in a hurry and never returned. That overlapping memory made her instinctively reach out and call softly, Zhengran Ji. Hearing her, Lin Zhengran turned back and met her gaze. He noticed her raised hand, hovering midair, and smiled. It's okay, I'll be back soon. Then he headed downstairs. Han Wenwen's fox-like eyes trembled slightly as she slowly withdrew her hand. Lin Zhengran got into a taxi and went straight to the hospital address his mom had sent him. He wasn't too nervous at first, but the moment he stepped into the hospital and heard his mom's sobs, a wave of panic hit him. Then, when he finally saw his dad lying in bed, casually munching on an apple, he froze. Inside the hospital room, Lin Yingjun had one leg wrapped in bandages, but aside from that, he looked perfectly fine. Meanwhile, his mom was clinging to his dad's chest, crying her heart out. I was so scared. I thought I'd never see you again. Lin Yingjun, still chewing on his apple, was used to his wife's panicked nature. He chuckled and reassured them both. It's nothing. No need to cry. The roads were icy, and someone suddenly dashed in front of my car, so I swerved and hurt my leg a little. Nothing to be scared of. Listening to his dad's hearty laughter and his mom's dramatic sobbing, Lin Zhengran finally relaxed. Did the test results come back yet, Dad? They should be done soon. I've already finished all the checkups. Just then, a nurse arrived. Lin Zhengran quickly stepped forward. Excuse me, is there anything serious? The nurse checked the chart. Family of patient in bed number 3. His results just came in. He has a minor fracture in his right pinky toe. Other than that, he's in perfect health. She glanced at Lin Xiaoli, who was still crying. And, why is she crying so much? Lin Xiaoli wiped her tears with a pitiful look. I was worried. The nurse chuckled. No need to worry. We did a thorough checkup, no internal injuries. He could be discharged this afternoon if he still feels fine. Just make sure he rests at home, comes in for checkups, and he'll be fine in no time. Lin Zhengran nodded as he took the report from the nurse. A quick glance confirmed there was nothing serious. Lucky. Standing by the hospital bed, he sighed, as long as you're okay. His dad, still holding on to his wife, took another bite of his apple. All right, I'm fine. No need for all this fuss. At that moment, Lin Zhengran's phone vibrated with a message from Han Wenwen. How's Uncle? He quickly replied, he's fine, don't worry. Since his dad had to stay for observation, Lin Zhengran remained with him until the doctor confirmed he could go home in the afternoon. Back home, he helped his mom prepare for the New Year's Eve dinner. By then, Lin Xiaoli had calmed down quite a bit. Lin Yingjun, on the other hand, hopped around on one foot and asked, need any help? Lin Xiaoli was startled. Sit down. Go rest. You're scaring me. His dad just chuckled and obediently went to the couch to watch TV. Occasionally, he helped peel some vegetables. Ran, his mom asked, are you going out after dinner tonight? Lin Zhengran stirred the soup. Yeah, I made plans with my friends. Then he glanced out the window, surprised. It's snowing. Quite a bit, too. That afternoon, as the sky darkened and snowflakes danced outside, Han Wenwen sat alone in her rental apartment. She had long since finished making the dumplings and was now simmering chicken soup. Usually, the aroma would make her mouth water, but tonight, she had no appetite. Every so often, she glanced at her phone. She reread the message from Lin Zhengran at noon. Most people would feel reassured by it, but Han Wenwen couldn't help remembering the past. It was a winter night like this when young Han Wenwen had waited at home, staring at a table full of food, expecting her mother to return after a phone call. She waited until the sky turned dark, then until the next morning. But her mother never came back. Now, in the rental apartment, the soup was ready, the dishes were done, and the dumplings were prepped to be cooked. The clock ticked past 4 or 5 p.m. The winter sky was already darkening. Han Wenwen clenched her phone and, for the umpteenth time, walked to the window. Feeling that the view from the window was too limited, she put on her coat, wrapped her scarf tightly, and stepped outside. Snow crunched beneath her feet as she walked toward the nearly empty street corner. All around, families were gathered indoors, celebrating together. The scene looked just like it did 10 years ago. Her heart tensed as she gazed into the distance, eyes locked onto the dark road ahead. Back then, she had waited all night for someone who never returned. But this time, at the end of the road, a familiar figure slowly appeared. Lin Zhengran. Her eyes lit up. Lin Zhengran, making his way from home, also spotted Han Wenwen standing at the street corner. He was puzzled. Han Wenwen, what are you doing out here this late? The little fox took a step forward, then another. Her pace quickened until, in the swirling snow, she suddenly threw herself into his arms and hugged him tightly. The streetlights had long since flickered on. Large, fluffy snowflakes drifted down, covering the two figures locked in an embrace. Han Wenwen had clearly been waiting for quite a while. Snow had already begun to settle on her head. As usual, Lin Zhengran looked at her in confusion. What are you doing now? But this time, Han Wenwen clung tightly to his coat, her face buried in his chest. I thought you weren't coming. Her voice was different from usual, carrying a slight tremor. Lin Zhengran knew about her childhood, and in that moment, he understood everything. He placed his hands on her shoulders and gently pulled her away. That's when he saw her red-tinged, reluctant fox-like eyes staring at him. Letting out a long sigh, Lin Zhengran said, Have I ever broken a promise? Besides, if you wanted to wait, couldn't you have done it inside? It's not like your room doesn't have a window. Han Wenwen bit her lip, then suddenly smiled. Because I was scared that I wouldn't see you tonight. So I panicked and came down to wait. Lin Zhengran was momentarily stunned. This fox was really too straightforward. He sighed and muttered, You really don't mind the cold, do you? Han Wenwen suddenly turned her head with a huff, pretending to be angry. Then why doesn't Zhengran Gij feel bad for me and hold me a little longer? Why did you push me away? That line was practically begging for a flick to the forehead, and sure enough, she got one. But after flicking her, Lin Zhengran casually brushed the snow off her head and started walking toward her apartment. Enough nonsense. Let's go back and eat. Han Wenwen smiled and followed behind him. Of course, the little fox was never one to behave. She tentatively slipped her arm around his, only to be swiftly rejected. Can't you keep your hands to yourself? Lin Zhengran frowned. Han Wenwen rubbed her hands together and pouted. I waited too long, and now I'm freezing. My hands are red from the cold. She blew warm air into her palms. If you know it's cold, maybe next time you'll learn. Just wait inside like I tell you to. He urged, hurry up. You'll warm up once we get home. Han Wenwen stole a glance at him. For someone as perceptive as her, sweet words might not mean much, but Lin Zhengran's small promises always made her heart race. I got it. But, Zhengran-ji, are you feeling a little bad for me right now? Yeah, it's not like I told you to come outside. Han Wenwen's face flushed. So, that means you won't say you don't feel bad for me either, right? If you could talk a little less, maybe this winter wouldn't feel so cold. There'd be fewer cold jokes, after all. Han Wenwen stifled a laugh. A vein twitched on Lin Zhengran's forehead. Laugh one more time and see what happens. I wouldn't dare, she giggled. By the way, how's Uncle doing? He's fine. Already back home. Just needs to rest for a couple of months. Han Wenwen sighed in relief. That's good. I'll bring something over to visit Uncle and Auntie soon. Back at the apartment, the warmth of the room made Han Wenwen shiver slightly before sighing in comfort. She and Lin Zhengran kicked off their shoes and sat by the bed where a blanket was laid out. Lifting the lid off the pot, she took a whiff of the chicken soup. Now that her mood had improved, she could finally smell how delicious it was. Smells amazing. Let's heat it up a bit more. I'll cook the dumplings, too. Lin Zhengran set his coat aside and spotted the neatly wrapped dumplings. You already finished all of them? Of course. I was just waiting for you. You didn't eat much at home, right? Only half full. I'll eat more here. Han Wenwen grinned and tossed the dumplings into the pot. After a warm and satisfying dinner, all traces of the cold had disappeared. Han Wenwen clutched her bowl of soup, beaming with happiness as she snuggled against Lin Zhengran. It's so good. Zhengran-ji, you want a taste? Aren't I already drinking it? I meant mine. It's better because I drank from it. No thanks. Why not? Could be poisoned. After dinner, Han Wenwen bundled up warmly and went outside with Lin Zhengran to set off fireworks. Though they hadn't bought the big ones, the small sparklers were enough fun. The tiny bursts of fire crackled from the sparklers, their golden light flickering against the winter night. It wasn't even midnight yet, but fireworks could already be heard going off in the distance. They strolled to the town's largest market square, where at midnight, a massive crowd would gather to light up the sky with countless fireworks. Lin Zhengran gazed at the bustling crowd and the fireworks waiting to be ignited, thinking about how in his past life, these things had been banned. Who knew how much longer people would get to enjoy this sight? Meanwhile, Han Wenwen was amazed at how many people were gathered here. Her hometown in the south had never had a place like this. As midnight approached, a man with a microphone stood at the center of the square, announcing, 10 seconds until the new year. Let's count down together. 10, 9, 8. The crowd joined in, some shouting along, others quietly watching the sky, waiting for the fireworks to bloom. Han Wenwen also spoke softly, Zhengran-ji, this is the happiest new year I've ever had. But I'm greedy. I don't want this to be the last. So, from now on, will you spend every New Year's Eve with me? Lin Zhengran glanced at her. Isn't that asking a bit much? From now on is a pretty big commitment. The countdown continued, the announcer's voice growing louder. 4, 3, 2. Just as worry flickered in Han Wenwen's eyes, Lin Zhengran looked up at the sky and said, but since I already told you you'd be with me for a lifetime, this I can promise. 1. With that final shout, fireworks burst into the night sky. Hundreds of dazzling colors shot upwards, illuminating the faces of the crowd as they cheered in unison. Happy New Year! Yet, no matter how bright the fireworks were, in Han Wenwen's eyes, nothing shone more brilliantly than the person beside her. Her lips parted slightly in shock, her eyes reflecting the exploding fireworks. Then, stepping forward, She cupped Lin Zhengran's face in her hands. Without hesitation, she stood on tiptoe, closed her eyes, and kissed his forehead. Lin Zhengran's eyes widened. After a moment, Han Wenwen shyly dropped back down, her face tinged with a soft, girlish blush. Don't say anything yet. Let me finish first. She reached in her coat and pulled out a small, red fox plush, just palm-sized. Tilting her head with a playful smile, she said, I wonder if Zhengran Ji plans to take care of an adorable pet for the rest of his life? This is my New Year's gift to you, a little fox. She represents me. It means I'm giving myself to you. Then, leaning up once more, she whispered in his ear, Happy New Year, my destined Lin Zhengran. Colorful fireworks were still crackling in the sky. While the New Year's celebration wasn't over yet, before Lin Zhengran could get mad and scold her, Han Wenwen quickly waved goodbye to him, smiling brightly. Brother Zhengran, don't forget, after the New Year rush is over, come to the rental apartment and teach me how to play games to make money. I'll be waiting at home for you. Lin Zhengran watched her run off, sweat forming on his forehead. But after walking a few steps, Han Wenwen turned back, her cheeks flushed. Oh right, don't forget to wipe off the lipstick on your forehead, or Uncle and Annie might notice. Lin Zhengran touched his forehead and realized there really was a bit of red. He wiped it off speechlessly. That D*MN fox. After her figure disappeared, Lin Zhengran turned to leave too, still holding the little pink fox plushie in his hand. He had no idea where she had found this thing. It actually really looked like Han Wenwen. Squeezing it, it even felt fluffy. Lin Zhengran squeezed it again and felt something like a note inside the back of the fox. He turned the plush over and unzipped the back. Sure enough, there was a note inside. He took it out and read it, his expression gradually darkening. The letter read, Brother Zhengran, did you know? In the small town where I was born, there's a festival called the Lingqi Festival. At the center of it is an ancient tree where people can pray for love. I've been there twice, and both times, the name that appeared was your surname. I never thought I'd ever really like a boy, because honestly, way too many boys have chased after me. But ever since I met you, Brother Zhengran, I realized I overestimated myself. In front of you, my heart races and I get butterflies. I used to think about backing off and letting Ching Ching have you, but after that time I had a fever, I realized I just can't do it. I know I'm selfish like that. So I swear, everything about Brother Zhengran, all of your firsts, I want them all. But I also have this faint feeling that Brother Zhengran will become amazing one day. And maybe in the end, both I and Ching Ching will be your wings. P.S. There's more on the back. Lin Zhengran flipped the note over. I imagine that scenario, and knowing my personality, I'd probably agree to it. After all, I never dare talk back to Brother Zhengran. And Ching Ching's a good person too. But even if Brother Zhengran doesn't want just one girl, I still want to be the one you love most. That's everything I'm thinking. P.P.S. If I confess to Brother Zhengran directly, I know I'd get rejected. But everything I did today, Brother Zhengran wouldn't reject that, right? I never said I wanted to be your girlfriend. I just want everything that's yours. P.P.P.S. Make sure to tear up this note after reading, okay? Lastly, thank you for spending this new year with me, Brother Zhengran. I've never been this happy. I've never looked forward to the future like this. Suddenly, a text message popped up on his phone. It was from Han Wenwen. Make sure you destroy that note. Also, don't say anything bad about me on such a festive day. I'm home now. Good night, Brother Zhengran. Lin Zhengran sighed, put away his phone, tore the note into pieces, and tossed it in the trash can. He stuffed the fox plushie into his pocket and started heading home. While traveling alone with the demon cult maiden over the past few days, you encountered a vicious, massive Nian beast. This Nian beast is an ancient divine beast, formless, immortal, impossible to defeat. So, she found an ancient technique and, with help from the townspeople, lured the beast into an open area and activated the formation it fears most, the seven-colored firework formation, trapping it until it vanished. After this life-or-death battle, the demon cult maiden saw your strength and confessed she wanted to have you. Whether this is fortune or misfortune remains to be seen. You defeated the Nian beast and absorbed its soul power. Spirit cultivation +1, strength +4, stamina +1, endurance +1. You also received a gift from the demon cult maiden, the transformed little fox. With this, you gained strength +1, stamina +1, endurance +5, charisma +10, and a large amount of EXP. You are now one step away from breaking through to level 50. As Lin Zhengran walked away, he felt all kinds of attribute boosts and figured he'd probably reach level 50 next year. Just after he left, a Maserati completely out of place in this small town pulled up along the road where fireworks were bursting overhead. The passengers were just passing through. The rear window rolled down, revealing a slender silhouette inside. A girl of breathtaking elegance watching the dazzling fireworks above. Her pretty, fair face framed a pair of icy cold eyes. After a few moments, she looked away. Her expression didn't change much. "Keep driving." The driver nodded, and the car moved forward. After the new year, everything sped up. Once the holiday greetings were over, winter break was almost done. A few days later, Jang Shui returned to the small town. Before, she only called Lin Zhengran in really important situations. But in this one winter break, she had already called him twice. And for no particular reason. "Big dummy? I'm back. What are you doing?" Lin Zhengran, lying at home reading. Jang Shui. Oh. A minute of silence passed. Lin Zhengran. "If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up." "Hey, wait a sec. When are you going to practice singing with me?" Lin Zhengran thought about it. "After school starts. I've got a few things to take care of right now." Jang Shui answered with another, "Oh, what's keeping you so busy?" "Don't forget after school starts, okay?" Lin Zhengran replied, "Got it." After the call ended, in her room, Jang Shui shook her little fists angrily. "It's been 20 days and this guy doesn't even miss me. Ugh, I hate him so much." Of course, He-Ching also called Lin Zhengran often. But compared to Jang Shui, little He-Ching's topics were even more random, but also more frequent. So every time, she kept Lin Zhengran on the phone for a while. With just a few days left of winter break at the rental apartment, the little fox was recording a video while playing a game. She froze when she heard a knock at the door. Because since the new year, this was Lin Zhengran's first visit. She was so startled that her gameplay fell apart. "Brother Zhengran?" Lin Zhengran opened the door with his key and saw Han Wenwen smiling at him, sweat on her forehead. "This is the first time we've seen each other this year, Brother Zhengran." No matter how sly the little fox was, she was still a girl at heart. So ever since she sent that letter, she hadn't slept at all on New Year's Eve. She'd hidden under her blanket all night, blushing nonstop. Now, facing Lin Zhengran, Han Wenwen smiled with squinted eyes. He glanced at her screen. "What are you looking at me for? Keep playing. Weren't you recording?" Han Wenwen let out an "oh," saw that her screen had already gone dark, and quickly bought gear and waited to respawn. As Lin Zhengran walked past her, he gave her a flick on the forehead without saying a word. Han Wenwen cried out, "Why'd you hit me for no reason? You don't even know how to treat a girl gently." Lin Zhengran pulled up a chair and sat beside her. Han Wenwen bit her lip and suddenly said shyly, "Brother Zhengran, can you not be so mean? Can't you wait until I finish playing to say whatever you want?" "Sure." She finally finished the match, and just as the word defeat appeared on the screen, Han Wenwen quickly covered her ears with both hands. Her fox-like eyes sparkled as she looked at him. "Okay, Brother Zhengran, whatever you want to say, go ahead." Lin Zhengran, just as he opened his mouth, Han Wenwen quickly cut in softly, "I'm hungry. How about we eat first? I'll make tomato scrambled eggs for you." Suddenly, Lin Zhengran's phone rang. He picked it up. It was a call from an unfamiliar girl. This time, Han Wenwen immediately covered the ear he was using to answer. Looking jealous and annoyed, "Actually, I've wanted to say this for a long time. When you're spending time with me, unless it's something really important, you're not allowed to take calls from other girls, not even Ching-Chings." Lin Zhengran, "And what business is that of yours?" Han Wenwen took his phone, hugged it to her chest, and laid on the table with just her fox-like eyes peeking out. "It just is I won't let you talk to other girls." The new semester started, then ended, and started again, and ended again. Middle school graduation was right around the corner. At the graduation ceremony, little He Qing blinked and looked up at the graduation banner, sighing, "Feels like ninth grade went by so fast." The middle school graduation ceremony was fairly grand, with a celebratory banner hanging at the school entrance for the graduating ninth graders. As He Qing adjusted her school uniform and sighed in nostalgia, Han Wenwen, linking arms with her, glanced at the nearby grade rankings. "Yeah, this year went by so fast. It feels like we blinked, and now we're here. And Lin Zhengran is really incredible. He got a perfect score in everything except Chinese." He Qing, already used to it, simply replied, "That's just how he is. Unless he doesn't feel like writing during a test, he always gets full marks in the major exams." Standing next to them, Jang Shui scoffed, "Speaking of that idiot, where did he go?" Han Wenwen blinked her fox-like eyes and looked around. Lin Zhengran was just here. He Qing scanned the area before spotting him and smiled. "There he is." Lin Zhengran emerged from the restroom, just in time to hear the teacher calling everyone for a group photo. He walked over to the three girls. "Stop chatting. The teacher is calling us for the graduation picture." He Qing and Jiang Shui gave an "oh" and headed to their respective class groups. Meanwhile, Han Wenwen followed Lin Zhengran to Class 1's lineup. Like a diligent secretary, she pulled 2 tissues from her pocket and handed them to him. "Zhengranji, wipe your hands." Lin Zhengran took them as if it were routine. She only called him Zhengranji when they were alone. The moment He Qing or Jang Shui was around, she would switch to the more distant Lin Zhengran classmate, a deliberate smokescreen to mislead the others. Lin Zhengran knew exactly what the little fox was up to. By adding classmate, she created an artificial sense of distance. Clever, but so obviously calculated. Noticing his gaze, Han Wenwen blinked innocently. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Then, feigning shyness, she blushed and murmured, "You're making me embarrassed." "Ah!" Lin Zhengran tossed the used tissues into a nearby trash bin. Over the past 3 years of middle school, Lin Zhengran had kept his focus primarily on reading and cultivation, steadily accumulating strength. After all, he was mentally an adult. He understood that at this age, getting caught up in unnecessary distractions was a waste of time. No matter the world, power was essential. However, Han Wenwen, Jiang Shui, and He Qing had only recently matured. Their first year had been a period of confusion, but by the second year, they started dabbling in thoughts of romance and relationships. As a result, Lin Zhengran had significantly less reading time. Thankfully, by ninth grade, after going through their own experiences, they had grown. They no longer obsessed over those things as frequently, though not entirely. This allowed the final year of middle school to pass by especially fast. With all 3 of them focusing on self-improvement, preparing for the high school entrance exams, and chasing their goals, they had far less time for unnecessary distractions. Inside Class 1's lineup, the teacher instructed, "Everyone, stand in your designated spots. Once you're in place, don't move or talk." The photographer adjusted the camera. "Teacher, please step in front of the group." The homeroom teacher nodded and sat down. "All right, time for the photo. No blinking. Look at the camera and nod at me. 3, 2, 1, click." After checking the picture, the photographer gave a thumbs up. "Great shot. Next class." Once Class 3 finished their photo, the 4 of them grabbed their belongings and left the school together. This year, all 4 were 16. In just over a month, they'd be high school students. Walking out of the school gates, Lin Zhengran turned to He Qing. "The town's taekwondo tournament starts after high school begins, right?" Softly, she responded, "I checked the dates. It's scheduled exactly 1 month after school starts. I can come back on the weekend to compete." Lin Zhengran then glanced at Jiang Shui, who had her hands clasped behind her back, her twin ponytails bouncing as she walked. "What about you? Any changes at your agency?" Jiang Shui shook her head. "Nope. The town's music competition is set for 2 months from now, so it won't clash with He Qing's event." "Good," Lin Zhengran said. "I'll be there for both of you." After all, 3 years of practice should finally show results. He Qing and Jiang Shui exchanged glances, then quickly looked away, blushing. Meanwhile, Han Wenwen curiously watched them, but unlike in the past, she could no longer remain neutral. A faint hint of jealousy flickered in her eyes. At the school gates, they unexpectedly found Lin Yingjun and Lin Xiaoli waiting for them. Their mother, smiling brightly, waved. Ran, you're out. And Ching Shueli, Wenwen. We came to pick you up. Lin Yingjun chuckled to himself. He had been watching for a while, and it was pretty clear his son was surrounded by beautiful girls. Lin Zhengran was puzzled. Mom? Dad? What are you doing here? His dad replied, It's your graduation. Your mom and I had nothing else going on, so we made a feast to celebrate. Han Wenwen, Jang Shui, and He Qing quickly greeted them politely. Hello, uncle. Hello, auntie. Lin Xiaoli, already familiar with them, smiled. Hello. Oh, Qing, you're heading home this afternoon, right? He Qing nodded. Yeah, I have a 3 p.m. bus. She then whispered to Han Wenwen, Is your uncle still running his business up north? Han Wenwen nodded. Yeah, so I won't be going back again. But he called yesterday and said he might stop after I enter high school. If anything changes, I'll let you know. He Qing brightened. Really? That'd be great. For the first time, Han Wenwen considered telling He Qing that she had been living alone. Lin Xiaoli clapped her hands. Perfect. Everyone, let's go back to Annie's house for a graduation feast. Afterward, Ran could take you home. Oh, and Annie got a new car today. I'll take you all for a spin. Lin Zhengran sighed, but said nothing. Since his parents had already prepared everything, he wouldn't spoil the mood. The 3 girls had visited before, so they didn't refuse. Thank you, Uncle and Auntie. They split into 2 cars and headed to Lin Zhengran's house. Once they arrived, the girls politely helped out, setting dishes, cutting fruit, and assisting the adults. Lin Zhengran observed the lively atmosphere in the kitchen. However, his parents, in their excitement to celebrate, had overlooked one key detail. This was the first time all 3 girls were here together. Once the hot, fragrant dishes were laid out on the table, the meal officially began. Lin Zhengran was just about to reach for his chopsticks when He Qing, as if on instinct, peeled a shrimp and placed it in his bowl. Here, Lin Zhengran, eat this. Jiang Shui, despite her usual tsundere attitude, had become much more proactive over the past year. She casually picked up some food and added it to his plate. Big idiot, try this. Annie's cooking is really good. Not to be outdone, Han Wenwen, sitting right beside him, also reached out with her chopsticks. Lin Zhengran, classmate, have some ribs. 3 sets of eyes met in a silent, intense showdown. Lin Yingjun and Lin Xiaoli, caught off guard, exchanged glances, finally realizing the crisis they had unknowingly created. Lin Xiaoli whispered to her husband, Oh no, did we just make things worse? I only wanted to invite them for a nice meal. Lin Yingjun muttered back, I got so excited about Ran's perfect scores that I completely forgot. Putting them together was a mistake. Then, as if struck by the same thought, they both looked at each other and murmured, Which one's food will Ran eat first? At the table, everyone's eyes locked onto Lin Zhengran's chopsticks. The 5 pairs of eyes staring at Lin Zhengran made him feel utterly exhausted. Even eating lunch could turn into a hassle. Why are you all staring at me? Take back the food you picked for me and eat your own. The 3 girls blinked but remained unmoved. Only when Lin Zhengran looked at little He Qing did she get scared and hurriedly take back the big shrimp to eat herself. She didn't dare disobey his words. I took it back, she said timidly. Then he turned to Jiang Shui. Though she usually bickered with him, it was all just talk. She never actually dared to make him angry. Got it. Finally, there was Han Wenwen. Lin Zhengran locked eyes with her. You too. Han Wenwen silently took back the rib she had given him and nibbled on it in small bites, blinking innocently as if nothing had happened. Lin Zhengran then glanced at his parents, only to see that they had been caught up in the atmosphere and were also chuckling. Feeling helpless, he sighed. Dad, Mom, can't you two just eat properly? Why are you joining in the nonsense? Lin Yingjun laughed heartily. By the way, there's still soup over there with the girls. Ran, have some soup too. Just as Lin Zhengran was about to reach for the ladle, he saw that little He Qing and Jang Shui had already extended their hands. In perfect unison, they said, "I'll get it for you." Their hands landed on the ladle at the same time, and they looked at each other awkwardly. Lin Yingjun, Lin Xiaoli. The married couple had the same thought. This lunch doesn't taste quite right. Meanwhile, Lin Zhengran remained unfazed, calmly eating his food. "I told you to eat your own meals. I'll get it myself." Only then did the two girls start hesitantly letting go of the ladle. Lin Yingjun muttered to his wife, "You know, Ran really has the air of the head of the family. Good thing he's got a strong personality. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to keep these girls in check." Lin Zhengran, with his sharp hearing, caught his father's whisper. "Dad!" Lin Yingjun quickly laughed. "Eat, eat. Everyone dig in. No need to hold back." This lunch felt oddly strange to the couple. Normally, when Wen, Qing, or Lily visited separately, things were peaceful and harmonious. But the moment they sat together at the same table, suddenly no one could say a word. It was only when Lin Yingjun or Lin Xiaoli occasionally made a comment that the girls would respond. After lunch, the three girls enthusiastically helped clean up, washing the dishes and pots for the elders. It was at this moment that Lin Zhengran heard his father's phone ring. He reminded him, "Dad, your phone is ringing." Lin Yingjun glanced at the screen and was surprised to see it was his father calling. He quickly answered, "Hello, Dad. What's up?" Lin Zhengran's grandfather spoke over the phone. "Son, I'm at your neighborhood gate. Can you come pick me up?" "Huh? Dad, you're here at our place." "Yeah, I wanted to see Ran. It's been a while, and I also have something to discuss with him. He should be home, right? School's on break now, isn't it?" "That's right. Middle school is on break. I'll come down with Ran to pick you up." Lin Zhengran, who was wiping the table, overheard and looked up. "Grandpa is here?" Lin Yingjun washed his hands and went to change his shoes. "Yep, he's at the gate. Come with me to pick him up." "All right." Lin Zhengran also headed to the door to put on his shoes. The three girls turned their heads at the mention of his grandfather, but quickly went back to helping Lin Xiaoli. Lin Xiaoli asked her husband, "Why is Dad here so suddenly? What's he here for?" Lin Yingjun opened the door. "I have no idea. Maybe he just missed Ran. I'll bring him up first and see." Lin Zhengran accompanied his father downstairs, meeting his fit and sturdy grandfather at the entrance. Along the way, Grandpa beamed at him. Ran, you've grown so tall. It's only been half a year, and you already look different." Lin Zhengran chuckled. He had indeed grown a bit taller in 9th grade. "Not by much. By the way, Grandpa, Dad said you have something to talk to me about?" His grandfather nodded. "Yes, there's something. I'll tell you upstairs. It's not a huge deal, but not a small one either. To be honest, I had completely forgotten about it. But then I heard about your almost perfect score on the high school entrance exams." At this, he looked at his grandson with pride. "Didn't you get the top score in town? I was chatting with some old friends, and it reminded me of something from years ago." "What exactly?" Lin Yingjun asked, confused. As they talked, the three of them reached the apartment. Lin Yingjun opened the door. Inside, the three girls and Lin Xiaoli quickly came over to greet Grandpa. Grandpa held onto the stair railing as he stepped inside and answered, "Remember how I used to tell you about an old friend from my military days? We were very close, but back then his daughter was much younger than you, so we could only set up a childhood engagement for Ran. We were reminiscing about it at the reunion, and he mentioned that his granddaughter happens to go to the same high school as Ran. His footsteps halted at the doorway. He looked at the three beautiful young girls in the house besides his daughter-in-law. Then, at last, he finished his sentence. "So, I thought they could meet and see if they hit it off, maybe even try dating." At that moment, Lin Yingjun, Lin Xiaoli, Han Wenwen, He Qing, Jang Shui, and even Lin Zhengran himself all widened their eyes in shock. For the first time, they all blurted out the same word. Childhood engagement. After the initial shock, the three girls quickly snapped back to reality and greeted Grandpa. "Hello, Grandpa." Before long, Grandpa was sitting on the couch with a cup of tea that Lin Xiaoli had brought him. Han Wenwen, Jang Shui, and He Qing, however, stood off to the side, all throwing jealous glances at Lin Zhengran. Clearly, this was news to them. Lin Zhengran looked back at them. What's with those looks? I'm just as surprised as you are. Grandpa blinked, not expecting things to get this awkward. These three girls are... Lin Yingjun introduced them. Dad, these three are Ranran's good friends. Grandpa observed their jealous expressions and whispered to his son, Are you sure they're just good friends? Lin Yingjun swallowed nervously and whispered back, Dad, do you really have to ask? Do they look like just good friends to you? Also, why don't I remember anything about this engagement? Grandpa glanced at the three girls again and frowned. What do you ever remember? But now, should I still say it? Han Wenwen was the first to speak. Grandpa, you just mentioned Lin Zhengran has a childhood engagement. What's that about? We're really curious. Jang Shui and He Qing both nodded, looking completely focused. Yeah, we're all very curious. Grandpa wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had once worried his grandson wouldn't find a girlfriend, but now it seemed that was a completely unnecessary concern. Well, actually girls about Ranran's fiancé. The three girls interrupted in unison. How did she go from a childhood engagement to a fiancé? Grandpa quickly corrected himself. Oh no, childhood engagement. I meant childhood engagement. Back then, my friend and I both agreed to it, but whether it actually happens depends on Ranran. I just came to mention it. The room fell into silence. Grandpa, feeling like even at his age, this was one of the most amusing situations he'd ever been in, suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. He pulled out a photo from his pocket. My friend gave me a picture of his granddaughter from middle school. Ranran, do you want to see? Lin Shaoli took the photo first, and immediately the three girls crowded around. Seeing it, they were all stunned. She's gorgeous. The girl in the picture wore a pure white dress, holding a wide-brimmed sun hat. Though it was only a side profile, her beauty was undeniable. Her cold, distant eyes gazed into the distance, and her long, jet-black hair was frozen in time by the wind. Lin Zhengran grabbed an apple from the side and took a bite. His natural human curiosity made him glance at the photo as well. Crunch, crunch, crunch. While chewing, he casually remarked, Yeah, she's really pretty. The three girls instantly turned their heads to stare at him. One was more jealous than the other. His mother, Lin Shaoli, grinned, impressed by her son's nerve. Ranran, you've got guts, making that comment right in front of them. Lin Zhengran answered nonchalantly, I was just stating a fact. Why is it okay for you all to say she's pretty, but not for me? Little He Qing pouted unhappily. Jiang Shui huffed and turned her head away. Han Wenwen shot Lin Zhengran a glare, looking like she didn't even want to acknowledge him. Since He Qing had to catch a train that afternoon, despite the awkwardness, they didn't linger at home for long. After saying goodbye to Grandpa, Lin Zhengran, along with Han Wenwen and Jiang Shui, accompanied He Qing to the station. At the ticket checkpoint, He Qing dragged her suitcase and looked at Lin Zhengran, who had come to see her off alone. See you in high school, Lin Zhengran. Lin Zhengran nodded. Take it slow on the way home. Send me a message when you get there. He Qing nodded, but hesitated after taking just a few steps. She suddenly turned back, stepping closer to Lin Zhengran. Lowering her voice so only the two of them could hear, she whispered, Do you really think that girl is pretty? I wear white dresses and sun hats too. I look good in them. I'm not ugly at all. If you like that kind of look, I can wear it for you to see any time. Lin Zhengran felt speechless. Do I look like I have that much free time? That was just a casual comment. I know you're pretty too. Now, go catch your train. He Qing let out a small, oh, and was still a little jealous, but hearing him acknowledge her looks made her feel slightly better. Her almond-shaped eyes gazed at him expectantly. Then, see you in high school. Bye-bye. She waved at Lin Zhengran before turning to wave at Han Wenwen and Jiang Shui in the distance. Wenwen, Jiang Shui, I'm off. See you at the new school. They all said their goodbyes, and He Qing boarded the train home. Jiang Shui, still looking a little jealous, was next. Lin Zhengran walked up beside her and lightly flicked her forehead. It's getting late. You should go home too. Jiang Shui covered her forehead and turned to glare at him. Why'd you hit me? Fine, I'll go. She flicked her twin ponytails and turned back before getting in the cab. Don't forget to come practice singing with me in a few days. Lin Zhengran nodded. Jang Shui called for a taxi, but just as the car arrived, she suddenly turned back. Clenching her small fists, she closed her eyes and blurted out, "You're such a damn flirt." Then she bolted into the taxi and sped off before Lin Zhengran could react. Now only Han Wenwen remained. Covering her face, she no longer looked jealous. Instead, she changed her tone. "Lin Zhengran, you wouldn't dare send me home, would you? Technically, this week was supposed to be our gaming time." The little fox had gone dark. Lin Zhengran was exhausted. "If you keep making that face, I'm just going home. It's not like I have to spend time with you guys." Han Wenwen instantly dropped the act, her mesmerizing fox-like eyes flashing with discontent. Who told Zhengran Gij to praise another girl's looks? And how come I didn't even know about this childhood engagement? I didn't know either. Besides, it's not like this is ancient times. Just because there's a childhood engagement doesn't mean I have to end up with her. Han Wenwen suddenly froze. She tilted her head, stepping closer. Zhengran Gij actually explained himself to me. "Does that mean you're afraid I'll get jealous and are trying to appease me?" Lin Zhengran really wanted to roll his eyes. This girl's thought process was always on another level. Han Wenwen, however, spoke seriously this time. But Zhengran Gij underestimates his own charm. In my opinion, if a girl forms any kind of bond with you, she might not like you right away because of her personality or circumstances. But if she's around you long enough, even I can't resist. What makes you think other girls can? She poked Lin Zhengran's chest with her slender finger. "Just in middle school alone, I had to block so many little vixens from getting close to you." Lin Zhengran stepped out of the station. "And you have a nerve to call others vixens?" He hailed a cab. "And you're overthinking it. Even if what you're saying is true, do you think I go around chatting with every girl I meet? I only interact with the people I care about." Han Wenwen pouted. "It's not like I'm the only fox in the world. At best, I'm just your favorite one." She paused, suddenly realizing something. Her face turned red. "Wait, care about?" Lin Zhengran immediately regretted his words. "Forget I said anything." Zhengran Gij explained properly. "What do you mean by care about? Are you saying that, even though you won't admit it out loud, deep down you actually do care about us?" Meanwhile, in a villa in Zitong City, inside a luxurious bathroom, a girl wearing black pajamas gathered her long hair into a bundle, her cold eyes gazing at herself in the mirror as she brushed her hair. Behind her stood another beautiful girl with a side ponytail, expressionless, holding a document. "The school has sent out the high school transcripts. As always, you'll be giving the speech as the top female student. The male student representative is someone named Lin Zhengran." The girl brushing her hair, Jiang Qian, gave a soft hum of acknowledgement. The girl with the side ponytail hesitated. "But what is it?" "It's just, according to the transcript, your score is right below his. Though the difference isn't much." Jiang Qian's hand paused mid-brush. "Let me see." She reached out and took the transcript. The name Lin Zhengran stood out. His scores were nearly identical to hers, ranking first in almost every subject. The only difference was that his Chinese score was slightly higher than hers. The girl behind her continued. "Also, your grandfather just sent an email. He forwarded the details of the boy you're engaged to. He said that he's attending the same high school as you, and you can meet him if you'd like." Jiang Qian stared at the name on the transcript. "Not interested. It's ridiculous that Grandpa even set that up. But out of courtesy, when I meet him, I'll reject it in person. As for this Lin Zhengran, his grades being higher than mine doesn't mean anything. I don't really care about these things. He probably just got lucky. Besides, there's another placement test after school starts. We'll see how well he does then." The girl with the side ponytail took back the transcript, thinking, if you don't care, then why are you asking about the scores every day? Of course, you'll definitely surpass him. The break before the school year started past quickly. While Lin Zhengran did spend some time practicing songs with Jang Shui, most of his days were spent at Han Wenwen's rental apartment. After all, high school wasn't part of compulsory education anymore, meaning there were more expenses. Fortunately, it was a public high school, so the costs weren't too high. Lin Zhengran was lying on Han Wenwen's bed, reading a book. The little fox, dressed in denim shorts and a t-shirt, was packing daily essentials for high school. Clothes, skirts, and various miscellaneous items all being stuffed into a suitcase. Zhengran Gij, do you think we'll be in the same class in high school? Probably not. Huh? Why not? Han Wenwen asked curiously. Lin Zhengran turned a page. Because there's a placement test. Your talent for studying isn't great, and you don't fully focus on academics, so it's normal if we're in different classes. Hearing this, Han Wenwen sat down beside him. There's a placement test for high school. Zhengran Gij really knows everything. Han Wenwen lay on her side next to him, their bodies almost touching. Do you think you'll end up in the same class as your fiancé? Lin Zhengran turned another page. It's been a month, and you're still talking about this? And how would I know? I don't even know how well she studies. After saying that, he glanced at her, feeling a bit speechless. This little fox's fingers were tracing circles on his stomach. Han Wenwen, I'm giving you 3 seconds to take your hand off me. 3, 2. Only when he counted down to 1 did Han Wenwen finally stop, retracting her hand with a pout. So mean, but Zhengran Gij actually has abs. I've never even seen you work out. There are a lot of things you haven't seen me do. By the way, have you finished packing? Why are you lying here? Han Wenwen closed her eyes and rested her forehead on his shoulder. What's the rush? There are still a few days before school starts. Once it does, I won't be able to lie in bed with Zhengran Gij anymore. Gotta make the most of it now. Lin Zhengran. Then could you lie somewhere else? There's plenty of space on the bed. Why do you have to drape yourself on me? Han Wenwen opened her fox-like eyes and stared at him. What's Zhengran Gij afraid of? No matter how close I get, you never get shy. She exhaled a warm breath against his ear. Right? Lin Zhengran flicked her forehead. Han Wenwen yelped in pain and clutched her head. Oh, that hurt. Ignoring her, Lin Zhengran asked seriously, you have enough money to last through your first year of high school, right? Are you short on cash? Han Wenwen, still rubbing her forehead, replied pitifully, even though I spent a lot recently, I still have 10,000 yuan left. Public high school doesn't cost much, so I'll be fine. By the way, does Zhengran Gij need pocket money? I can give you a few thousand. I don't need that much anyway. Lin Zhengran looked at her. Over the past year, Han Wenwen's gaming skills had advanced from a low-tier player to master level. Her fanbase had grown to around 500,000, which was impressive for a content creator who never showed her face and relied purely on gaming skills and voice. She had earned tens of thousands of yuan from her videos. And because of the system, Lin Zhengran naturally received double her earnings. At this point, his bank balance had nearly reached 6 figures. He had once wondered how the system even transferred money to him. But in the end, he just chalked it up to system magic. Keep your money for yourself. I told you before, I don't need it. Han Wenwen pouted. You said you don't want my money, only me. I remember that. She sighed dramatically. But Zhengran Gij doesn't seem to want me either. Lin Zhengran turned back to his book, thinking to himself that ever since their contract was signed, he had already claimed her in a sense. After all, as long as these 3 girls improved, he would reap plenty of benefits. There's no want or don't want about it. You already belong to me. You're supposed to stay by my side for life. So why even ask? Han Wenwen sighed out of habit. Then suddenly, silence. The room became eerily quiet. After a moment, Han Wenwen's face turned red, and she opened her eyes. Huh? Zhengran Gij, what did you just say? Lin Zhengran ignored her. Are you going to finish packing or not? Han Wenwen jolted upright, face still flushed, and stared at him shyly. Wait, packing doesn't matter right now. I'm asking what you just said. Did I mishear? Lin Zhengran glanced at her, unfazed, and continued reading. Who knew what went on in her mind? What did I say? The same thing I've always said. The whole reason I helped you was because you belong to me. What's so strange about that? Why else would I help you for so long? Even saying I'd take care of you for life. Han Wenwen's heartbeat had never raced this fast before. Slowly, she covered her mouth with her hands, her eyes turning red with embarrassment. She stared at Lin Zhengran as he flipped through his book. So, Qingqing hadn't misunderstood. Zhengran Gij had already confessed. And she had already agreed back then. The invisible tail of the little fox swayed shyly as she murmured, "So, in Zhengrongij's eyes, these past few years, we've all been wasting our time on meaningless things?" Even the gift she had given him in 8th grade, it hadn't even mattered because she had already belonged to him. Lin Zhengran flipped another page. He really didn't want to waste time discussing these things. How would I know what you girls were thinking back then? Middle school should have been time to build up your skills and prepare for the future, but you two spent 2 whole years doing things I couldn't understand. All I ever wanted was for you to improve yourselves so you could do whatever you wanted when you grew up. But what you were thinking and what I was thinking were completely different. Han Wenwen hesitated. But if that's the case, why does Zhengrongij always avoid being too close to me? Since I'm already yours, shouldn't it be? Lin Zhengran sat up, exasperated. He had said this so many times. Because you're a damn fox who interrupts my reading. How hard is that to understand? Han Wenwen shrank into the corner of the bed, burying herself under the blanket. Her fox-like eyes peeked out at him. For the first time, I think Zhengrongij is terrifying. Why didn't you say such an important thing earlier? Lin Zhengran gave her a deadpan look. I literally said, "You'll stay with me for life." You'd have to be an idiot not to know what that means. Han Wenwen suddenly realized something. Wait, so Zhengrongij said that to all 3 of us? So what? You've always known I helped them too. It's not like I hid it. Even He Qing told you before. Han Wenwen huffed in jealousy, hugging the blanket. How are you so confident about it? She muttered under her breath. I knew my instincts were right. Zhengrongij is such a flirt. She sulked, twisting the blanket in her hands. And not just any flirt, a major one. A few days later, Lin Zhengran, Jang Shui, and Han Wenwen carried their luggage and set off for their high school in the city. But after that conversation, Han Wenwen had a new plan for high school. New goal: make sure Zhengrongij never says that to another girl again. Otherwise, what happens after graduation? Originally, Lin Yingjun was supposed to drive the 3 of them to high school, but something came up at work that day. So, they had to hire a van instead. Fortunately, with Lin Zhengran leading the group, both Lin Yingjun and Jiang Shui's parents felt at ease. The back of the van was packed with luggage. As for the seating order in the back, from left to right, Han Wenwen, Lin Zhengran, and Jiang Shui. Are you sure you haven't forgotten anything? All right then, let's go, the driver said as he started the vehicle and headed toward the city. During the ride, Han Wenwen opened a big pack of sandwich biscuits and first offered one to Lin Zhengran. He refused. Then she handed one to Jiang Shui. Lily here. Jiang Shui froze for a second, looking at her with a weird expression. Lily? What kind of nickname is that? Han Wenwen, don't you usually call me Jiang Shui, classmate? Han Wenwen smiled. For now on, I'll call you Lily. It sounds more affectionate. Jiang Shui took the small packet of biscuits and said thanks, not really caring about the nickname, though the sudden closeness did make her get goosebumps. Whatever. Still, after opening the biscuits, she quietly asked Lin Zhengran, What's up with Han Wenwen? Lin Zhengran had no idea what the little fox was thinking. How would I know? Han Wenwen also opened a packet for herself and asked Lin Zhengran again, You really don't want any? No, I just ate breakfast. All right then. The little fox stared out the window, slowly chewing her biscuit, lost in thought. Before, she had been a die-hard supporter of the little Qingqing party, meaning she supported He Qing as the main wife. But after what happened a few days ago, dividing things into parties no longer seemed realistic. After all, Jiang Shui was already Zhengrongij's person. That meant she and Jiang Shui were destined to be sisters in arms. Oh, wait. Does that mean she could still be a part of the little Qingqing party? Because He Qing could be the official girlfriend, while she could just be the most favored one. As long as she was Zhengrongij's favorite, nothing else mattered. Han Wenwen bit her biscuit angrily. Though she could accept Lin Zhengran dating multiple girls in special circumstances. 3 girlfriends. Wasn't that a bit too much? For someone like Han Wenwen, who had a deeply obsessive personality when it came to love, once she fell for someone, she was all in, even if the person wasn't good. Once she made up her mind, she would follow them no matter what. But that also meant she was ridiculously jealous. Because in her heart, Lin Zhengran was the only person she couldn't live without. Sitting in the middle, Lin Zhengran listened to the sound of biscuits being aggressively crunched beside him. Seeing the little fox practically murdering her biscuit, he raised a brow. Han Wenwen, what did that biscuit ever do to you? Why are you chewing so loudly? Han Wenwen's fox-like eyes glanced at him, and she smiled. Oh, nothing. I just imagined it as Lin Zhengran classmate instead. I figured that flirty guys should be eaten up and swallowed whole. But since I can't actually eat you, I'm settling for this biscuit. On the other side, Jang Shui heard this and assumed Han Wenwen was talking about the childhood engagement. Well, that made sense. Han Wenwen was a hardcore He Qing supporter, so if He Qing's position was threatened, of course, her best friend would be upset too. Han Wenwen is right. Flirty guys should be eaten up and swallowed whole. She backed Han Wenwen up. Then she also started aggressively munching on her biscuits, giving Lin Zhengran a thunder glare before dramatically turning away with a humph. Lin Zhengran was speechless. Nope, he wasn't going to entertain these two and their overly vivid imaginations. His phone rang. It was He Qing. The soft, sweet voice came through the speaker. Lin Zhengran, what are you guys getting here? I'm already at the school gate waiting for you. Lin Zhengran glanced out the window. Another 10 minutes or so. Not long after, the van arrived at their new high school. The three of them were a little taken aback. Though it wasn't some ultra-luxurious private school, the spacious campus, the towering statue of Confucius, and the overall grandeur of the entrance made it feel much more impressive than their small-town middle school. Standing at the gate, He Qing spotted them and waved excitedly. Lin Zhengran, Wenwen, Jang Shui, over here. The three of them walked over. Han Wenwen was the first to hug He Qing in an affectionate reunion. Jang Shui also chatted with He Qing, asking her when she had arrived. Suddenly, they heard voices from nearby. Whoa, look at those three over there. They're gorgeous. Yeah, especially the one with her hair down. She looks just like a little fox. I've never seen anyone that pretty before. Some passing students were whispering among themselves, blushing as they admired Han Wenwen, He Qing, and Jang Shui. Lin Zhengran was already used to it. Pretty girls were admired wherever they went. But as he stood there watching them chat, he had a thought. They don't seem that different from middle school. But then, as he observed them more closely, wait, maybe they actually have changed. Maybe because they were always together, he had never noticed it before. At some point, all three of them had developed. 16 really was a defining age for girls. For example, aside from all three of them having slender figures, He Qing, compared to most girls, had a noticeably cavia upper body. Han Wenwen, on the other hand, had a waist-to-hip ratio that was way beyond ordinary. Even now, in her pleated skirt, her natural advantage was obvious. Not to mention when she wore tight-fitting outfits at home. As for Jang Shui, okay, she hadn't changed at all. Jang Shui turned around and saw Lin Zhengran staring at them. Blushing, she walked over. Hey, idiot, what are you daydreaming about? What are you thinking? For some reason, Lin Zhengran suddenly felt a little bad for her. Maybe this is just the fate of a tsundere. He reached out and patted her head. Nothing much. You should eat more. Try to build up your strength. Maybe there's still hope for a second growth spurt. Jang Shui had no idea what he meant. Feeling her face heat up from the sudden head pat, she stammered. What do you mean? Why are you suddenly so nice to me? Do you need a favor or something? Lin Zhengran withdrew his hand. Nope, just saying what came to mind. Jang Shui turned even redder. What's up with this idiot? Since when did he become so gentle? She lowered her head, hands behind her back. I eat plenty. You think I'm too skinny? I was actually planning on dieting this year, but now you're making me second-guess it. Should I lose weight or not? There's no need to diet. Before he could finish, a Rolls-Royce suddenly pulled up in front of the school. All the students turned to look. The car door opened, and a long-haired, cold-looking girl stepped out. She wore a short skirt and long sleeves, her elegant demeanor completely unfazed by the attention she received. Beside her, another beautiful girl with a side ponytail followed, equally expressionless. The students at the gate whispered excitedly. A Rolls-Royce. This girl must be loaded. And she's gorgeous too. She's probably a freshman. She doesn't look like an upperclassman. Han Wenwen and He Qing also noticed them. He Qing admired the new arrival. Wow, she's so pretty. But what's a Rolls-Royce? Han Wenwen sighed. It's the name of that car. They cost millions. Huh, that expensive. Han Wenwen squinted at the girl. More importantly, doesn't she look kind of familiar? He Qing blinked. No way. I don't recognize her. Jang Shui walked over. I kind of feel like I've seen her somewhere before too, but I can't remember where. Lin Zhengran blinked. Oh, he knew exactly who she was. He Qing suddenly gasped. Wait, now that you mention it, doesn't she look kind of like the girl in that photo? A single remark was like a wake-up call. The three girls blinked simultaneously, staring at the departing girl's back. Once she disappeared, they turned in unison to look at Lin Zhengran. As expected, Han Wenwen was the first to speak, her voice gentle. Lin Zhengran, you're really lucky. The little fox's claws were practically out, her face brimming with murderous intent. It was only because Lin Zhengran usually dominated these three that the situation on the first day of school hadn't been too overwhelming for a normal person. After this brief moment of mischief, they all headed into the school to register, preparing for the first placement exam that afternoon. Meanwhile, as the girl named Jiang Qian walked into the school, her assistant, a girl named Feng Meng, reminded her, Qian, the placement exam starts this afternoon. If you're feeling nervous, you can take a break at noon. Jiang Qian kept walking, her voice cool. There's no need. The placement exam is just slightly harder than the high school entrance exam. It's not worth worrying about. Well, if that's what you think. Anyway, that Lin Zhengran guy just got lucky. It doesn't matter. I don't care. Feng Meng, who had grown up with Jiang Qian, recalled how the second miss had stayed up late cramming for this test the night before. She didn't know how to react. Jiang Qian clearly cared a lot about winning and losing, yet she always acted like it didn't matter. It was absurd. The placement exam that afternoon lasted longer than expected. Before the test, based on the abilities of the three girls, Lin Zhengran figured they'd likely end up in the same class as him. But none of them believed it. Little He Qing clenched her tiny fists, full of determination. I'll do my best. I'll make sure we're in the same class. Jang Shui puffed out her chest confidently. I was at least an above-average student in middle school. I'll definitely make it into the top class. The little fox didn't want to admit it, but she knew her own limits. Maybe I'll have an exceptional performance? Lin Zhengran decided not to dampen their spirits. Good luck. As everyone sat in their assigned seats, Lin Zhengran unexpectedly found himself next to the long-haired girl from that morning. That cold yet striking face was definitely memorable. Jiang Qian sat in her seat, taking out a gel pen. Her curious and surprised gaze flicked toward Lin Zhengran. So this was that Lin Zhengran guy? He looked exactly like his photo. Most boys were intimidated by making eye contact with a beautiful girl. But Lin Zhengran, having lived 2 lifetimes, clearly wasn't afraid to stare at these little girls. Jiang Qian wasn't afraid either. So, the two of them just locked eyes, wordlessly staring at each other for a moment. It was only when the exam started that they finally looked away and focused on their papers. Jiang Qian was convinced she wouldn't lose to anyone. She skimmed through all the questions, the corners of her lips curving slightly. Just as expected, this test was nothing special. Getting first place would be effortless. But what she didn't notice was that Lin Zhengran was so bored, he was practically doodling the answers. These questions? He had them memorized since 3rd grade. High school exams were fairly standardized, so his brain didn't even need to work. It was pure muscle memory. Meanwhile, the others were struggling. Little He Qing was biting the end of her pen, finding the questions incredibly difficult. Jiang Shui was sweating bullets. Some of these questions were completely new to her. Han Wenwen had already given up, resting her face on her hand as she muttered to herself, "Studying is nothing like gaming. If you don't know something, you just don't." No luck involved. After a grueling few hours, the exam was over. Outside the exam hall, Lin Zhengran spotted the 3 girls coming out, looking dejected. Curious, he asked, How'd you do? You all look pretty disappointed. The three of them exchanged glances before sighing in unison. Dreams shattered. Sure enough, when the class assignments were posted, Jang Shui, Han Wenwen, and He Qing were all in the same class. When Lin Zhengran arrived at his own class, he saw the familiar cold-faced girl along with the side ponytailed girl who always followed her around. The test scores were posted a few days later. Teachers stuck the results up on the wall. Everyone crowded around to check their scores, but Lin Zhengran just took one glance and lost interest. As expected, first place. Jiang Qian, however, was already standing there, staring at the results. Her cold eyes were filled with disbelief, her red lips pressed tightly together. Even Fong Ming, usually composed, widened her eyes in surprise. She murmured, second place. Jiang Qian. First place. Lin Zhengran. And not just in Chinese. His math score was higher than yours too. He got a perfect score in everything except Chinese again. Jiang Qian's delicate hand slowly clenched into a fist. Fong Ming asked hesitantly, Qian, are you okay? Maybe you just got lucky again. Jiang Qian turned her head toward the window seat, where Lin Zhengran was lazily flipping through a book. She recalled that silent stare from the exam hall and let out a deep breath, as if trying to convince herself. She unclenched her fist and walked back to her seat, speaking as if nothing had happened. Why would I be bothered? It's just a small placement test. Maybe he really does have an absolute talent for academics. She rambled on. Besides, I focus on being well-rounded. The military training starts in a few days, and I heard there will be a sports competition. I doubt someone who's only good at studying will be great at sports too. Fong Ming nodded in agreement. That's true. If you study a lot, you don't have time to exercise. But you, Qian, balance studying, sports, and piano. You're not competing with people who specialize in just one thing. Jiang Qian sat by the window, staring outside with cold eyes. So what if someone has better grades? It doesn't matter. Then, as if to reassure herself, she repeated, I don't care at all. A few days later, military training began. The school issued training uniforms, and the first-year students started their 2-week-long boot camp. Jiang Qian's so-called sports competition was scheduled for the end of the first week. To encourage teamwork and physical fitness, the school organized various athletic events. The first race was the girls' sprint. Lin Zhengran stood at the sidelines, watching the female participants tie up their ponytails, preparing for the race. Jiang Qian's gaze was especially determined. Her eyes radiated a do-or-die mentality. She had to win, no matter what. And she was indeed skilled. From her starting posture alone, Lin Zhengran could tell she had received professional training. She took the lead right from the start and secured an easy first place. The PE teacher checked the stopwatch. Wow, Jiang Qian ran 14.35 seconds, 1 second faster, and she'd qualify as a national-level athlete. Even most boys can't run that fast. Jiang Qian let out a breath of relief. Fong Ming, also timing the race, smiled at her. This time, she was certain Jiang Qian had won. Then came the boys' sprint. The guys were all hyped up, eager to compete. Lin Zhengran, on the other hand, was indifferent. Back in town, he had tested this before. The system stat boosts also enhanced his leg strength. At level 40, he could run 100 meters in 3.7 seconds. Now, at level 49, he was definitely even faster. But he wasn't interested in running at full speed. That would ruin his peaceful high school life. He'd hold back just a little. At the teacher's signal, Lin Zhengran shot forward. It was obvious he was much faster than the others. Even the PE teacher and the other boys were stunned. When he crossed the finish line, the teacher swore in shock. Holy S******. 11.11 seconds? You're Lin Zhengran, right? If you train properly, you could make the national team. Lin Zhengran was speechless. Even when running lazily, he was still too fast. Jiang Qian, who had been watching, stood frozen. Fong Ming, stopwatch in hand, could barely find the words. She could only mumble, this guy is seriously strong. And he's good-looking, too. Amid the gasps and exclamations from their classmates, He Qing, Jang Shui, and Han Wenwen from Class 3 also turned their attention toward the commotion. He Qing had been secretly keeping an eye on Lin Zhengran all along. The moment she saw his name at the top, she cheered excitedly. Lin Zhengran got first place. Jang Shui blinked, feeling a bit shy but still impressed by that idiot's strength. He totally showed off again, but with his abilities, it's not like anyone else stood a chance. Han Wenwen didn't praise him outright. Instead, she carefully observed the reactions of the surrounding girls, especially the ones from wealthy families. Their starry-eyed gazes were particularly concerning. The little fox bit her thumb, looking like a miniature Sherlock Holmes. Something feels off. I have to nip this in the bud before it gets out of hand. The sports competition lasted the entire day, covering multiple events. At first, Jiang Qian thought that even if she had lost in sprinting, she could still outshine that boy in sit-ups, long jump, or other events. But to her shock, she didn't win a single one. Even more frustrating, Lin Zhengran wasn't even out of breath after each event, while she had given it her all. After the competitions ended, Jiang Qian sat on the steps in her military training uniform, staring blankly ahead. Her cold, determined eyes were now dull, her fighting spirit completely crushed by reality. Her assistant, Fong Meng, crouched in front of her, awkwardly glancing at the stats she had recorded. Qian, based on my observations, that Lin Zhengran is an absolute genius. His physical endurance, coordination, and reflexes are all top tier. And combined with his academic record, Jiang Qian looked utterly defeated. No need to tell me. I don't care about any of this. Fong Meng tried to console her. But Qian, you didn't lose to him in everything. Don't forget, after military training, there's the freshman talent showcase. You're planning to perform a piano piece and send a recording to your uncle, right? Jiang Qian's eyes flickered slightly as she looked at Fong Meng. Fong Meng smiled. You've been practicing piano since elementary school and have won several competitions in middle school. Studying and sports may not be your strongest suits, but when it comes to piano, no one can beat you. This time, you definitely won't lose. Jiang Qian glanced toward Lin Zhengran, who was casually watching the competition from the sidelines. After today's events, quite a few girls had started approaching him. The boy was undeniably good-looking, with a tall and athletic build. His charisma far exceeded that of his peers. This one competition alone had already earned him a group of admirers, including some upperclassmen. But instead of being discouraged, Jiang Qian said, "No, I did a little background check on him. He's from an ordinary family. If I beat him at piano, it wouldn't even be a fair fight. He probably hasn't even practiced before. And even if I lose, so what? I'll just take first place in the next mock exam." With that, she stood up and headed toward the restroom, as if she truly didn't care. Fong Meng blinked and muttered to herself, still so dishonest. But one of Qian's best qualities is that she never takes advantage of someone's weaknesses. That's pretty admirable. Fong Meng stood up and followed her, already anticipating what would happen next. That night, Jiang Qian would hole up in her room, staying up late to cram for the next exam. Sure enough, when Jiang Qian's older sister, Jiang Jingshi, came home, she was startled. "Oh, Qian's been studying so hard these past few days." Fong Meng gave a slight bow. "Welcome back, Miss Jiang. Second Miss has indeed been unusually dedicated lately. She barely gets any sleep at night." Jiang Jingshi chuckled warmly. "Looks like she's found herself a strong rival again. Qian's competitive streak is as fierce as ever. Just let her be. She'll figure it out herself." "Yes, Mississippi. Oh, by the way, I heard from Grandpa that Qian has an arranged marriage. Has she met the guy yet? What's he like?" Fong Meng explained. "Second Miss isn't interested in the matter. She hasn't met him yet." Jiang Jingshi nodded thoughtfully. I suppose I could meet him in her place. After all, he's the grandson of Grandpa's old friend. We shouldn't ignore the engagement entirely. It would be rude. Besides, I was originally supposed to be his fiancée. It was only because he was born later, the same age as Qian, that Grandpa reassigned the engagement to her. She added, "Remind her again in a few days. If she really doesn't want to meet him, I'll go instead." Fong Ming nodded in understanding. With that, Jiang Jingshi turned and left, her high heels clicking against the floor. Her wavy, waist-length hair swayed gently with each step. The next morning, the sun shone brightly, marking nearly 2 weeks since the start of school. High school was different from middle school. In middle school, boys and girls were just beginning to develop an awareness of romance, but many boys still didn't think much about relationships. At most, they were just experiencing their first stirrings of attraction. High school, however, was a completely different story. By now, everyone's minds were maturing, and boys were quick to notice which girls were the most beautiful in a crowd. A single glance could imprint a girl's face in their memory. A simple smile from the right person could make her the center of attention. In just these 2 weeks, students had already started exchanging notes on which class had the most beautiful girls. During a break after the morning training session, the instructor gave class 1 students a 20-minute rest. Even though it was autumn, standing outside all morning was exhausting. The students were all parched, and Lin Zhengran sat down to rest. A male classmate plopped down beside him. Lin Zhengran, aren't you tired at all? You've been training all morning, and you're barely sweating. Lin Zhengran responded casually, I've gotten used to it after a week of training. The boy nudged him with an elbow. Used to it or not, it's still exhausting. But man, you're built differently. By the way, do you have a girlfriend? I noticed you don't really respond much when the girls in our class talk to you. Lin Zhengran chuckled. Not interested. Another classmate, a guy with the surname Pan, joined in. Honestly, the girls in our class just don't stand out, especially with Jiang Qian and Fong Ming around. Compared to them, everyone else seems kind of average. Lin Zhengran, you're so good-looking. You probably have high standards, huh? But did you know? Apparently, Class 3 has the most beautiful girls. The first guy nodded eagerly. Yeah, I heard there's a girl named He Qing, right? Super pretty. I saw her once and wow, she's gorgeous. Pan chimed in. He Qing is definitely beautiful, but there's also Jiang Shui with the twin ponytails. She's even cuter, and she's so bubbly. She's basically everyone's dream girl. Another boy overheard the conversation and joined in. Nah, the prettiest one has to be Han Wenwen. Haven't you guys heard? Tons of guys have been giving her love letters these past few days. Even some upperclassmen confess to her. But of course, pretty girls aren't easy to chase. She apparently rejected all of them, saying she already has a boyfriend. Throughout Lin Zhengran's life, there had been countless times when classmates had tried to befriend him. Some of them had even gotten close to becoming actual friends. But in the end, it always played out the same way. Just like right now. As the guys were chatting about girls, they suddenly noticed a shy He Qing walking over, clutching a freshly sealed bottle of lemon water. And she was heading straight for Lin Zhengran. By now, He Qing was already one of the most talked-about beauties among the boys. Whether they had heard of her before or not, the moment she appeared, every guy in Class 1 turned to look at her, all captivated by her pure and sweet appearance. Wow, she's gorgeous. Who is she? She looks amazing, even in a military uniform. Isn't that He Qing from Class 3? What's she doing here? Looks like she's delivering something. Does she have a close friend in our class? Or is she? The boys murmured amongst themselves, all curious about who she was approaching. At that moment, the guy who had just been calling He Qing pretty nudged Lin Zhengran's shoulder, looking nervous. He Qing? Why is she coming to our class? He paused for a second, then suddenly panicked. Wait. Oh, SH*T. She's walking toward us. Could she be coming for me? His heartbeat quickened. Of course, He Qing noticed the attention on her. She pursed her lips shyly, but when her eyes locked onto Lin Zhengran amidst the crowd, every other boy instantly faded from her view. She walked up to him, stopping right in front of him, staring directly into his eyes. Lin Zhengran, I bought you lemon water. Get up for a second. I have something to tell you. She clutched the drink tightly. Class 1 fell silent. The hopeful boy from earlier looked utterly devastated. He Qing from Class 3 was giving Lin Zhengran a drink. What was going on? Some speculated they might be dating. Others wondered if He Qing was trying to pursue him. After all, quite a few girls had started approaching Lin Zhengran since his recent sport competition victories. Seeing that she had something to say, Lin Zhengran got up, and the two of them moved to the side under the watchful eyes of the entire class. With so many people staring at her, He Qing's face turned bright red. She kept her head down, looking absolutely adorable. Lin Zhengran glanced at her military uniform. Though plain, her long, silky ponytail and delicate features, combined with the light sheen of sweat on her forehead from the morning training, made her look like a classic first love heroine straight out of a novel. Even though the loose military uniform didn't reveal much, it still couldn't fully hide her developing figure. "What brings you here?" Lin Zhengran asked. He Qing raised her head slightly, pushing the drink toward him as she whispered, "I came to bring you a drink. I noticed that during break time, lots of girls from other classes were bringing drinks to their boyfriends, or vice versa. But I figured you'd be too tired from training to bother getting one yourself, so I bought this for you." Lin Zhengran raised an eyebrow. This little girl was getting bolder every year. Back in middle school, she was brave enough to take a bus by herself just to find him, but she was still too shy to speak in public. Now, here she was, openly bringing him a drink in front of an entire class. The timid little He Qing from childhood would have never done something like this. Lin Zhengran accepted the lemon water, glancing at the boys from Class 1. Several of them were staring daggers at him. Feeling slightly awkward, he turned back to He Qing. "Did you get one for yourself?" She shook her head. "I already drank some water. I brought my own bottle, so I'm not thirsty. You should drink it before the ice melts. It won't taste as good then." Then, she hesitated before whispering, Do you want me to put the straw in for you?" Since Lin Zhengran didn't refuse, she quickly unwrapped the straw, inserted it into the drink with a soft pop, and tucked the trash into her pocket. "Drink up. When you're done, I'll throw away the trash for you. Otherwise, you'd have to walk all the way to the trash can." "Thanks." Lin Zhengran found a seat and sat down, while He Qing quickly took a spot next to him, placing her hands neatly on her knees. The 16-year-old He Qing watched Lin Zhengran drink with a delighted smile. She wasn't the sharpest girl around, but compared to her childhood self, she had definitely gotten smarter. Bringing him a drink wasn't just about keeping him hydrated. It was also a way to stake her claim. She wasn't blind. Ever since the sports competition, plenty of girls had been approaching Lin Zhengran. If she didn't show up today, who knew how many more would try in the future? At the same time, her presence also discouraged the boys who had been interested in her. Of course, she didn't plan to hide any of this from Lin Zhengran. She laid everything out for him honestly. "Lin Zhengran, you got first place in every event the other day?" Lin Zhengran took a sip of lemon water and nodded. It was just a school-wide event. Everyone had to participate. He Qing beamed. "That's amazing. I saw you from my class. We were all watching. Nobody even came close to beating you." Lin Zhengran glanced at her, sensing she had something else to say. "If you want to say something, just say it. Why are you beating around the bush?" He Qing fidgeted with her fingers, her voice soft and a little jealous. It's nothing. Just that, since you did so well in the competition, I'm guessing a lot of girls have been talking to you, asking for your number and stuff. Why you're not interested in them, right? You don't like those types, do you?" Lin Zhengran exhaled and nodded. "Not really." He Qing visibly brightened, grinning widely. "Right. I knew it. Actually, lately, some boys have been talking to me too. Some even said they liked me. But I ignored all of them. I rejected every single one. I didn't accept anything they gave me either. I just wanted to tell you, so you wouldn't think I was talking to them or anything. I'm not. I only want to talk to you. Really, I don't want to talk to any other boys." Lin Zhengran looked at He Qing's earnest expression. She was practically making a solemn vow. He handed her the half-finished lemon water. "How's high school so far?" "It's fine." She took the bottle, not minding the fact that it had a straw in it. "Military training is tiring, but otherwise it's okay. You're not drinking anymore." "I wasn't that thirsty to begin with." This was enough. Lin Zhengran gazed into the distance. "High school is different from middle school. You're farther from home now. If you run into any problems you can't solve, come find me. I'll help you. After training ends this week, rest well over the weekend. Don't let it affect your competition in 2 weeks." He Qing felt warm at his concern, nodding eagerly. "I'm not that tired. But can I only come find you if I have a problem? What if I just want to see you?" Do whatever you want. You're here now, aren't you? He Qing giggled. After chatting a little longer, she waved goodbye, still holding the half-finished drink. Of course, she had no intention of throwing it away. It was the one Lin Zhengran had already drunk from. But she was too shy to drink from the same side as him, so she flipped the straw around and used the other end. As she took a sip, her face turned red. I should bring him a drink again next time, she thought. That way, I'll get to drink from the same one again. Just then, a system notification appeared. Fairy He, seeing your exhaustion, has gifted you a divine elixir. You receive He Fairy's Frost Spirit Water. +2 charisma, +1 stamina. Back at the rest area, the boy who had been leaning on Lin Zhengran's shoulder looked devastated. He had witnessed the entire scene firsthand. He might have been able to convince himself otherwise, but a girl's blushing face never lied. Lin Zhengran, if you ever treat He Qing badly, I swear I'll kill you. With a sorrowful wail, he left. Lin Zhengran sighed. Before he could catch a break, another classmate nudged him. So, He Qing is your girlfriend? Huh? No wonder you weren't interested in the other girls. Speaking of which, do you know if Jang Shui has a boyfriend? He didn't even get a finish. Because at that moment, a shy yet determined Jang Shui appeared in the distance, holding another bottle of lemon water. Jang Shui's appearance once again caught the attention of the boys in Class 1. She spotted Lin Zhengran sitting in the crowd and shyly hid the lemon water behind her back. Don't be fooled by her short stature or lack of standout features. Her petite, lively, and playful face had enough charm to make plenty of boys' hearts race. After all, who wouldn't want a cheerful, pretty girlfriend? Jiang Shui avoided eye contact as she slowly walked into Class 1. This time, no one in Class 1 really thought much of it at first. After all, He Qing had just come by to deliver water. No matter how wild their imaginations were, they'd only assumed Jiang Shui was here to bring something to someone else. The boy surnamed Pan, who had just asked about Jiang Shui, sat up straight when he saw her actually approaching. Jiang Shui, what's she doing in our class too? Don't tell me she also has a boyfriend. Then everyone watched as Jiang Shui walked step by step up to Lin Zhengran and stopped, staring stubbornly into his eyes. In the silent half-minute that followed, the boys in class all widened their eyes, mouths agape, voices echoing with disbelief. No way. The truth was right in front of them, but they still didn't dare to believe it, until Jiang Shui spoke. Embarrassed by the crowd, she blushed and changed her words. Lin Zhengran, come out for a sec. I need to talk to you. With that, she walked away and stood near the drinks, waiting. Pan's secret crush crumbled as he and the others muttered in unison. D***MN. Lin Zhengran let out a long sigh, got up, and walked over to Jiang Shui. Seeing how shy she looked, he asked, Brought me water? Jiang Shui froze. How'd you know? No. Who said I came to bring you water? Lin Zhengran glanced at the hand she was hiding behind her back and asked helplessly, If it's not for that, then why did you come? Jiang Shui noticed all the eyes from Class 1 were on her. Although she wasn't scared of being watched when she was singing, this situation was definitely different. She looked back at Lin Zhengran and snapped. I am here to bring water. So what? Fiercely, she pulled out the cup of lemon water with one hand, turning her head away with a shy huff. It's so hot today, I figured you'd be thirsty, so I bought you a drink. Whether you drink it or not, that's up to you. I did my part by bringing it. Lin Zhengran accepted the drink and asked the same question. Did you drink some? I did. She pouted. You think I waited in line that long just to buy it for you? Then, suddenly clenching her fists and shutting her eyes in frustration, she blurted out, Fine, I didn't drink any. I rushed to bring it to you and didn't have time to take a sip. And then He Qing beat me to it. She rattled on like a spilled jar of beans. He Qing is one thing, but you, why are you still so popular with girls? Do you even know how jealous I've been these days, seeing all those girls talking to you? It's seriously so annoying. Her face burning red, Jiang Shui took a few steps back and plopped down on the curb, hugging her knees with its thunder pout. Don't ask me why I'm jealous. Even if you ask, I won't say. But ever since high school started, everyone's been so bold. Even people came up to chat with me and said I'm cute and stuff. What's wrong with them? If I were really that cute, why haven't you ever said it? What good does it do hearing it from them? Lin Zhengran sat down beside her. Looks like a lot's happened to you these past few days. At first, I thought you hadn't changed at all from middle school, but now I can tell. You've changed a bit. Jang Shui kept hugging her knees and avoided looking at him, until she heard Lin Zhengran say next, "You're cuter than you were in middle school." Her face turned beet red, steam practically rising from her head as she stammered, turning to look at him. "Why you? What are you saying? See cuter? Are you out of your mind? Say that again if you dare. You really are cuter than before. Still as tsundere as ever, but way better than you used to be." Jang Shui's lips parted slightly, her eyes sparkling. It was as if colorful bubbles started floating around her. Too shy to meet his gaze, she shrank back and stared at her knees. "You're totally crazy. Saying stuff like that to me. Are you some blooming cactus or something?" Then she heard the sound of Lin Zhengran inserting the straw. She turned her head to look at him. Lin Zhengran raised an eyebrow at her shy look. Jiang Shui gave him a judging look. "But seriously, you big dummy, you've gotten a lot smarter since starting high school. Your mouth's gotten sweeter, too." She suddenly grinned. "How about I start calling you little dummy from now on?" Lin Zhengran got goosebumps all over from her smile. "What's with that face?" Jiang Shui argued. "Don't you think it's a really affectionate nickname? Only people with a close bond use it. Dummy dummy, it's cute." Lin Zhengran sighed and took another sip. "So that's what you think, huh? No wonder you're so stuck on that nickname. What else would it be? You don't like it." Seeing Lin Zhengran actually nod, she thought for a second. "Then how about this? I'll call you." She pursed her lips for a moment and softly said, "Zhengran." Right after saying it, she felt goosebumps all over herself. Lin Zhengran looked exasperated. "Can't you just call me by my name like a normal person?" Jiang Shui pouted and hugged her knees again. "No way. He Qing already calls you that. If I say the same thing as her, won't I be falling behind? I'll just call you Zhengran. It sounds nice anyway." Lin Zhengran handed the drink back to her. "I don't want it anymore." Jiang Shui took it and watched as he drank only a sip. "You only drank one sip? I waited in line forever, you know. I just drank earlier. And since you didn't have any yet, you might as well drink the rest." He stood up. "If there's nothing else, I'm heading back." Suddenly, Jiang Shui grabbed his arm. "Wait, Zhengran, I want to ask you something," she whispered. "Do you really think I don't need to lose weight?" Lin Zhengran thought she was going to ask something serious. He looked her over and replied, "Honestly, you really don't, even though you haven't changed much. I like how you are now. You're small and super cute." Then he walked off. Jiang Shui stood there, stunned for a moment before it sank in. "Like? He said he likes me." Her brain short-circuited as she muttered, he likes me. He said he likes me." She stood up, closed her eyes, and shouted, "I accept." Then, covering her face in embarrassment, she ran off. "Now that we're in high school, I seriously can't handle this guy anymore. Confessing like that out of nowhere. How am I supposed to say no?" Lin Zhengran glanced back and heard what she said, speechless. That silly girl's acting nuts again. He turned back, only to suddenly see the boy surnamed Pan crying as he ran off. And in the spot where he'd been sitting, Han Wenwen had squatted down at some point, holding a drink and staring at him. The rest of the class was already frozen in shock, eyes wide as they stared at Han Wenwen, and even more so at Lin Zhengran. Han Wenwen smiled sweetly, full of jealousy. "Lin Zhengran? Still thirsty?" Lin Zhengran. And on the other side of the classroom, Jiang Qian and Fong Meng, who had just returned from the restroom, also noticed everyone staring at Lin Zhengran. Fong Meng said, "That guy's really popular, huh? I've lost count of how many girls from other classes have come to talk to him lately." Jiang Qian's cold eyes locked onto Lin Zhengran, who was talking to Han Wenwen, her thoughts unreadable. A few days later, military training was about to end, and the freshman talent showcase was officially scheduled for the last day. As the freshman representatives, Lin Zhengran and Jiang Qian were naturally called into the office by the teachers before the event preparations began. "Lin Zhengran, Jiang Qian, you two have the best grades among this year's freshmen, actually among the past few years of freshmen. After much consideration, the school leadership has unanimously chosen you both as the male and female freshman representatives. Dressed in a military training uniform, Lin Zhengran was about half a head taller than Jiang Qian. This second miss stood with an air of elegance. Her posture was straight, and her gaze was clear yet indifferent. If it were anyone else, they would surely be overshadowed by her cold and aloof aura. However, Lin Zhengran carried himself with a similar level of maturity, ensuring he wasn't outshone. The teacher sitting in the chair looked at the two students, who exuded a completely different aura from their peers, and thought to himself, geniuses really are different from ordinary people. He smiled and said, "So, over the next 2 days, you both need to prepare a speech. Tomorrow night, before the performances start, you'll deliver it. You already know the requirements. It should be passionate and inspiring, something that can energize the students. Also, as school representatives, it would be best if you prepared a performance as well." Jiang Qian spoke coolly. "I've already signed up for a piano performance." The teacher nodded approvingly. "All right, I heard about your piano teacher before. You've won quite a few piano competitions, haven't you? Excelling in both academics and music. Honestly, it's almost unbelievable. What about you, Lin Zhengran?" Lin Zhengran felt like he didn't have anything particularly impressive to showcase. After all, he had dabbled in many different things over the past 2 years, but none stood out as a specialty. He thought for a moment and said, "How about I play the piano too? Since our performances are back-to-back, it'll save time setting up the stage." The moment he said this, both Jiang Qian and the teacher looked slightly taken aback. Even Jiang Qian, who usually remained expressionless, glanced at him in surprise. The teacher asked curiously, "Oh, Lin Zhengran, you know how to play the piano?" Lin Zhengran nodded, recalling that he had learned a bit in his past life. Although he wasn't highly skilled, with some practice over the next 2 days, he should be able to manage. "I learned a little long time ago. I'm not very skilled. I've only ever played accompaniment." The teacher considered this and said, "Really? In that case, why don't you two perform a piano duet? If your skill level isn't high, you could take the supporting role while Jiang Qian leads." "I don't know much about piano, though. Would that work, Jiang Qian?" Jiang Qian withdrew her gaze from Lin Zhengran and said, "That's fine. I'll just pick a simpler piece. It's just a performance, after all." The teacher nodded. "Great. Then it's settled. Go sign up now, piano duet. After you finish your speeches, make sure to find time to practice. Hopefully, everything goes smoothly tomorrow night." Both of them nodded in agreement. After leaving the office, Jiang Qian kept a straight face, but inwardly, she was quite surprised that Lin Zhengran could play the piano. However, since he had admitted that his skill level wasn't great, she didn't feel particularly inclined to compare. She said, "Let's finish writing our speeches during the day, then start practicing in the stage rehearsal room tonight." "Sound good. By the way, how many pianos does our school have?" Jiang Qian looked ahead and replied, "The school doesn't have any. I use my own, and you can use yours." Lin Zhengran blinked. Jiang Qian turned to look at him. An awkward silence filled the air. Jiang Qian asked, "You don't have a piano at home?" "Nope. That's why I said I'm pretty amateur. Maybe I should change my performance. Singing could work too." Lin Zhengran was straightforward. Jiang Qian wondered how he had learned without a piano, but after 2 previous encounters with him, she had developed a growing curiosity about him. She was very interested in seeing just how amateur he really was. "It's fine. I have an extra piano at home. I'll have it brought over," she said. "We'll still meet in the practice room tonight." By the time their conversation ended, they had already exited the teaching building. Jiang Qian headed off into the distance, where Fong Ming was waiting for her at the far end of the corridor. Lin Zhengran called after her, "Thanks, I owe you one." Jiang Qian turned back slightly and glanced at him with curiosity. "No need to thank me. I'm just really interested in hearing you play." Lin Zhengran smiled. He wasn't blind. He had long noticed that Jiang Qian seemed to secretly compare herself to him, but that didn't matter to him. He would just keep doing what he wanted to do. Jiang Qian reached Fong Ming's side, and the 2 girls disappeared from Lin Zhengran's view. As they walked away, Fong Meng noticed Jiang Qian's slightly odd expression and asked, "What's wrong, Qian Qian?" The student representative thing was decided ages ago. "Why do you look surprised?" Jiang Qian replied, "I'm not surprised about the representative part. I'm surprised that Lin Zhengran can play the piano." "Huh? He can play piano too? What doesn't he know?" "I'm just curious." "He doesn't have a piano at home, and even admitted he's not very good. But even so, it was unexpected. My father hired countless professional tutors for me to reach my level, but he's clearly self-taught." Jiang Qian turned to Fong Meng. "Have your family send over 2 pianos to the school. I'll start practicing with him tonight." Fong Meng nodded, but at that moment, she noticed something unusual in Jiang Qian's gaze. She had grown up with Jiang Qian and knew her well. This second miss was highly competitive, but she had never shown interest in any guy. Yet now, she was clearly very curious about Lin Zhengran. And once a girl starts getting curious about a guy, that curiosity doesn't fade easily. In the final 2 days of military training, the instructors and students were finally able to rest. Those without performances studied in the classroom, while those with performances used the time to prepare. That afternoon, Lin Zhengran sat in an empty classroom near the practice rooms, writing his speech. Although it was called an empty classroom, it was actually used as a storage space. Since no one rehearsed there, it was quiet enough for him to concentrate. As his carbon pen moved across the paper, filling it with dense text, a little fox suddenly passed by outside the hallway. She saw Lin Zhengran through the window and muttered to herself, "Knew I'd find him here." She tiptoed in, but Lin Zhengran still heard her and turned around. Han Wenwen smiled and waved, holding a bottle of juice. Lin Zhengran raised an eyebrow. "Han Wenwen, what are you doing here?" The little fox closed the door behind her, pulled a chair over, and sat right beside him, very close. "I missed you, so I came to see you." "What are you writing, Zhengran Ji?" "I mean, shouldn't you be in the classroom? If you don't have a performance, you shouldn't be able to come here, right?" Han Wenwen peeked at his speech draft and replied, "Of course, I couldn't come if I didn't have a performance. That's why I signed up for one. I joined the girls' skit team as a background character. Just a 1-second appearance, and I'm done." Lin Zhengran narrowed his eyes. "So you joined just so you could?" "Exactly. Just so I could sneak over to see Zhengran Ji. Why else would I bother?" She playfully winked at him. "And I haven't told Qingqing the real reason. I told her I just really liked the skit." Lin Zhengran was used to this little fox's antics and continued writing. Han Wenwen propped herself up on the desk. "A speech as a freshman representative? Huh? Zhengran Ji is really amazing. And I heard you're performing a piano duet with Jiang Qian, your fiancé." Lin Zhengran didn't even look up. "The school assigned us together. I just went with the easiest option." Han Wenwen had expected that answer and pouted. "I knew you'd say that, but still." She suddenly leaned her face against his arm. "No matter what you say, after this, you two will officially know each other. And with how flirty you are, can you really just let her go? I've been jealous ever since I heard about it. So jealous, I couldn't eat all day." She blinked up at him, looking pitiful. "Really? My stomach hurts from how jealous I am." Lin Zhengran glanced at the bottle in her hand. "Then why are you holding a cold drink?" Han Wenwen froze, then quickly set the lemonade aside. "Oomph. During military training, you drank from Qingqing's bottle and Lily's bottle, but not mine. If that's not favoritism, then what is?" She pouted on the desk, sulking. Lin Zhengran thought for a moment and said, "After school, there's a street near campus with good food. Want to go?" The little fox perked up. "Really? But just the two of us. No one else." Lin Zhengran picked up his pen. "Fine. Now let me finish writing." Han Wenwen grinned. "Then can I rest my head on your shoulder?" "No." The little fox pouted. "If I had known, I wouldn't have asked Zhengran Ji. I would have just leaned on you directly. Would Zhengran Ji really have the heart to push me away?" Lin Zhengran responded with a flick to her forehead. The little fox let out a dramatic ah. It didn't hurt, but that didn't stop her from pressing her face against his arm, covering her forehead in exaggerated pain. "Ow, that hurts so much. Cut it out. I didn't even use any force." She peeked at him with one eye. "Even if you didn't, I'll still say it hurts. Otherwise, how would Zhengran Ji feel bad for me? It hurts so much." Lin Zhengran was already used to her playful antics. He just huffed in response and said nothing. After that, Han Wenwen obediently lay on the desk, using her hands as a pillow. If she had 9 non-existent foxtails, some would be gently swaying, while others would be wrapping around Lin Zhengran's legs. She silently observed his side profile as he wrote. Of course, before school ended, Han Wenwen still had to cover her tracks. Otherwise, this private meeting would be exposed. She sweetly told He Qing, Qing, our rehearsal is going to take a while. You and Lily should go ahead and eat without us. I'll keep an eye on Lin Zhengran for you, don't worry. I won't let any other girls get near him. He Qing nodded upon hearing that she wouldn't be able to join them for dinner. That's hard work, Wenwen. I'll cheer for you tomorrow when you perform. Han Wenwen clung to He Qing's arm. Thanks, Qing. Hearing their conversation, Jang Shui walked over. Wait, so that guy is really performing with that girl, Jiang Qian? Han Wenwen confirmed. Yeah, it was arranged by the school. Originally, they were going to perform separately, but the teacher thought a piano duet would be better, so they paired them up. Jiang Shui and He Qing were both surprised at first when they heard about the duet. They had never heard of Lin Zhengran playing the piano before. Jiang Shui sighed. That guy sure has a lot of secrets. Sometimes, I feel like I'm not even his childhood friend. He Qing nodded in agreement, though she had been away from Lin Zhengran for several years. It wasn't too surprising that she didn't know everything about him. Han Wenwen checked the time and decided it was about right. I gotta get back to practice. See you later, Qing Lily. I'm off. She waved as she left. Jiang Shui and He Qing waved back. As they watched the little fox walk away, Jiang Shui shivered and muttered, It's been half a month, but I still can't get used to her calling me Lily. She exchanged glances with He Qing, and suddenly, they both burst into laughter. Though they had been rivals in love before, spending so much time together had built some kind of friendship. He Qing spoke gently. Then let's have dinner together tonight. Jiang Shui smiled and nodded. Yeah, let's. When dinner time came, most students headed to the cafeteria. Meanwhile, Han Wenwen returned to Lin Zhengran's side. She asked if he had finished writing his speech. Lin Zhengran responded with a hum, packed up his speech, and stood up. Yeah, just a simple draft. Honestly, no one pays too much attention to these speeches. As long as the message is there, it's fine. Han Wenwen stood on tiptoe and played with his hair, pushing down a few stray strands. That's not true. At least I will listen to every single word. I unconditionally support Zhengran Ji in everything. Lin Zhengran walked toward the school gate with her. There weren't many students there. Han Wenwen curiously asked, Wait, how are we getting out? Boarding students aren't allowed to leave at night, right? Lin Zhengran casually walked up to the gate and greeted the security guard while pulling out a permit. Uncle, I'm heading out to buy something. The security guard opened the gate for them. Oh, it's you again, Lin. Go ahead. Lin Zhengran put the permit away. Thanks, Uncle. Han Wenwen was stunned. That worked? What kind of permit is that? Where'd you get it? Lin Zhengran smirked at her shocked expression. I asked our homeroom teacher for it. I told them I might need to buy stuff for the performance, so they gave it to me. After a moment of silence, Han Wenwen blinked. That's it. She couldn't believe it. Lin Zhengran knew his system-enhanced charisma played a role, but he also understood the key factor, good grades. What else? If a top student asks, teachers trust them. But if a troublemaker asks, they'll probably be refused, or even if they get one, the teacher might take it back immediately, worried they'll use it for something else. Han Wenwen suddenly grinned and tilted her head. So even though you're such a good student, you're still sneaking out to buy food with a girl? Want me to take you back to the cafeteria? Han Wenwen clutched her stomach. No, Zhengran Ji promised me. My stomach hurts. At least try to act more convincingly. Your stomach isn't even in the right place. Han Wenwen quickly moved her hands to her chest. Lin Zhengran deadpanned. That's your heart. Your stomach is lower. Zhengran Ji knows everything. The two of them walked a few blocks to a bustling night market filled with food stalls. There were people of all ages, children, elderly, and families wandering about. Next to the market, a large entertainment plaza added to the lively atmosphere. Han Wenwen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Whoa, I didn't know there was a street like this outside the school. We should totally come here on weekends. Then she realized something. Wait, Zhengran, how do you know about this place? I've never even heard of it. Lin Zhengran casually replied. A senior invited me to come here once. I didn't go, but that's how I found out about it. Han Wenwen narrowed her eyes and muttered. I knew it had to be a girl. I shouldn't have asked. As they walked through the crowded market, Han Wenwen struggled to see the food at some stalls due to the sheer number of people. At one point, she nearly got bumped into. Lin Zhengran reached out and grabbed her arm, steadying her. Be careful. She glanced down at his hand, holding her arm, and smiled. Thanks, Zhengran, but since it's so crowded, why don't I just hold on to your arm? Otherwise, we might get separated. Lin Zhengran looked at the dense crowd and figured she had a point. It wasn't the first time anyway, so he agreed. The little fox happily latched onto his arm, pumped her tiny fist into the air, and cheered. Yay! Let's go. I want fried chicken. There's a stall up ahead. Let's check it out. At the fried chicken stall, the vendor greeted them. Hey there, handsome and pretty. How many pieces do you want? Han Wenwen held up 2 fingers. 2. The vendor then pointed a new item. This just came out, a special couple's chicken combo. 2 for 15 yuan. Want to try it? Han Wenwen didn't hesitate. We'll take 1. Lin Zhengran raised an eyebrow. We just started walking around. Don't buy too much at once, or we won't be able to finish it. Han Wenwen pouted. But it's a new item, and chicken bones barely have any meat on them. Buy it for me. The vendor chuckled. Don't worry, young man. Just get it for your girlfriend. Han Wenwen's expression changed slightly to the word girlfriend. She glanced at Lin Zhengran and slowed her speech. Buy it for me. Lin Zhengran sighed. Fine, as long as you can finish it. Her eyes sparkled as she bit her lip shyly. Zhengran didn't deny it when the vendor called me his girlfriend. She held onto his arm a little tighter. After getting their food, Han Wenwen pointed ahead. I want crispy chicken cartilage, wings, drumsticks, and... Lin Zhengran shoved a piece of fried chicken into her mouth. Are you sure you have a stomachache? Looks more like you have a huge appetite. Han Wenwen took another bite of her fried chicken before holding it in her hand again. I was having a stomachache, but now that Zhengran is taking me out for a private stroll, wouldn't it be rude if I didn't cheer up? She deliberately leaned in close, her face just inches from his, staring at him. Aren't I easy to cheer up? So next time I'm mad, as long as Zhengran coaxes me a little, I'll be happy again. The question is, will Zhengran be willing to spare just a bit of time to care about me? Lin Zhengran curled his lips into a half-smile, saying nothing. They continued strolling through the snack street. In the end, Han Wenwen managed to get everything she wanted to eat. After all, Lin Zhengran wasn't picky, and truth be told, he liked everything she mentioned too. Of course, with such an appetite, buying too much was inevitable. By the time they finished, they were carrying 2 large bags filled with snacks. Lin Zhengran pointed at the steps near the plaza ahead. Many couples were already sitting there, eating, so they walked over and found a spot near the edge. Han Wenwen took out the chicken cutlet she had been eating earlier, munching on it while watching the kids running around the plaza, as well as the passing crowd. But she still refused to let go of Lin Zhengran's arm. Lin Zhengran picked up a drumstick and took a bite, reminding her, You're eating, so don't cling to my arm. Isn't it uncomfortable? You'll end up getting oil on your clothes. Han Wenwen continued munching on her chicken cutlet and pulled out the drink she had brought in the afternoon, inserting a straw. Nope, I'm holding on. Zhengran, do you want a drink? Lin Zhengran reached out to take it, but Han Wenwen simply brought it up to his lips. I'll hold it for you. After he took a sip, she took it back and, with a blush, bit the same straw he had just used and took a sip herself. Lin Zhengran glanced at her curiously. Han Wenwen, of course, knew exactly what she was doing. She blushed even deeper and said shyly, What? There's only one drink. Can't we share? It's not like I mind sharing with Zhengran. Lin Zhengran didn't care about this small detail and just continued eating his drumstick. So, still having a stomachache? Han Wenwen shook her head slowly. Not anymore. Then, biting her lower lip, she whispered, So Zhengran really was worried about me? Lin Zhengran kept eating as he gazed into the distance. Why else would I bring you out? I just wanted to get you something better to eat. Plus, I've had enough of the school cafeteria's food. I don't know what they put in it, but even I can't stomach it anymore. Han Wenwen stared at him in a daze. Just then, a little kid ran past, playing too roughly and nearly bumping into her. Instinctively, Lin Zhengran used his other hand to shield her. The child ended up colliding with his arm instead. Han Wenwen found herself leaning into Lin Zhengran's chest, staring up at him. The kids quickly apologized. Sorry, big brother, big sister. We didn't mean to. Lin Zhengran didn't make a fuss and just told them to be careful. But Han Wenwen remained in place, still thinking about how he had instinctively protected her. Her face turned slightly red. The little moments like these, moments most people wouldn't even notice, were what made her heart race the most. Lin Zhengran was about to sit up properly, but the little fox had other plans. Instead of moving away, she clung to his arm and slowly leaned her head onto his shoulder. The scent unique to her filled the air, making Lin Zhengran freeze for a second. Before he could say anything, Han Wenwen murmured shyly, "That scared me just now. If I lean on you for a bit, I'll feel better. So don't push me away, okay?" Lin Zhengran knew she was faking it. But seeing her expression, which seemed genuinely flustered this time, he didn't say much. "At least let me sit properly first." Han Wenwen looked at him. "Go ahead. It won't stop me from leaning on you." Lin Zhengran adjusted his posture and continued eating his drumstick. Han Wenwen also took small bites of her chicken cutlet, but her appetite was already being overshadowed by something else entirely. She asked suddenly, "Has Zhengranji ever had a girl lean on his shoulder before?" Lin Zhengran answered honestly, "Yeah." Han Wenwen's expression darkened instantly. "Ooh, He Ching. Back when we met at the train station before starting middle school. We stayed overnight in town, remember? She thought I was asleep and leaned on my shoulder. Given the situation, I didn't mind. She was scared." Lin Zhengran glanced at her sulking face. "You already knew this, didn't you?" Han Wenwen did remember. He Ching had told her back in elementary school. At the time, she hadn't felt anything about it. In fact, she had even shipped him a little. But now, hearing the same story, she hated it. It just made her jealous and uncomfortable. "Oh, there was she clinging onto your arm like this, too?" "No, she wasn't as bold as you." That made Han Wenwen feel a little better. "Did she lean on this side?" "Why does that even matter?" "It does matter. Tell me, Zhengranji." Lin Zhengran tossed the finished drumstick into the trash bag and picked up another chicken cutlet. "No, she leaned on my left side. Not the same as you." Han Wenwen finally smiled. "Really? That's good. At least this side has only ever been mine." The setting sun painted the sky a deeper red. Despite the late hour, the night market was only getting livelier. Lin Zhengran's shoulder was firmer than it looked, making it surprisingly comfortable to lean on. So comfortable, in fact, that Han Wenwen naturally shifted, her legs tilting toward his, lightly resting against them. She continued nibbling on her food, but somehow, she wasn't as hungry anymore. "In 2 weeks, Zhengranji is going back to town with Qingqing for the competition, right?" "Yeah, she's been preparing for a year, so of course I have to go with her." "I promised." Han Wenwen kept going. "And then the week after that, you're going with Lily for her competition? Another whole week?" "Yeah, she's been preparing for a year too." Han Wenwen subtly tilted her head, her smooth hair brushing against Lin Zhengran's face and even sticking to his back. "So that means it'll be next month before Zhengranji has time for me again?" She sighed. "I've already earned enough to pay for my tuition this year. Next time Zhengranji spends time with me, I don't think I want to play games anymore." Her fox-like eyes locked onto him. "Instead, I want Zhengranji to take me around the city." And she hesitated for a second before finishing softly. "At night, I want you to stay over at my place. Just to keep me company. That's all." She gazed up at the darkening sky, recalling the past. "I actually get really scared at night sometimes. When I wake up in the middle of the night and see my room all dark, I can't fall asleep again. When I was little, I used to think about my mom to get through it. But now, I think about Zhengranji." Lin Zhengran turned to look at her. "So that's why you randomly text me at night? Or call just to bother me?" Han Wenwen grinned sheepishly, remembering how she had done that a lot during middle school. I missed you. What else could I do? She gently poked the back of his hand. I never thought I'd be this clingy when I liked someone. But reality is different from what I imagined when I used to read romance novels and dramas. Like right now, she tilted her head, resting even closer to him. Just leaning on Zhengranji's shoulder makes my heart race. It's pounding so fast. Zhengranji, what about you? Do you feel your heart flutter because of me? Are you feeling shy? She reached out, wanting to check Lin Zhengran's heartbeat, but he quickly grabbed her hand. You just held a chicken cutlet with this hand. You'll get oil all over me. Han Wenwen locked eyes with him. Her delicate little fox-like hand curled slightly in his grasp. Lin Zhengran let go, but she didn't pull back. Instead, her fingers lingered against his palm, slowly climbing up to his hand, intertwining their fingers together. As she did this, she spoke deliberately word by word. Zhengran Gij, are you afraid to let me hear your heartbeat because you don't want me to find out that your heart races when you're with me? She leaned in, pressing her lips lightly against his ear. I know that for you. Dating isn't the most important thing. You have your own goals. But working hard all the time is exhausting, you know? There's no rule that says you can only enjoy yourself after you reach the end. It's okay to reward yourself along the way, isn't it? She looked at their clasped hands. For example, a girl's hand is really soft. Holding hands like this doesn't hurt anyone. And who knows? Maybe it'll even motivate you more, Zhengran Gij. Their hands slowly lowered, and the little fox felt a surge of nervous anticipation. Finally, Lin Zhengran let out a deep breath. You always talk so much. So noisy. I don't even know what you're saying half the time. And yet, despite his words, their hands remained firmly linked. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Han Wenwen's lips. Is that so? And what's wrong with talking a lot? When a girl is with someone she likes, she naturally talks more. It's only when she's with someone she doesn't care about that she stays silent. She teased playfully. Either way, I'll always stick by Zhengran Gij's side. I'm totally ready to be your personal secretary. And if you ever get handsy with me, I won't even mind. Looking ahead, she mused. Oh, and when I get my streaming account going, I can even make some money as a little backup fund for Zhengran Gij, just in case. Their eyes met, and all of a sudden, Han Wenwen grew shy. Actually, I still feel kind of hungry. Maybe I should switch hands with you? If I keep using my left hand to eat, I really might get oil all over myself. Lin Zhengran glanced at his phone. It's almost time for evening practice. Finish eating and let's head back. If you keep clinging to me like this, who knows when we'll actually leave? Han Wenwen pouted, holding onto his hand as she whined. What's the rush? I don't even have anything to rehearse tonight. It's only you who needs to practice with. She suddenly remembered Jiang Qian and instantly glared at him. With no transition whatsoever, she snapped, You know what? I want to hurry up. Why should I rush my meal just so you can go practice piano with some other girl? Zhengran Gij is great at everything, except for being way too much of a flirt. Lin Zhengran picked up another snack, chewing casually as he answered, People have flaws. It's normal. She scoffed. Oh, so now you're justifying being a player? She released his right hand, only to grab his left instead, while she resumed devouring her chicken cutlet with the right. The taste of the food, combined with their lingering touch, made the little fox's sense of happiness even more profound. But just so we're clear, Zhengran Gij, she added between bites, even if I do become your secretary, I refuse to help you chase after other girls. Aside from King and Lily, I will always oppose your harem plans. Lin Zhengran raised a brow. Did I ever say I was chasing anyone? I don't even have time for that. Han Wenwen huffed, aggressively taking another bite of food. You're not even trying, and you already have so many girls around you. If you actually put in effort, it'd be a disaster. You think you can handle that many? Can you stop talking nonsense? Just finish eating so we can go. She suddenly remembered something. All right, Zhengran Gij, you still haven't told me if you'll stay at my place next month. Lin Zhengran thought for a moment. If your apartment has an extra blanket, I'll stay. Really? Of course I have one. She bit her lip, eyes shining. And if I didn't, I'd just go buy one this week. Then it's settled. Next month, you'll go shopping with me, and at night, you're staying over. No backing out. But speaking of that, I have something to say too. Lin Zhengran glanced at her. Last time when you were sick, taking care of you was exhausting. Next time, can you sleep a little more peacefully? Kicking the blanket is one thing, but your hands were all over the place. I barely got any sleep. Did I? She looked embarrassed. Lies. I sleep just fine. Oh, really? Then explain why you wake up looking like a mess every morning. Do you actually believe you sleep neatly? The little fox huffed. So what? You always say I'm a fox, right? Well, foxes sleep like that. What can you do about it? You're impossible. Zhengran Gij is being mean to me. Lin Zhengran, having finished his food, unexpectedly flicked her forehead. You're talking back when the evidence is right in front of you? Getting bolder, aren't you? Han Wenwen pouted at the hit, but deep inside, she was thrilled. She knew that whenever Lin Zhengran hit her, he never actually used any force. It didn't hurt at all. After that, the two of them focused on finishing their snacks without much conversation. Once they were done, Han Wenwen leaned back lazily, looking thoroughly satisfied. Lin Zhengran, still holding her hand, walked over to throw their trash into the bin. System notification. Today, Longcheng is hosting a lantern festival. You and the demon cult maiden are strolling through the festivities together. Your long journey has made her increasingly interested in you, to the point where she can hardly bear to be apart from you. Together, you sampled many of the festival's delicacies. You gained +7 charisma, +5 stamina, +3 strength, +2 energy. Your cultivation level has successfully broken through to level 50. You receive an additional +20 charisma and unlock a new innate skill, harmony with all things. Harmony with all things. This skill can only be unlocked once your spirit level reaches 50 and your charisma is maxed out. The skill has 5 levels. Each upgrade enhances your proficiency in all areas, including social interactions, alchemy, talisman crafting, and spell learning. Upon reaching the maximum level, you will attain a base-level mastery of all fields equivalent to that of a grandmaster. Further improvement requires cultivating bonds with designated contract partners. Lin Zhengran sighed as the system once again bombarded him with information. He had already been stuck at level 49 since 8th grade, and progress throughout 9th grade had been painfully slow. But now, at long last, he had broken through. And this new skill, harmony with all things, seemed far more powerful than the previous charisma stat. After all, charisma only worked on people, while this new skill apparently extended to everything. Hand in hand with Han Wenwen, Lin Zhengran made his way back to school while checking his status panel. Your current spirit level, 50. Body refinement phase complete. Chi refinement phase unlocked. Current attributes. Strength, 68. Unlocked ability. Strength no longer declines. Immunity to diseases. Energy, 59. Reaching 60 will grant the special ability, 7 times a night without exhaustion. Stamina, 68. Reaching 70 will grant the special ability, double stamina, triple endurance. Harmony with all things. Level 1. At the beginner level, you can quickly master all skills beyond ordinary people. The previous charisma stat had vanished, replaced by this new ultimate skill. And now, behind his spirit level, there was a new label, Chi refinement phase. So those 4 main stats had only been base values. Once maxed out, they transformed into something like harmony with all things, an ultimate attribute. Lin Zhengran had always felt these stats were a bit over the top, but now it seemed like they were just incomplete. His energy stat was only 1 point away from hitting 60, meaning he'd soon unlock a new ability. Probably just needed one small event to push it over the edge. As they walked, Han Wenwen suddenly felt something odd. She glanced at Lin Zhengran. He noticed. What's wrong? She blinked and smiled. I don't know how to describe it, but does it feel like you got even more handsome all of a sudden? It might just be my imagination, though. I mean, you're already good-looking to begin with. Lin Zhengran chuckled and kept walking. Quit imagining things. We're back at school. Han Wenwen's cheeks turned slightly pink. She gripped his hand a little tighter, thinking to herself that he really had always been ridiculously good-looking. Right on time, They arrived at the school gates. Lin Zhengran glanced at the security guard in the distance and gave Han Wenwen a knowing look. She understood. He was letting go. Unhappy, she pulled her hand back, but the lingering warmth of his touch remained. As they walked through the gate, Lin Zhengran nodded at the guard. "Uncle, I'm back." The guard smiled. "All done?" "Yeah, I finished everything the teacher assigned." Han Wenwen thought to herself, Zhengran Gij lies so naturally. Back at the performance rehearsal room, they arrived just as Class 3 students were calling Han Wenwen over for practice. She responded quickly and had to part ways with Lin Zhengran in the hallway. Before leaving, the little fox grinned and waved. "See you tonight, Zhengran Gij. And by the way, I really did get the first official hand-holding moment." Lin Zhengran watched her disappear down the hall, thinking, didn't I already hold her hand before? Back when she was sick. He then turned toward another rehearsal room. Through the window, he spotted a piano classroom. He was just about to open the door when he paused. Inside, Jiang Qian had already changed out of her military training uniform. She was now wearing a form-fitting white dress, her long hair draping over her shoulders. From the window, he could only see her cold, elegant profile, sitting gracefully at the piano. With her and that instrument together, she looked like an untouchable snow lotus on a glacier. Even though Lin Zhengran had never paid much attention to most girls, he had to admit, Jiang Qian's presence surpassed that of most others. Even when she was alone, she always carried herself with unwavering grace. Her slender fingers rested on the keys, and as they began to move, an elegant melody flowed from the piano. Lin Zhengran didn't actually know that much about piano. Even with the system's learning abilities, his skill had only reached the equivalent of 10 years of practice. But now, after just listening for a moment, maybe thanks to harmony with all things, he could immediately pick out the strengths and weaknesses in her playing. In this brief melody, he smiled to himself. The system had said level 1 of the skill wasn't very noticeable, but judging by his piano ability alone, he probably had the equivalent of 30 to 40 years of training now. And this applied not just to piano. Anything he picked up, he would instantly have 3 to 4 decades of skill in. Jiang Qian's playing faltered as she paused, trying to pinpoint her mistakes. Then, she started over. The second time was already much better, though there were still some flaws. Lin Zhengran waited patiently until she finished before finally pushing the door open. "Sound good." Jiang Qian turned slightly, glancing at him before standing up. "You're late. Had dinner. Took a little longer than expected." She didn't seem to care about that. Instead, she glanced at the other piano in the room. It was clear she wanted to hear his level. "I had this piano set up for you. It's identical to mine. Try playing something." Lin Zhengran nodded, thanked her, and walked to the piano. Sitting in front of the piano, Lin Zhengran did a quick sound check and immediately noticed how naturally his hands adapted to this piano, as if it were an old friend. Jiang Qian stood quietly nearby, watching his every move. From his playing technique, it was clear he had studied for quite some time, though within that fluency, there was also a strange touch of unfamiliarity. "You haven't played in a while?" she asked. Lin Zhengran gave a quiet "It's been a long time." "All right, can I borrow the sheet music you were using just now? It sounded really nice." Jiang Qian looked at him with surprise, then nodded and handed over her sheet music. She was going to say it was a difficult piece, but she hesitated, worried it might sound condescending, so she kept quiet. Lin Zhengran thanked her, flipped through it briefly, then smiled and placed it on the piano after memorizing it. His fingers began to play gently. From the very first moment the melody rang out, Jiang Qian's eyes widened slightly, her mouth agape in speechless shock. She listened intently to how he handled the challenging transitions in the piece, and the more she heard, the more astonished she became. Even her private piano tutor had praised her talent, saying she was exceptionally gifted. Yet even with that praise, she would still make mistakes playing this technically demanding piece. But not only did Lin Zhengran make 0 mistakes, the way he handled the same key passages she thought she had played well. His rendition was smoother, more immersive. The beautiful melody echoed through the practice room for a long time, and the music reminded Jiang Qian of her past 2 failures. She recalled her own arrogance, thinking he didn't know how to play the piano. Her delicate hand slowly clenched into a fist. When the song reached its climactic second half, Jiang Qian fully realized her piano skills were no match for his. This was the one area she had the most confidence in. At that moment, Assistant Fong Meng also heard the music from the hallway and stepped inside. She stood there in shock, unable to speak. Mid-performance, Lin Zhengran suddenly commented without warning, "If you handle this part like this, it'll sound much better. Give it a try." He replayed the same section once more. Jiang Qian looked at him. Lin Zhengran also turned to her. Honestly, he didn't care whether she listened or not. He was just offering a friendly tip. Though she said nothing, the girl still sat at her own piano and gave his suggestion a try. She messed up the first attempt. Lin Zhengran reminded her the second note. "I got it." She adjusted her posture and tried again, and this time played it smoothly. Jiang Qian was amazed. That section she had practiced countless times, tried numerous methods, and still couldn't get perfect. But after just under a minute of his guidance, she suddenly grasped it like it was second nature. She played it again, twice in disbelief. Both times, the melody was nearly flawless. Lin Zhengran was impressed by how fast she learned. While his twofold learning speed only applied to contracted partners, when teaching others, he was just a skilled instructor. Even when tutoring Han Wenwen before, he had to explain some questions multiple times before she got them. But with Jiang Qian, she understood before he could even finish the sentence. Talent really did vary from person to person. Lin Zhengran complimented, "You're really talented. I bet you'll achieve a lot in this field. So how about we start rehearsing the duet we're doing for tomorrow night? Let's see what we're playing." He picked up the score next to him. It was a very simple piano piece, even beginners could learn it. Lin Zhengran said, "This one's easy. Should we start now?" Jiang Qian didn't reply, only stared coldly at the piano, her gaze holding something else entirely. Suddenly, she stood and walked toward the door. "Excuse me, I'll step out for a bit." At the door, she paused. "Actually, I don't think there's any need to rehearse. My piano skills aren't as good as yours. A simple song like the one we're playing tomorrow, you can handle it effortlessly. I don't even feel qualified to have you accompany me." Lin Zhengran blinked at her, wondering if it was really that serious. "It's just a performance, right? So you're not practicing tonight?" Jiang Qian replied, "We'll go straight on stage tomorrow. I know with your skills, it'll go just fine." Then she left the room. Out in the hallway, Fong Meng had heard everything. Others might not understand, but Fong Meng knew that even though Jiang Qian acted indifferent, she was actually extremely competitive. Only through proving herself could she feel worthy of her father's heavy investment in her. That was how she justified not wasting the family's resources. But Lin Zhengran, a boy from an ordinary background, his academic and athletic achievements could be brushed off as luck or natural build. But piano? Jiang Qian knew full well there was no such thing as luck in this field. Being outplayed meant being outplayed. To the skilled, even the same song revealed a massive gap in ability, let alone the fact that he was good enough to teach her. "Qian, are you okay?" Jiang Qian glanced back at Fong Meng, then continued walking forward. "Going home. I want some quiet." A Rolls-Royce soon arrived at the school gate. As classmates, Jiang Qian and Fong Meng rode home together. Meanwhile, Lin Zhengran sat alone in the classroom, listening to the rehearsals a few doors down, thinking, since there's no more practice, I might as well read. In the car ride home, Fong Meng looked at Jiang Qian's gloomy expression. Qian. Jiang Qian couldn't hear anything anymore. She was 16 years old this year and had never faced such a powerful opponent. Lin Zhengran's performance left her with no clue how she could possibly surpass him. That night, once she got home, she locked herself in her room. Lying on the bed, the second miss stared blankly into the distance, her eyes hollow. The next morning, Jiang Qian came out of her room, still wearing the same clothes. Fong Meng understood. "Qian, you didn't even change before sleeping last night." "Because I didn't sleep at all." "Fong Meng, that's intense." Jiang Qian now looked like a walking corpse, numbly eating, washing up, taking the car to school, then staring into space in the practice room, all the way until that night's official freshman welcome ceremony. The homeroom teacher said nervously, "You two are up soon. Jiang Qian, Lin Zhengran, are you both ready?" Lin Zhengran nodded. "No problem, teacher." Jiang Qian's eyes were lifeless, her whole aura radiating despair. She muttered softly, "Don't worry, teacher. There won't be any problem." Cold sweat formed on Lin Zhengran's forehead. What's up with her? Why does she seem like a completely different person today? Still, the speech went smoothly. Despite her state, Jiang Qian wouldn't embarrass her family on stage. As a freshman representative, she delivered a passionate, rousing speech that energized the crowd. Their piano duet afterward also went flawlessly, elegant, and refined. All the freshmen in the audience clapped and cheered at the beautiful piano performance. Over in Class 3's seating area, little He-Ching watched jealously as the two stood side by side on stage, her little hands clenched tightly. Jang Shui also gritted her teeth, squeezing her tiny fists, thinking, why do they look so much like a couple? D***menu, Zhengran. Only the ever-perceptive Han Wenwen had been watching from backstage. Curious, she blinked. Jiang Qian looks like she's taken a major emotional hit. What happened? She looked toward Lin Zhengran, her sensitive instincts flaring as she mumbled, I suddenly have a really bad feeling. After Lin Zhengran and Jiang Qian stepped off stage, Jiang Qian's cool demeanor once again collapsed into despair. From their duet alone, she could hear the huge gap between her and Lin Zhengran. It was overwhelming. After the freshman showcase ended, Jiang Qian took 3 days of sick leave to rest at home. It wasn't until the morning of the 4th day that the second miss finally woke up from under her blanket, cheeks flushed, lying on the pillow with a maiden-shy expression. In a 2-story villa in Zitong City, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, Jiang Jingshi, sat elegantly on the living room sofa, sipping coffee. She was dressed in a high-heeled dress, exuding grace. Due to their parents' excellent genes, both sisters possessed top-tier looks. However, compared to the icy and distant Jiang Qian, Jiang Jingshi had a noticeably gentler temperament, truly embodying the essence of an elder sister. She sat with her legs neatly together, holding a steaming cup of coffee in one hand while lightly blowing on the surface before taking a sip. How many days has Qian stayed in her room? Fang Meng, who was also seated on the sofa, poured herself a cup of coffee while answering. Exactly 3 days. Since childhood, this is the longest she's ever shut herself in. Jiang Jingshi took another sip of her coffee and pondered. This time, is the opponent really that strong? In the past, even when Qian faced someone she couldn't defeat, she'd only lock herself in for half a day at most before figuring out a solution. But now, 3 days without eating or drinking. This is a first. Fang Meng lifted her own cup. This time is different. The opponent completely outmatches her in every aspect. Looks, physique, academic performance, physical strength, special talents, starting point, even the piano, which second miss excels at. I'd say he's the most talented boy I've ever seen. Hearing such high praise, Jiang Jingshi was a bit surprised. That extraordinary? And it's a boy? Fang Meng nodded, glancing at Jiang Qian's room upstairs. But even against such a formidable opponent, I know her well. She'll always find a way. She recalled many childhood experiences. In her eyes, Jiang Qian might get knocked down, but she would always get back up. She was the kind of person who could never be truly defeated. Just as they finished speaking, the door to Jiang Qian's room creaked. Both Jiang Jingshi and Fang Meng turned their heads toward the second floor. The door slowly swung open. Out walked Jiang Qian, still in her pajamas, her hair a bit messy. She was as beautiful as ever, but she looked a little drained. Jiang Jingshi smiled warmly. Qian, did you figure out a way to counter him? Jiang Qian looked down at the two in the living room and replied blankly, No, I just realized I hadn't eaten in 3 days and was starving. Xiaoming, hurry up and get me some breakfast before I die of hunger. Fang Meng stood up immediately. Got it, Qian. Do you want to eat in your room or come downstairs? Jiang Qian remained expressionless. I'll eat in the dining room. And bring me a glass of milk. All right. Fong Meng smiled slightly, originally thinking Jiang Qian would continue her seclusion. But judging from her demeanor, she must have thought of something. A short while later, Jiang Qian, still in her pajamas, came downstairs and took a seat at the dining table. Fong Meng brought her breakfast and absent-mindedly helped smooth out her messy hair. Jiang Qian, elegant yet swift, wolfed down her food. Another serving, she demanded. Fong Meng was stunned. Okay, just a moment. She brought over another plate, and once again, Jiang Qian devoured it in seconds. Her previously empty stomach finally felt some relief, and her complexion improved significantly. Seeing her sister return to normal, Jiang Jingshi finished her coffee, glanced at the time, and got up to leave. Since you're fine now, I'm heading out. When are you going to school? Jiang Qian turned to her sister. This afternoon. Jiang Jingshi encouraged her with a simple, good luck, before leaving. Fong Meng, sitting nearby, leaned forward. So how do you feel now? What do you mean? Jiang Qian looked confused. I mean about that boy, Lin Zhengran. Jiang Qian froze. The moment she heard his name, her face inexplicably flushed, and she stared at the table, saying nothing. Fong Meng was bewildered. Seeing such a shy expression on Jiang Qian's face was a first. Of course, Jiang Qian wasn't in love with Lin Zhengran, at least not yet. She had simply developed an extreme case of curiosity syndrome. During those 3 days of self-isolation, Jiang Qian hadn't just been idly sulking. Her brilliant mind had been racing, coming up with thousands of potential strategies to surpass Lin Zhengran. She considered cramming literature, cutting her sleep down to 2 hours a night to practice piano, doubling her workout routine, and countless other drastic measures. But no matter how many simulations she ran in her head, the gap between them still felt like a tiny stream compared to the vast ocean. Completely insurmountable. This led her to a burning question. How did someone like Lin Zhengran, with such an ordinary family background, reach this level? Even if he was a rare genius, a once-in-a-million prodigy, he must have put in immense effort to be superior in every single aspect. Thus, her curiosity deepened. It grew from mild interest to intense fascination. Eventually, after 3 days of overthinking and starvation-induced delirium, her admiration for Lin Zhengran reached an unprecedented level. Fong Meng suddenly had a terrible realization. She looked at Jiang Qian in horror. Qian, I'm calling a doctor. You're sick. Jiang Qian saw Fong Meng pull out her phone and quickly, albeit with a red face, stopped her. Fortunately, she still had some rationality left. No need. I'm just a little interested in him. It'll pass in a few days. Really? Fong Meng had never seen Jiang Qian like this before. But your expression, fine, whatever. I just hope it really passes. At this moment, Fong Meng had an ominous feeling. Something strange was about to unfold. That morning, Jiang Qian took a nap, then got dressed and freshened up. Feeling rejuvenated, she hopped into the car and headed to school. Seeing her behave as usual, Fong Meng sighed in relief. But as soon as they arrived, they spotted Lin Zhengran walking from the dormitory to the classroom. Jiang Qian's cheeks instantly turned crimson. Fong Meng was dumbfounded. Qian, are you really okay? Jiang Qian turned her head away, her tone filled with an unfamiliar shyness. I'm fine. I really don't think you are. Are you sure you don't need to see a doctor? Jiang Qian covered her blushing face with one hand. I said I'm fine. Fong Meng, please stop. You're scaring me. Once inside the school building, Jiang Qian didn't go to class, but instead sought out the homeroom teacher, requesting a seat change. Her reason was logical, and her expression remained as composed as ever. Teacher, I believe that if I sit next to Lin Zhengran, my academic performance will improve. I'd like to request a seat adjustment. Surprisingly, the teacher picked up a newly arranged seating chart from after military training and replied, I actually already made that adjustment. And I've also decided on our class monitor and vice monitor. Given how exceptional your scores are, I thought it best to have you two sit together. Jiang Qian glanced at the new seating chart and the class appointments. At the top, it read, Class Monitor, Lin Zhengran. Vice Monitor, Jiang Qian. For the first time in her life, Jiang Qian had been outranked. That afternoon, the teacher announced the seating adjustments and the new class leadership roles. When Lin Zhengran heard Jiang Qian would be his new desk mate, he wasn't particularly surprised. After all, high school prioritized academics over randomness, and high achievers were often grouped together. However, after the seating was rearranged, he noticed Jiang Qian sitting beside him, flipping through a book with a flushed face, her aura still as untouchable as ever. She looked both hot and cold at the same time. Something about her felt off. Out of nowhere, she asked, "Class monitor, how much time do you usually spend studying?" Lin Zhengran glanced at her serious expression and answered casually, "It depends. I study whenever I have time." "Same here. Thanks for the answer." Jiang Qian mentally jotted down his routine and continued. "You've already started reading advanced textbooks, right? What have you been studying lately?" Lin Zhengran blinked. This felt oddly familiar. Research methods and experimental design in ecology. Jiang Qian froze. "That's not a high school textbook." "No, it's actually a required course for a master's in ecology. I'm just reading it for fun." Jiang Qian. She could practically see the bottomless chasm between them. Starting today, Jiang Qian began asking Lin Zhengran odd questions from time to time. However, unlike a certain fox-like person from before, her inquiries weren't as frequent. She would only bring up a question about Lin Zhengran's habits when it was naturally appropriate, like when the teacher asked desk mates to discuss a particular problem. That way, Lin Zhengran never felt annoyed answering her. "Class monitor, how many years have you been playing the piano?" Jiang Qian asked with a straight face, holding her math book. Lin Zhengran answered casually, "I never really had formal lessons. I just picked it up now and then from watching others play. My family doesn't have a piano for me to practice on." Jiang Qian's expression darkened. If it were anyone else saying this, she might not have believed it. But coming from Lin Zhengran, the statement felt overwhelmingly genuine, especially since she had already witnessed his skill firsthand. A moment later, that gloominess shifted into something else, shyness. Lin Zhengran noticed her reaction. "What's wrong?" Her face reddened as she turned away. "Nothing. Just curious." She couldn't help but marvel at the sheer level of talent sitting beside her. Over the past few days, instead of diminishing, her curiosity about Lin Zhengran had only grown stronger. Her heart raced. Seated at the back of the classroom, Fang Ming had been watching this entire interaction unfold. She stared blankly at Jiang Qian. "Qian." Suddenly, Fang Ming pressed her lips together, eyes filled with resolve. She knew this was going to lead to trouble sooner or later. As Jiang Qian's assistant, childhood friend, and bestie, she had to do something to help. She clenched her fists. She was determined to find Lin Zhengran's weakness. Right at that moment, the class bell rang, signaling the end of the lesson. A girl with a high ponytail, looking fresh and youthful, happened to pass by Class 1's door. It was none other than little He-Ching. As she walked past, she peeked through the back door and saw Lin Zhengran talking to his deskmate, Jiang Qian. Her lips pouted slightly in jealousy. How'd they end up as deskmates? Why are they getting closer and closer? With a slow pace, she continued walking toward the girls' restroom. Fang Ming saw the entire scene unfold. Due to Lin Zhengran's stellar performance in the military training exercises and the freshman talent showcase, he had gained quite a few admirers among the girls, including upperclassmen who frequently came to chat with him. At first, Fang Ming didn't care much. After all, Jiang Qian had always attracted plenty of male admirers at the beginning of each school year as well. But since Jiang Qian was naturally cold and indifferent, she never. However, this ponytail girl, Fang Ming had seen Lin Zhengran talk to her before, and for quite a while too. She knew Lin Zhengran rarely interacted with girls, much like Jiang Qian. If he willingly spoke with this one, that meant their relationship was special. If direct investigation into Lin Zhengran wouldn't work, then she would start by investigating her. Fang Ming glanced at the blushing Jiang Qian once more. As soon as class ended, she strode straight out of Class 1 and stopped near the girls' restroom, waiting. Meanwhile, inside the restroom, He Qing had just finished washing her hands when she overheard a conversation coming from the next stall. Hey, did you watch last week's drama? Which one? The one with the butterfly knot. You know, that kind of drama. It's been super popular lately. And I heard there are actually girls in our school like that. For real? Who with who? I don't know. Just rumors. But let me tell you about this novel I read. The female lead first becomes friends with another girl, then, at first, He Qing didn't understand what they were talking about. Butterfly knot? What does that mean? But as the conversation continued, and they described things in more detail, her face suddenly turned bright red with embarrassment. Girls with girls? She covered her ears, unwilling to listen any further. The world had something like this. That's way too outrageous. How is that even normal? She hurriedly finished washing her hands and exited the restroom, only to find a stunning girl with a side ponytail standing outside, staring directly at her. Startled, He Qing lowered her head and tried to walk past. Although she had gotten much better at dealing with strangers thanks to Lin Zhengran's help, she still got nervous when someone unfamiliar stared at her so intently. And if that person tried to approach her aggressively, she might just back throw them on instinct. But before she could walk away, Fong Meng stepped forward. Hey there, I'm Fong Meng from Class 1. Can we talk? He Qing looked up in panic. Talk to me. Fong Meng studied her closely. Yeah, I like to be friends and chat for a bit. Friends? Chat. At that moment, He Qing suddenly remembered the conversation she had just overheard in the restroom. Her face flushed instantly. She quickly waved her hands in refusal, her mind jumping to conclusions. Oh no, is this girl one of those butterfly knot people? And no thanks. I gotta go. I already have a boyfriend. With that, she tried to flee as if escaping for her life. Fong Meng was baffled. Why does she look so defensive? And what does she mean by, I already have a boyfriend? She turned back toward the restroom, where those same two girls were still discussing the butterfly knot topic. A faint blush appeared on Fong Meng's face as she suddenly realized what He Qing might have misunderstood. Quickly, she grabbed He Qing's arm and explained, Wait, that's not what I meant. I just want to ask you about Lin Zhengran. My sexuality is perfectly normal. Straightforward, direct, no nonsense. For a second, He Qing thought she was about to get attacked and instinctively grabbed Fong Meng's wrist in a defensive stance. Her self-defense training had kicked in. If this girl made any sudden moves, she'd throw her to the ground. But as soon as their hands made contact, both of them froze. He Qing was shocked. This girl had trained in martial arts. Her coach had once told her that if you grabbed a trained fighter's arm, you'd immediately feel the difference, the subtle tension, the underlying power. Fong Meng was just as surprised. This girl's grip and posture were perfect for a back throw. If she made the wrong move, she'd be slammed into the ground in seconds. The two girls stared at each other warily for a moment before slowly letting go. Finally, He Qing snapped out of it. Wait, you just said Lin Zhengran. Fong Meng also blinked. Hold on, you said you have a boyfriend? Is it Lin Zhengran? He Qing nodded honestly. Yeah, Lin Zhengran is my boyfriend. Huh. Fong Meng was stunned. Lin Zhengran has a girlfriend. Wait, doesn't that mean Qian is unknowingly playing the role of a homewrecker? No. Jiang Qian's personality would never allow that. If she knew he had a girlfriend, she definitely wouldn't be blushing like that. She just needed to snap her out of this curiosity-driven mess before she got in too deep. A sudden wave of relief washed over Fong Meng. Thank you. See you later. She turned and left without explaining, leaving a confused He Qing behind. After a moment, she mumbled to herself. Another girl who likes Lin Zhengran? She clenched her hands together, feeling a pang of jealousy. Ever since we started high school, so many pretty girls have started liking him. I really don't like this. Meanwhile, at the classroom entrance, Jang Shui had just stepped out and overheard He Qing's words. She stood frozen in place. Did He Qing just say, Zhengran is her boyfriend? Jiang Shui's brain short-circuited as she watched little He Qing return to the classroom. After a long silence, she clutched her head as if it were about to explode. She recalled that moment on the military training field. Zhengran had confessed to her, and she had said yes. Even though they hadn't spent much time alone together in the past 2 days, wasn't he still her boyfriend? That night, after delivering water to him, she had been too shy to sleep the whole night. She had even cherished that cup of water he drank from, savoring it little by little over the past 2 days. What the hell? Jang Shui covered her head, squeezed her eyes shut, and blushed furiously. That idiot, whose boyfriend is he exactly? Did he confess to He Qing too? Just then, Han Wenwen walked out of the classroom and saw Jiang Shuili clutching her head in agony. Lily? What's wrong? Jiang Shuili quickly dropped her arms behind her back, her face still flushed. And nothing. I'm just going to the restroom. She hurried off to the girls' restroom, clenched her tiny fists, and fumed with jealousy. She had to confront that idiot and get a clear answer. That day, he had confessed to her. She had heard it with her own ears. How could he go back on his word? That damn playboy. The midday sun shone brightly over the public high school, where a beautiful lotus pond sparkled. Beneath a small pavilion beside the pond, the cold and aloof Jiang Qian sat on a long bench, gazing at the water rippling as koi fish occasionally bumped against the surface. Away from Lin Zhengran, her face no longer showed any trace of shyness. She had returned to her usual self. You said you had something important to tell me. What is it? Her assistant, Fong Meng, held a file in her hands and spoke seriously. Qian, have you noticed anything strange about yourself lately? Jiang Qian stared absent-mindedly at the lotus pond, her thoughts drifting back to Lin Zhengran, his side profile, the determined way he worked hard. Fong Meng, seeing no response, called out again. Qian, are you even listening to me? Jiang Qian snapped out her daze, her face flushing. But when she saw it was just Fong Meng, she quickly composed herself. What? Oh, I heard you. I don't think anything is wrong with me. I feel perfectly normal. Fong Meng disagreed. Not at all. You were just thinking about Lin Zhengran again, weren't you? Jiang Qian turned her head away, suddenly looking guilty as she continued staring at the pond. Fong Meng sighed. I knew it. You're completely lovesick. At first, I thought you'd get over it in a couple of days. But now, it's obvious that as long as you're still curious about him, this isn't over. She took a deep breath and looked down at the file in her hands. Luckily, I found something crucial that might help cure you. She handed the file to Jiang Qian. Just take a look. Jiang Qian accepted the file and saw that it contained information about a girl named He Qing and her relationship with Lin Zhengran. As she read, Fong Meng explained. This girl, He Qing, is Lin Zhengran's girlfriend. He admitted it himself, so there's no doubt about it. According to my quick investigation, they grew up together and even went to the same middle school. Lin Zhengran has always taken care of her. So honestly, Qian, the fact that you're blushing over him right now. Jiang Qian stared at Lin Zhengran's picture on the document. Then, suddenly flustered, she covered her face with her hands. Fong Meng was stunned and quickly snatched the file away. Qian, are you even listening to me? Are you okay? Jiang Qian took a moment to calm down before exhaling deeply. I don't know why you're telling me all this. It's not like I like him. Whether he has a girlfriend or not has nothing to do with me. I'm just interested in his talent, that's all. Fong Meng stared at her, dumbfounded. Really? You actually know you don't like him? Well, that makes things easier. She relaxed a bit. I was just worried about you. Every time you talk to him, you blush like crazy, so I was afraid that if this kept going, you'd really start falling for him. That's why I wanted to help you snap out of it. Jiang Qian slowly stood up, her icy cold eyes staring at Fong Meng. Xiaoming, what are you even thinking? How could I possibly like a guy? Besides, I made a vow a long time ago. If I ever date someone, it will only be someone far stronger than me, someone who surpasses me in every way. If they don't meet that standard, I could never fall for them. Fong Meng, now sitting on the bench, finally relaxed. Oh yeah, I remember you saying that before, so? She suddenly tensed up again and looked at Jiang Qian. Wait, hold on, aren't you basically describing Lin Zhengran? That's exactly what you said you wanted in a boyfriend. Jiang Qian blushed. Really? Does it really sound like him? Of course it does. Look, you're blushing again. You can't just like him because he's strong. A boyfriend should be someone who treats you well, not just someone powerful. You'll only hurt yourself if you think like this. And how did this whole situation even come to this? The next second, Jiang Qian returned to her usual cold demeanor. I told you I don't like him. How could I possibly hurt myself? Fong Meng. Was she developing a split personality? Jiang Qian slowly stood up. Fong Meng asked where she was going. Jiang Qian answered, back to the academic building to sit for a while. And to meet this He Qing girl. I want to see what Lin Zhengran likes about her. What does she have that I don't? Fong Meng couldn't see Jiang Qian's face from behind, but she did notice how tightly she clenched her fists. Curious, she tilted her head to get a peek at Jiang Qian's expression, and what she saw was a girl puffing her cheeks in jealousy. Fong Meng was speechless. Then, in an instant, she shot up and wrapped her arm around Jiang Qian's neck. Oh no, you're not going anywhere. You're obviously jealous. If you go, you'll definitely start liking him for real. I won't. You will. I won't. Let me go. No one's going to believe that. Then tell me, what reason do I have to like him? How should I know? I'm not the one who likes him. Fong Meng was utterly exhausted. The weekend arrived quickly. Fong Meng, who returned home every 2 weeks to visit her family, took a bus home as usual. But when she entered the house, she was surprised to see not only her parents, but also 2 other guests sitting in the living room. Her parents introduced them. Meng Meng, you're back? Let us introduce you. This is your Uncle Lin and Aunt Lin, old friends of ours from our school days. We haven't seen them in years, but we happened to run into them recently. Lin Yingjun and Lin Xiaoli greeted her warmly. Xiaoming, hello. You've grown so much, so pretty now. Fong Meng had never met them before, but she still nodded politely. Hello, Uncle Lin, Aunt Lin. Her parents chuckled. Oh, now that we see you, we suddenly remembered. Your son must be grown up by now, right? Back when we were in school, didn't we joke about letting our kids marry each other when they grew up? We even arranged a childhood engagement for them. Lin Xiaoli and Lin Yingjun had just picked up their teacups when they froze in shock. Fong Meng, too, stared at them in a daze. Fong Meng's mother turned to her husband and asked, Honey, didn't this really happen? Or am I remembering wrong? Fong Meng's father suddenly recalled. No, you're right. Don't you two remember? Back in college, you two were inseparable, and Fong Meng's mom and I were also dating. The 4 of us joked that if our kids were born around the same time, we'd arrange a childhood engagement for them. Have you seriously forgotten? Lin Xiaoli and Lin Yingjun exchanged wide-eyed glances, memories of their university days flooding back. At the same time, they blurted out, oh yeah, that did happen. The couple fell silent, but a sense of impending doom loomed over them. After all, that engagement had been a joke at the time. They never expected that both their children would be conceived within the same year, be born around the same time, and, on top of that, end up as a perfect boy-girl pair. This had long been forgotten, and they never thought much of it. But now, recalling it wasn't the problem. The real issue was that their son, Zhengran, wasn't like other boys. Putting aside his childhood friend and that one female classmate, there was already 2 girls interested in him. And on top of that, his grandfather had recently introduced him to a fiancée. And now, here they were, about to add yet another girl into the mix. Fong Meng's mother smirked. Judging by your expressions, I take it you both remember now. She gestured for her daughter to come over. Meng, come sit down. Let's talk about this. Fong Meng obediently sat down, still stunned that she was involved in something like this. A childhood engagement? I have a childhood engagement. Her mother nodded. Yep. Back then, the 4 of us were the best of friends, so we made this arrangement. Oh, right, Xiaoli. She turned to Lin Xiaoli. What's your son's nickname again? And where is he studying now? Lin Xiaoli forced a smile, feeling a little awkward. His nickname is Zhengran. He's currently studying at First High. Oh, what a coincidence. Meng is also at First High. Lin Yingjun was surprised. So they're actually in the same school? Fong Meng's father burst into laughter. Now, that is fate. You must have pictures of your son on your phone, right? Can we see one? Lin Yingjun and Lin Xiaoli exchanged glances before chuckling helplessly. What else could they do at this point but go with the flow? Zhengran, son, don't blame us for making things more complicated for you. This is just fate. Besides, Xiaoming is really cute. She probably has a lot of admirers too. Lin Yingjun eventually found a photo from last year's winter break and handed his phone over. This was taken last year. Take a look. Fong Ming's parents took the phone and were immediately stunned. At the same time, they exclaimed, "He's this good-looking." Their shock was genuine. Lin Zhengran had always been exceptionally handsome, but with the system's added charm bonuses, his appearance had only become more and more striking over the years. Even just from a photo, he exuded an undeniable allure that naturally made people feel drawn to him. Your Zhengran inherited all of your best features. He looks so likable. Lin Xiaoli felt a surge of pride. Zhengran is really good-looking. Yingjun and I can't even compare. She then handed the phone to her daughter. Ming, take a look. This is your Zhengran Ji, your childhood fiancé. Fong Ming had been skeptical at first. How good-looking could he really be? In her opinion, the most handsome guy in her class was already Lin Zhengran himself. She doubted anyone could be more attractive, certainly not more than the guy Jiang Qian was obsessed with. But when she took the phone, she froze. She even rubbed her eyes, staring at the figure in the snowy landscape, wrapped in a long coat. This guy looked exactly like Lin Zhengran. Apart from the outfit, it was practically a perfect match. Wait, wasn't this just Lin Zhengran? Fong Ming's pupils dilated, her slightly parted lips revealing her shock. So Lin Zhengran is actually my fiancé, and the guy Qian likes is technically my boyfriend. I've been totally blindsided. Her mother called out to her. Ming, what do you think? Fong Ming snapped back to reality. Her mother chuckled. Why are you spacing out? I asked if you want to meet your Zhengran Ji. Since we all live in the same city, we can visit your Uncle Lin and Aunt Lin's house sometime, so you two can meet. Fong Ming stared at the photo. She didn't know what to say. After a long pause, under the expectant gazes of the adults, Fong Ming finally muttered, "All right, I guess we can meet." Her parents clapped in delight. Great. So Xiaoli, Yingjun, it's settled then? Next time, we'll visit your home so the kids can meet and become friends. And while we're at it, the four of us can have a proper reunion. Lin Yingjun smiled helplessly, accepting his fate. All right, just let us know when you're coming. Now that we've reconnected, we should definitely keep in touch. Maybe in the future, we can even take the kids out together in the city. Meanwhile, Fong Ming continued staring at the photo of Lin Zhengran. Since Qian still likes him despite him having a girlfriend, I guess I'll just have to dig deeper and find his weaknesses. The only way to uncover them is to get closer to him. But I have to admit, he really is pretty damn handsome. It was the weekend, but ever since starting high school, Lin Zhengran had stopped going home every week, opting to visit once every 2 weeks instead. After all, every time he went home, he had to help these girls practice their respective talents. So weekends at school weren't much different for him. Since he'd be accompanying little He Qing to a competition next week, he decided to use this weekend to sleep in at the dorm. Even though the system's bonuses kept him from ever feeling fatigued, the occasional lazy day was still one of life's small pleasures. To prepare, he headed to the large supermarket outside school to stock up on some ready-to-eat food and instant noodles. While browsing the shelves, he suddenly bumped into someone, a beautiful woman in high heels, her long, slightly wavy hair cascading down her back. She had been focused on the shelves and hadn't noticed him. A pleasant fragrance filled the air. She turned to look at him, and he looked down at her. The moment he saw her, Lin Zhengran couldn't help but think, why do the girls these days keep getting prettier and prettier? The woman, dressed in form-fitting jeans, lifted her gaze to examine him. Her oval face, coupled with those gentle yet captivating eyes, exuded elegance. She softly apologized. Sorry, I was looking at the shelves and didn't notice you. Lin Zhengran smiled. No worries. I wasn't paying attention either. Neither of them said anything more as they turned back to the shelves, both eyeing the same brand of instant noodles. Then, coincidentally, they reached out at the same time, their hands landing on the same cup of noodles. They froze for a moment, eyes meeting. After a brief pause, they both chuckled and, at the same time, withdrew their hands. "You take it," they said in unison. For a moment, both of them were frozen in tacit understanding. Jiang Jingshi picked up the cup of instant noodles and placed it into Lin Zhengran's arms before taking another one for herself. Problem solved. With that, she turned and left. Lin Zhengran didn't think much of it and continued selecting a few more ready-to-eat foods before heading to the checkout counter. After exiting the supermarket and crossing a street, he suddenly noticed a little girl crying on the sidewalk. The same woman from earlier was crouching in front of the child, gently comforting her. "What's wrong, little one? Why are you crying?" The little girl pointed at a large tree nearby, where a pink balloon was stuck between the branches. "My balloon, it accidentally flew up there." It was a massive plane tree, its branches still thick with leaves since autumn had yet to fully set in. The balloon was caught quite high up, far beyond the reach of an average person. "Where is it? Let me see." Jiang Jingshi stood up and scanned the tree. Spotting the pink balloon, she bent down again and asked, "Where did you buy this balloon? How about I get you a new one?" The little girl wiped her eyes and shook her head slowly. "No, I want this one. It has little star stickers inside that I can't find anywhere else." Jiang Jingshi stared at the plane tree in contemplation. "That's really high. Let's see if we can find something long enough to reach it." She started looking around for a long stick or branch. Just then, she spotted Lin Zhengran walking out of the supermarket. Their eyes briefly met in recognition from their earlier encounter. Jiang Jingshi gave him a polite smile before continuing her search, while the little girl joined her in looking around. Lin Zhengran glanced up at the tree. It wasn't that high. He lightly jumped about a meter, grasped the branch holding the balloon, and easily pulled it down to retrieve it. Hearing the rustling of leaves, Jiang Jingshi and the little girl turned around. Lin Zhengran held out the balloon as Jiang Jingshi stared at him in surprise. "Here, take it." The little girl blinked up at him in awe, then shyly murmured, "Thank you, handsome big brother." "No problem." The girl clutched her balloon tightly, beaming with joy. She waved goodbye to both Lin Zhengran and Jiang Jingshi, saying another soft thank you before running off. Even as she left, she kept glancing back at Lin Zhengran, clearly reluctant to part. Finally, she disappeared around the street corner. Once the girl was gone, Jiang Jingshi chuckled. "Are you a sports student? I didn't see it clearly, but did you just jump really high?" Lin Zhengran had deliberately controlled his jump. That height was nothing to him. He could have simply reached up and grabbed the balloon directly. But to avoid drawing attention, he kept his jump to just over a meter and pulled the branch down instead. That way, no one would think much of it. It wasn't too hard. The balloon was caught on a branch, so as long as I could reach it, it was fine. Jiang Jingshi looked between the tree and Lin Zhengran. Still impressive, but she pointed at the plastic bag in his hand. "Your bag got torn on a branch, and your stuff is about to fall out." Lin Zhengran glanced down. Sure enough, there was a small hole in the bag, and his instant noodles and other items were precariously close to spilling out. Jiang Jingshi quickly helped catch some of the falling groceries. "You bought a lot. Is your dinner in here too? If you don't mind, I have extra bags in my car. And if you need hot water, I have some there too. Good for instant noodles." Lin Zhengran looked up at her. Jiang Jingshi's naturally gentle eyes curved into a smile. "What? Worried I might be a bad person?" she teased. "I just have a younger sister who wears the same school uniform as you, so I felt like helping out. You go to First High, right? I figure a guy who helps little girls retrieve balloons must be a good person." She pointed to a Rolls-Royce parked nearby. "That's my car. I was planning to have some instant noodles myself. Want to join me?" Jiang Jingshi walked over to her car and opened the door. She pulled out a new plastic bag for Lin Zhengran, then took out a thermos of hot water. "So, want to eat together?" Today, while traveling, you helped a little girl and caught the attention of a kind-hearted woman. Impressed by your good nature, she warmly invited you to share a meal. Though she appears carefree and welcoming, even to strangers, you are well aware that she is no ordinary passerby. The high-grade magical artifact she carries proves that her strength is terrifyingly immense. Precisely because of this, she does as she pleases without concern for others' opinions. After all, you've already discerned her true identity. She is the Empress of the Imperial City. Lin Zhengran, Empress of the Imperial City? That was an insanely dramatic title. Still, Lin Zhengran had already guessed her identity. The Rolls-Royce she drove was identical to Jiang Qian's, and while their expressions and aura differed vastly, their facial features bore striking similarities. They were most likely sisters. But if her elder sister was the Empress of the Imperial City, what would Jiang Qian be in the system's eyes? She has already offered you a cup of specially brewed nectar. Will you leave now, or accept this unexpected opportunity? Normally, Lin Zhengran would have politely declined and left. But since the system had specifically highlighted this encounter, there was no way he was going to let this opportunity slip by. He walked forward. Then, thank you, Jia. Jiang Jingshi's smile deepened as she gestured toward the car. Hop in, then. Lin Zhengran climbed into the vehicle, and Jiang Jingshi followed, though she left the door open. She opened her own instant noodles and twisted the cap off her thermos. But when Lin Zhengran opened his, he noticed something strange. There were no seasoning packets inside. He pulled out the dry noodles and checked the bottom. Completely empty. Jiang Jingshi chuckled and poured half of her own seasoning packet into his cup. Half should be enough, right? Too much would make it too salty. Lin Zhengran nodded. Thanks. She handed him the hot water, and he poured it into his noodles. You have consumed the premium nectar from a high-grade spiritual flask. Strength plus 3. Soon, the instant noodles were ready, along with some side dishes. Jiang Jingshi casually asked, You must be pretty popular at school, huh? You're good-looking and athletic. Lin Zhengran responded with a smile. You're very beautiful too, Jia. Jiang Jingshi studied him for a moment before breaking into a soft laugh. Smooth talker. But I bet you know my sister, right? My name is Jiang Jingshi, and my younger sister is Jiang Qian. If I'm not mistaken, you two have been spending a lot of time together lately. Lin Zhengran met her gaze and chuckled. Yeah, we're desk mates. He introduced himself as well. Oh, you're not even a little surprised. Looks like you figured out who I was already. Jiang Jingshi adjusted her posture with a composed elegance. Well, I suppose that makes sense. We do look alike. It's pretty easy to tell. Jiang Jingshi had a keen business sense, and the moment she saw Lin Zhengran, she knew he was different. Even though this was her first time meeting him, his looks, presence, and athletic ability were enough for her to confirm. This was the boy Qian had been struggling to surpass. A young man with this many exceptional qualities was rare, almost impossibly rare. My sister can be a handful. Thanks for looking after her. If you ever have time, come visit our home. Jia would love to have you over. Jiang Jingshi sat in the driver's seat, slipping off her high heels to reveal her stocking-clad feet. She changed into a pair of flats for easier driving before turning to wave at Lin Zhengran, who had just stepped out of the car. Little brother Lin Zhengran, that bowl of instant noodles was quite enjoyable. Let's meet again sometime. Lin Zhengran nodded politely in farewell. As the Rolls-Royce drove off, Jiang Jingshi glanced at the rearview mirror, watching Lin Zhengran's figure fade into the distance. Suddenly, a long-buried memory surfaced, a boy she had met in elementary school. Jiang Jingshi's thoughts wandered as she murmured to herself, Could it really be him? No way. That would be too much of a coincidence. She refocused on the road and activated her Bluetooth headset. Look into a student at First High named Lin Zhengran. Find out which kindergarten he attended. In the girls' dormitory's private shower room, steaming hot water cascaded down little He Qing's fair skin. She squeezed a generous amount of body wash on her soft palm, lathering it into a rich foam with a bath sponge before rubbing it onto her arms and neck. Tilting her head back, she let the warmth of the water wash away the exhaustion of the past week. A sigh of pleasure escaped her lips. So comfortable. After finishing her shower, she wrapped a towel around her damp hair and put on her pajamas before stepping out of the bathroom. Back in the dormitory, she saw Han Wenwen drying her hair. Feeling completely refreshed, He-Ching plopped onto her bed with a satisfied sigh. That felt amazing. I actually thought this school didn't have private showers at first, so I kept going outside to use public ones for the past few weeks. Han 1-1, finishing with the hairdryer, turned to her. I just found out too. You want to dry your hair now? I'll wait a bit. Han 1-1 put down the hairdryer and sat beside her, leaning in to take a sniff. Xiao Qingqing, you smell so nice. He-Ching blushed and gently pushed her away. 1-1, don't mess around. It's just the scent of body wash. Han 1-1 grabbed a comb and began brushing He-Ching's hair. That's part of it, sure. But you do know that girls have a natural scent, right? He-Ching blinked in confusion. Natural scent? I've heard of it. But is that even real? Han 1-1 smirked knowingly, covering her mouth as she whispered into He-Ching's ear. They say that as long as a girl hasn't been, touched by a guy, she'll have a unique fragrance. And only her true, destined one will be able to smell it. He-Ching's face instantly turned scarlet. You've been reading too many romance novels, 1-1. That sounds way too far-fetched. Han 1-1 continued combing her hair, unwavering in her stance. What's so hard to believe? If you don't buy it, you could always ask Lin Zhengran Sniffy next time and see if he notices anything special. Just the thought of that made He-Ching bury herself under her blanket, pulling the covers over her head. I would never ask him to do that. That sounds way too inappropriate. Han 1-1 couldn't stop laughing. Xiao Qingqing, you're too cute. But her laughter came to an abrupt stop. She suddenly froze, her expression stiffening. He-Ching peeked out from her blanket, puzzled. 1-1? Why'd you stop talking? Why are you staring at me like that? Han 1-1 blinked her fox-like eyes and observed He-Ching curled up on the bed. The way her pajamas pressed against her figure made certain aspects stand out. Xiao Qingqing, Han 1-1 murmured. How come I never noticed before? You've really developed since starting high school, huh? Huh, developed. He-Ching followed Han 1-1's gaze, looked down at herself, then immediately turned beet red. With a squeak, she yanked the blanket up to cover her entire body. 1-1, what are you even saying? Han 1-1 glanced down at her own chest, then at her backside. She sighed, sounding a little dejected. Why is it that mine barely grew at all? She twisted to check her reflection. Looks like only my hips filled out. I was hoping for a more balanced growth. He-Ching had no idea why she always ended up having these kinds of conversations with Han 1-1. Not that she minded, but they definitely happened too often. 1-1, enough about that, He-Ching said, shaking her head. I actually wanted to talk to you about something important. Han 1-1 looked at her knowingly and smirked before turning to collect her laundry from the balcony. I know what's on your mind, she said casually. You want to talk about next week's competition when you and Lin Zhengran go back to the town, right? He promised that if you won, you could make a wish. And after we discussed it, your wish was to hold hands with him, wasn't it? He-Ching gripped her blanket tightly and nodded, her voice soft. Why, yeah, that's it. 1-1, do you think I'll actually agree if I ask to hold hands? Han 1-1 was briefly reminded of her own outing with Lin Zhengran at the snack street a few days ago. She turned around, curious. Why wouldn't he? Aren't you basically his girlfriend now? Holding hands isn't a big deal, and besides, didn't he carry you on his back before? He-Ching bit her lip, her expression slightly uncertain. I mean, sure, we've known each other since we were kids, and have done all kinds of things together. But we've never really done anything that a couple would do. If I can really hold his hand, then maybe that would finally confirm our relationship. Han 1-1 looked at He-Ching's shy, expectant expression and imagined her hand in Lin Zhengran's. A small pang of jealousy surfaced, but just as quickly, she pushed it down. Sitting back down beside He-Ching, she grinned and encouraged her. Go for it. Just be bold and ask him when the time comes. He-Ching smiled, seeming more confident now. Han 1-1 ruffled her hair, though the jealousy she'd repressed grew stronger. Later that night, under the cover of darkness, Han 1-1 called Lin Zhengran and secretly arranged to meet him near the boys' dormitory. Lin Zhengran, puzzled, asked, Why are you looking for me so suddenly again? Han 1-1 didn't answer right away. Instead, She crouched down in a corner, sulking as she looked up at him. I just missed you, she murmured. I want my Zhengran ji to comfort me. Lin Zhengran sat down beside her, holding out his hand. How many times have you secretly come looking for me now? Han Wenwen grinned, lacing her fingers through his, and leaned her head on his shoulder. I don't know. A lot. But foxes are naturally clingy, you know. Zhengran ji has to spoil me more. Lin Zhengran gently patted her head, and Han Wenwen closed her eyes, smiling contentedly. But when he stopped, she pouted. Hey, why'd you stop? Keep petting me. Lin Zhengran sighed. So why did you call me out here? No reason, she said, snuggling closer. I just wanted you to pat my head. Lin Zhengran exhaled in exasperation, but Han Wenwen, now satisfied, closed her eyes again. Her imaginary fox ears flicked happily. I just wanted to remind you not to forget our plans next month. You've already reminded me a dozen times. A new week began, and nothing particularly special happened, except for a small charity fundraiser organized by the school on Wednesday. After Jiang Qian made her donation, the homeroom teacher was both shocked by the amount she contributed and curious about something. After class, the teacher called her aside to ask a question. Lin Zhengran happened to be passing by and overheard. Jiang Qian, are you sure you want to personally donate 2 pianos to our school? Jiang Qian remained expressionless. Yes, I'm sure. I just hope that after donating, the school will allow me to occasionally use them to practice in my free time. The teacher sighed, thinking how children from wealthy families really did things differently. Smiling, she said, I'll report this to the administration. We haven't had many cases like this before, but I don't think a small request like yours will be a problem. No matter what, I want to thank you on behalf of the school for your contribution. And about your donation to the underprivileged areas just now, you alone donated more than several entire classes combined. Thank you. Jiang Qian simply replied. No need to thank me, teacher. I'm just doing my part. Few people truly understood the second Miss Zhang's motives. Only Fang Meng realized the real reason behind Jiang Qian's donations when she heard about them after class. Jiang Qian wasn't the type to suffer losses, nor would she waste her family's resources carelessly. Everything she did had a purpose. For example, donating pianos wasn't just an act of generosity. First, it allowed her to practice whenever she wanted. Second, it ensured that even if she made minor mistakes or had special requests in the future, the school would be more lenient with her. After all, this was just the beginning. There would be many more charity events over the next 3 years, and Jiang Qian would undoubtedly contribute a lot to this high school. As for the monetary donation, that was something she had to do. Her name didn't just represent herself. It represented the future successor of the Jiang family. Donating a large amount wouldn't necessarily win her praise, but if the second Miss Jiang refused to donate at all, it would certainly leave a bad impression. And considering that this money was nothing more than a drop in the ocean for her, there was no reason to be stingy. On Thursday afternoon after school, the teacher called Jiang Qian aside and handed her the key to the school's newly opened piano room. This is the key to the piano room. The director said that from now on, you can use it freely on weekends or during your free time. Jiang Qian accepted the key with a smile. Thank you, teacher. At that moment, Lin Zhengran was about to head to the cafeteria for dinner when Jiang Qian walked up to him. Class president, meet me in the piano room tomorrow after lunch. I have something for you. Without waiting for a reply, she turned and left, leaving Lin Zhengran staring after her. A month ago, while traveling, you received a handwritten letter from your family. It revealed that hundreds of years ago, the Lin family patriarch was a close friend of the current imperial family. Recently, a meeting between the Lin family and the royal envoy brought up an old engagement contract between you and the imperial princess. The envoy mentioned that the princess was also traveling in the northern regions. If fate allowed it, you should meet her and inform her of the engagement. A few days later, while traveling, you indeed encountered the princess. She had an icy demeanor and unparalleled talent, yet she seemed completely unaware that you were her betrothed. However, even without knowing about the engagement, after several battles and encounters, the princess became deeply interested in you. Today, she has invited you to meet her at the Maoyan temple at noon tomorrow, saying she has a treasure to give you. You do not know what this treasure is, but going might grant you an unknown opportunity. Not going is also a choice. After listening to the system's narration, Lin Zhengran chuckled and continued walking to the cafeteria. Since it was a potential opportunity, there was no reason to refuse. But in the system's eyes, Jiang Qian was really the imperial princess. No wonder her older sister, Jiang Jingshi, was described as the empress of the imperial city. That night, Jiang Qian and Fang Meng took a car home. Jiang Qian had piano lessons twice a week, with two highly professional tutors personally guiding her practice. In the grand piano room of her family's villa, Fang Meng sliced some fruit, brewed hot tea, and brought them in. Jiang Qian's playing was elegant and refined, her fingers dancing rhythmically across the keys. The two tutors applauded. "Excellent, second miss. Your piano skills have improved significantly. This piece is incredibly difficult. Playing it flawlessly is nearly impossible without extraordinary talent." Jiang Qian listened to their praise, but remained expressionless, her gaze fixed on the piano. She was once again reminded of the scene when Lin Zhengran had practiced that day. The difference in skill between them wasn't just a gap, it was an entirely different level. Fang Meng, ever perceptive, noticed the subtle change in Jiang Qian's expression. She set the fruit plate and tea aside. "Qian, take a break and have some tea." The tutors also expressed their thanks. Then, out of nowhere, Jiang Qian suddenly said, "I want to start practicing observing snow now, instead of waiting until next year." Both tutors were taken aback. Observing snow? Observing snow was a notoriously difficult piece often performed at music festivals. Its melody rose and fell dramatically, with extreme shifts in tone that made it infamous. Only pianists with exceptionally steady foundations could hope to play it smoothly. As soon as Jiang Qian spoke, Fang Meng immediately retrieved the sheet music and placed it on the piano. Jiang Qian's fingers moved gracefully. The opening was manageable. Her years of training ensured she played it smoothly. But at the first climax, she began making mistakes. By the second climax, where the melody required a drastic shift, she completely lost control. She stopped playing. Even so, the tutors still applauded. "Second miss, that was incredible. This piece is extremely difficult. The fact that you could play this much on your first attempt is already remarkable. With more practice, you'll definitely improve." Jiang Qian restarted from the beginning, but the same mistakes occurred. Piano playing wasn't about luck. You either had the skill or you didn't. The tutors approached to offer their guidance. Jiang Qian listened carefully, but frowned slightly. She wasn't shocked by their words. She was shocked by Lin Zhengran. What these two tutors explained made sense, but it wasn't the same as what Lin Zhengran had told her that day. Back then, she had a distinct feeling that his teaching was clearer. Jiang Qian's curiosity about Lin Zhengran's skill deepened. Could he actually be better than these two instructors, who had spent over 30 years in the industry? She stood up. "Please play it for me. I'd like to hear it first." The tutor smiled and nodded. "Of course. We'll demonstrate it for you." Jiang Qian watched as one of the tutors sat gracefully at the piano. On his first attempt, he made mistakes. His second attempt was smoother. But even when he successfully played the piece, Jiang Qian's frown deepened. She was certain these two tutors were better than her. But Fang Meng had been watching Jiang Qian's expression the whole time as the two tutors enthusiastically explained their theories. She knew it was only a matter of time before they lost their jobs. The next day was Friday, and the last two periods in the afternoon were PE class. Students were unusually excited. After all, the long-awaited weekend was just a day away. Lin Zhengran remembered that Jiang Qian had asked him to meet her in the piano room. So when he noticed that she had disappeared from the field, he informed the teacher and headed to the academic building. As he approached the newly established piano room in the school's multimedia building, which wasn't officially open yet, he heard a beautiful melody floating through the air. Standing at the back door of the classroom, he gently pushed it open. Jiang Qian was at the piano, and her playing had once again halted at the first climax of observing snow. The tutoring session last night hadn't helped her improve at all. At best, it gave her a better understanding of the piece. As the music stopped, Jiang Qian turned around and saw Lin Zhengran standing there. Her cold eyes locked onto him as she stood up. "You're here. You said you had something for me?" Lin Zhengran walked up to her, and Jiang Qian pulled a key out of her pocket. "This." She handed him the key. "The teacher gave it to me last night. Didn't you say before that you had nowhere to practice the piano? Now, with this key, you can come here anytime you want." She glanced around the room and spoke seriously. "Our school doesn't offer piano lessons, so even though I donated these 2 pianos, this room will probably stay empty unless there's some performance event. You don't have to worry about anyone disturbing you. Plus, the piano is the same one you played that night. I noticed you handled it quite smoothly." She looked up at Lin Zhengran and extended the key toward him. "Think of it as repayment for your help last time. That simple explanation you gave me was incredibly useful." Lin Zhengran was a little surprised. This second Miss Jiang actually knew how to return a favor. He smiled and explained, "Actually, I only helped you because back when the teacher assigned us to the freshman showcase, I didn't have a piano. You went and brought an extra one for me, didn't you? So I was just returning the favor. You don't have to pay me back for that." Jiang Qian stared at his smiling face, and for some reason, her cheeks flushed slightly. Her curiosity about him flared up again, but she quickly adjusted her emotions and looked at him once more. "Is that so? So you helped me because of that?" She hesitated slightly before saying, "But since I've already given you the key, it would be a waste to take it back. How about," she paused briefly, "how about you teach me again today in exchange for the key? Besides, this room isn't just a piano room. You can treat it as your personal lounge for the next 3 years. No one else can get in after all. The key to Maoyan Temple. Once obtained, you may freely enter Maoyan Pavilion. This place is rich in spiritual energy and serves as an excellent resting spot. Maoyan Pavilion, huh?" Lin Zhengran took the key. "All right, I do need a quiet place to practice sometimes. I'll accept it. You have obtained the key to Maoyan Temple. Due to your encounter with the Imperial Princess, your stamina has increased by 1. Jiang Qian smiled slightly, something she rarely did. She sat back down at the piano, placed her hands on the keys, and started playing Observing Snow again. "I've actually tried to play this piece before, but I never got it right." She reached the first climax and got stuck. Lin Zhengran pulled up a chair and sat beside her. Jiang Qian asked, "I know how to play this part, but my notes always feel stiff and the rhythm doesn't flow properly. How do you think I should improve?" Lin Zhengran picked up the sheet music she had placed on the piano and flipped through it briefly. Thanks to harmony with all things, he quickly developed a familiarity with the piece. But what surprised him was, this piece is really difficult. It's practically a gateway piece for professionals. Jiang Qian was slightly surprised. "It is a gateway piece. But you've never heard of it before? You're obviously so good at piano." Lin Zhengran glanced at the sheet music and admitted, "No, I haven't. I try to listen to and learn as much as I can, but there are only so many hours in a day. There's still a lot I don't know." He looked at Jiang Qian. "But now I do." He suggested, "Can I try playing it first? I need to figure out the key points myself." Jiang Qian nodded and stood up, giving him space. As Lin Zhengran sat down, he suddenly felt a bit flustered. The seat was still warm from where Jiang Qian had been sitting. There was lingering body heat. He exhaled lightly and, after memorizing the sheet music, placed his fingers on the piano keys and began to play. Jiang Qian was absolutely stunned. If this was really his first time playing Observing Snow, the fluidity, the ease, the natural mastery, it was something her 2 piano tutors couldn't even come close to. It was hard to believe that this boy was only in his teens. Among the pianists Jiang Qian had seen, only those with 30 to 40 years of experience and natural talent could play at this level. Lin Zhengran finished playing once. Finding the piece interesting, he played it again. Jiang Qian's lips parted slightly, but she was too stunned to say anything. His second playthrough was even more refined than the first. This boy, she slowly closed her lips and watched him, fully focused on his playing. For the first time in her life, she felt completely out of reach compared to someone else. The more she interacted with Lin Zhengran, the more she realized the vast distance between them. Her cold eyes that had never shown admiration for anyone, now carried a glimmer of awe. After playing the piece twice, Lin Zhengran stood up and smiled. I think I've figured out the technique. Your turn. It's actually pretty simple. Let me point out the key areas, and you try again. Jiang Qian sat back down, and suddenly, her cheeks flushed, for the exact same reason Lin Zhengran had felt flustered earlier. Lin Zhengran carefully explained the techniques he had discovered. Jiang Qian listened closely. She was certain now. He was different. Everything he said was crystal clear. Every sentence carried an almost enlightening effect. After listening to his explanation, Jiang Qian nodded seriously. I understand now. Let me try. She carefully started playing Observing Snow again. This time, she flawlessly passed the first climax. As she approached the second climax, her expression turned tense and astonished. She had never successfully played this part before. Lin Zhengran reminded her, the second climax is coming up. The difference in pitch is extreme. Just do as I said and don't hesitate. Jiang Qian nodded. Her fingers danced across the keys. She passed the second climax, too. Last night, she had practiced for hours. Even before, she had never been able to get through it. But Lin Zhengran had only taught her a few sentences. Suddenly, she stopped playing. The smooth melody still lingered in the air, but her mind went blank. Her heart pounded wildly. Lin Zhengran thought she hadn't learned it properly and said regretfully, You were so close, just one more section. But even stopping here, you should understand the techniques I explained, right? Jiang Qian clenched her hands slightly, curiosity about him filling her mind once more. Her cheeks turned slightly pink, and even her voice became a little softer. I understand better now. Teach me again. I want to finish the whole piece. All right. Lin Zhengran nodded. As he explained further, Jiang Qian listened intently. She didn't take her eyes off him. Her gaze was full of admiration. Outside the classroom, Fang Meng had been watching through the window for a while. She stared in shock at Jiang Qian's expression as she gazed at Lin Zhengran. People in the moment might not realize it, but as an outsider, Fang Meng clearly saw it. That fleeting curiosity Jiang Qian had for Lin Zhengran was beginning to take root.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.